on another level.
He is still that guy!
No introductions. No warm-up. Kickoff is now. The Rainbow Six North American League season kickoff.
That is crazy work.
10 teams, new rosters,
Stuck there. Oh, my Lord.
new stories. We don't call ourselves legends. We earn it. Who will set the tone before the season even begins?
That was a nasty shot.
Will they prove they belong? Will they shock the world and earn their spot at the main major? Only one way to find out. Group stage begins April 1st. Earned here, not given. Welcome to the North American League season kickoff.
Welcome back to the NAL Kickoff, everyone. So glad to have you with us as we dive into the second day of kickoff action. I'm Jonas Willinger. Alongside these two lovely folks, we got Foxay and Laxing back again. Lax, we saw a lot of firsts yesterday. That was kind of the theme of the day. We saw some rookie debuts. We saw the first 18 kill performance, the first ace in the NAL this year. But today we're also going to see another set of firsts. We got Cloud9 and we have M80, who didn't play yesterday, making their 2026 debuts today.
Yeah, super excited to see what M80 and Cloud9 are going to bring to the table. But to just go back to what you were talking about at the beginning, I think I was most impressed as of yesterday of all the rookies. And that's a lot coming from me. Usually I'm kind of dogging on the T2 players, not really sure, not giving them the credit that they deserve. But what I saw yesterday honestly was really inspirational, and honestly super glad to see just the evolution and the progress that all of these younger talent are starting to make. And then again, in that debut, it was beautiful to watch.
I couldn't agree more. I know we always talk about, oh, this season is the most competitive, but we really came out the gate with some underdog teams winning. And even if they didn't win, every game was fairly close. And that was the best part about yesterday, the best part about the NAL. And we always had questions about these T2 teams coming into the T1 bracket, and would they be able to match up to standards of the current teams that are in the league? And so far, it's safe to say that they have.
Well, let's dive into it. We did have, of course, a great slate of games yesterday, starting with 100 Thieves taking on 5 Fears. When this matchup started,
yeah, five Fears looked absolutely amazing with their showman. Having Forrest join onto this team, being able to flex those shields, running 2 shields at times, adding that confidence and that experience made them look good. But as for 100 Thieves, we expected them to come and do justice by the organization, and it was a big issue with them. So that being said, for 100 Thieves, it didn't really look good. It was falling flat on your face for your first matchup, very disjointed, a lot of questionable pushes, and they found themselves on the losing end of this matchup, and it puts them in a very dire spot for the rest of the kickoff stage, getting that first loss against a team they should have beat.
Yeah, absolutely. Then we got to jump into game 2. I mean, this was one that we weren't really sure what to expect, but what we were expecting was SR to come out of the gate swinging. We already know that they're one of the best teams in the league. We put them at the top for a reason, but that completely turned on its head in that early half. That was almost a 5-1, 1 of 30, honestly showing a lot of gumption, a lot of resilience through and through throughout this match. And again, just the rookies being able to showcase what they got, why they're here. We saw Packer with some really good moments. We saw really good post plants from this team. I mean, overall, this match in particular was by far one of the most exciting of the day, and I'm really excited to see how well this team is going to evolve with each and every single match in front of them going forward.
And then we transition to an organization grudge match, DZ versus SSG. A lot of the current DZ members came from SSG, and we saw the brand new SSG roster built around Dream with a couple of rookies, and it really showed exactly what we wanted to see. DZ is looking a lot better with Kino and NJR on the roles, adding flexibility to all of the players. As for SSG, there was still some good highlighting moments. Dream is slowly trying to make sure that all of the players on his team, the new player of Raid, to be able to feel comfortable on this role. Both teams showed us a lot to hold on to going into the rest of Kickoff. It was really exciting to see it, but DZ, wow, I'm excited to watch their progression.
Yeah, and then for the last game of the day, I mean, this was pretty cut and clean from the side of Wildcard. It was just another day in the office for them. I mean, there couldn't be another game for Adrian to come on to just kind of gel with the team, to mesh as good as he can. He was also the MVP of that matchup, and again, it was a pretty cut and clean from them. As for the side of Outlast, yes, it was unfortunate. I'm sure they received a little bit of, a little bit of hate online, but the fact of the matter is they're a brand new team. They're going against one of the best, if not the best internationally in NA, and again, it's a learning experience for them, so I just want to see them attack every single hurdle that's going to be thrown at them. By all means, it's nothing to count them out.
Well, this is where things stacked up in Group A at the end of the action yesterday. 5 Fears, they were the ones that came out of the gate swinging and have themselves atop the standings as a result. With Foxe, you have a Rebellion just behind them with that OT win.
Yeah, I mean, every point matters. We talk about how important it is when it's coming into both of these groups. Getting wins early on, make sure that you're not finding yourself in that 5th place position. This is the standings for Group B. And essentially, to be able to go on to the Phase 2 of the Kickoff event, you want to make sure you're just in the top 4. So every point matters, and it only gets more dire. You don't want to be in a situation where you have little to no points going into the last couple of days, because then you have to win, but you also have that pressure of having no points, being in the hot seat. No team wants to go through that, especially a team like 100 Thieves.
Well, like we said today, we've got the opportunity to see Cloud9 and M80 take the kickoff stage for the first time after their bye rounds yesterday. We'll see Cloud9 in our first match. We'll see M80 in our last match of the day. But in the interim there, you have SSG and Wildcard, 100 Thieves, and Shopify Rebellion. Laxing, what stands out to you here?
Honestly, I'm really excited. Just another showcase for a rookie's debut, but if I really had to choose one, it has to be that 100 Thieves versus Rebellion, just for the simple fact I don't think we saw the true potential of either of those teams yesterday.
Well, we get to dive into our very first one right away with Dark Zero and Cloud9 going toe-to-toe here, and Cloud9 debuting this rookie-packed roster. But let's start with Dark Zero, Fox, because they came out the gate swinging yesterday. We knew that we needed to see them show us that they had the chemistry, that this SSG core could unite with Kino and NJR, but they showed us that they could make it work easily.
Oh, they sure showed us. A couple of people had questions of this roster. I mean, you're losing a player like Ashen. How's it going to work out? But getting Kino and NGR, we hypothesized at the start of yesterday that they fit the roles perfectly. It allows so much flexibility. Anybody can play any operator. Kino getting on the shields makes sure that NJR and Foltz can both bounce from the supports. And Newers doesn't have to battle between who's going to be entrying or second entrying. It's just the Newer show on that lurk entry role. So it works phenomenally well. And you could see it in their statistics in their matchup yesterday. Everybody thriving across the board, but most importantly, Kino. Kino was previously on M80. There's so many stars on that roster. He doesn't have time to shine, but in yesterday's matchup, and hopefully for the rest of the Kickoff on this roster, he's had those elements to shine. Specifically on the Blackbeard, we saw him consistently getting these opening kills, being in positions to be able to hold the position for the rest of his roster, and on defense, he was shutting people down. So much confidence coming from him as well, and that's the strength of this Dark Zero roster. Everybody has their moments to shine, and it's nice to see players like Kino and hopefully NJR that didn't really get too many of those moments on their previous rosters get more opportunities to shine, be in that limelight.
Yeah, and speaking more onto Kino, Fox, I wasn't really sure how fast he was gonna, gel into their aggressive nature that SSG has always had, or now known as DZ. But to see how he is on attack, using that shield, utilizing it, taking space, getting those frags, allowing them to just take control and put that pressure on, I was really impressed. But then to also go back to him pivoting to be more of that structural piece that's gonna be more stable, more defensive. We saw on that defensive half, on those stairs specifically, just an ace of him being a pillar killer. And that is exactly what this roster has needed for so long, is players like him, players like NJR, who can hold their position, that they don't need to over-aggress. They can just play that spot and let the rest take course.
Well, Lax, let's talk Cloud9, because as I said, 3 rookies on this team making their debut right now. Uzi, Center, and Focal. 3 names that the T1 scene has not seen yet. Got to imagine there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders coming into this debut.
Yeah, absolutely. And if some of you aren't aware, Center is actually the brother of Surf. So I'm sure in the community, a lot of these players are aware of these, but we do have now a brother rivalry similar to what we see in the SAL with Handy and Nate. I mean, really excited to see these players showcase what they got from the side from Focal, from the side of Uzi, from the side of Center. But what does worry me about this roster, and we really do have to focus on some of the negatives here, is yes, they do have the T1 experience level there in Eddie and Kixrow, but you also have to look at the history between those players, because it really hasn't been that great throughout their entire careers together, where they did team on that Luminosity roster. It hasn't been great, as you can clearly see. Nothing under or above 4th place finishes. I mean, it's really been rough for these guys, and it's not to say that this team can't get it done, that they can't be competitive. The thing that worries me most with any new roster is how are they going to handle the obstacles and hurdles that are going to be in front of them? Who's going to be the leader? Who's going to be the one to deliver that experience that everyone can rally behind? Because again, if you're looking at the most experience within this roster between Eddie and Kixrow, it's really not a lot.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, Eddie and Kixrow haven't really found success on their previous rosters. We just saw them last year playing for Standby, and we all know how that went. So Center coming in and being the captain in a way for this team, he is been around in the scene for quite a while, but again, no real experience. The experience that they have hasn't really reached too far. And again, I don't really believe in this roster, so to say, and hopefully we'll see them progress a little bit more. But until they do, to me, this roster just still looks like a friendship team. Yes, they want to win. Yes, they have more players, newer players that have that hunger in them. But for Eddie and Kixrow to be leading this team, I don't buy it. I don't believe in it. Hopefully they can change my mind throughout this kickoff event.
Right, they have this uphill battle as a team, right? We talked about some of the other teams with rookies, right? Especially, right, Dream on SSG, surrounded by young talent. At least there, Lax, you've got someone with that experience. In Dream's case, 7 years. But here, much more limited experience to pull from. You've got these rookies coming in, and now they need to look for a leader. They need to look to get some experience in T1. But how are you going to do that with, like, as you pointed out earlier, with players who don't have as much success or experience internationally or domestically?
Right, and I don't want to be a negative Nancy by any means. You know, Eddie and Kixrow have definitely gone through their own, you know, fights and battles, and I'm not going to say that, you know, they can't develop as players, that they can't grow. And I think just looking at the new players as well, that can really revitalize some players. It can change their whole dynamic. It can change how they look at the game. So as much as, you know, on some end, people might be like, this team isn't going to make it, I do want to give them their chance. I do want to give them their ability to showcase what we can see, because for so far from what we've seen, again, from a lot of these rookies in yesterday's match, they really showed up. They really showed why they deserve to be in T1, and that's the exact same respect that I'm going to give to these 3 new rookies coming into the scene. And I do want to see something out of Eddie and Kixrow that we haven't been able to see with a brand new team of rookies, regardless of not having, you know, the best career. It's time for them to really make light of a situation and start fresh.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, especially with having a coach like Vivid, who has been coaching this roster, these players for a little bit of a while now. They do have what they need, what it takes to be a good team. I think it just comes down to the players. And when you put that in perspective to the DZ players, with Call Out on the roster, consistently bringing this ideology of how to be a team, how to run a team, calm, meditate, be a brotherhood. It's very difficult, very big challenge in Cloud9's way to be going up against this team. And we can only hope that Dark Zero as a whole is only going to get better with these 2 new players adding more diversity in their play. Again, I couldn't imagine a better coach in the NAL, maybe besides Fabian, than Call Out.
System now trying to get united as a team. Lax, from what we saw yesterday, Kino, NJR, I know one match maybe isn't enough. One game isn't enough to say, is this working? Did this work? What was your initial impressions of this unit, of the chemistry they've been building?
I mean, just from one game, I am very convinced in this roster because as we talked about yesterday, SSG's never had the structure in terms of supportive players. When you even look at the last roster of Benja and Ashen being on the team, there was no player on that 5-man roster that you could be like, that is a hard support player. Even Fultz, even J90, who did end up taking on those roles, even when they started their careers, they were not support players. This is the first time that this team actually has an iteration where the structure fundamentally works. You have supportive players that you can rely on, that you can go back to, and their attacks weren't the prettiest by any means. They went 3-3 on the half, but it was their defenses that really sold it for me, and this is something that I've never seen out of Dark Zero, because every time we get on those defensive halves, yes, they are aggressive, yes, they get into your face, but this time it looked far more structured as you had a very early start where players were getting aggressive. They were able to take those gunfights. They were able to hold control until they needed to fall off, and then they played into those layers, and in that one round particular, you would see Kino hold his position, use those Kiba berries, and pull off a 5K with no real needed support from his team getting overly aggressive, where had that been the old SSG that would maybe have transitioned to Dark Zero, we probably see a few more deaths come out of that before the round ends. That time we saw a picture perfect round and great positions being held from Kino. So I'm really hoping we can see a lot more out of NJR, because we didn't get to showcase him too much, but also to speak on the versatility and flexibility of J90 and Fultz. They're kind of turning back the clock at this point.
I feel like the biggest fear for Dark Zero has to be that issue that they always had on the previous SSG roster, which is the consistency aspect. Yes, they can dominate interregionally, they'll win the NAL. They go to an event, and that's where we see them completely crumble. They look like a different team. They're not playing with the same level of confidence, but I do think these two new pickups of Kino and NGR will be able to eliminate that curse, so to say, because they are such stable players. And I agree, Lax, there hasn't really been a stable player on SSG. You're going to look to Fultz to be that rock for the team, but he can only do so much. And now that you have Kino that can assist that, you have NJR, who, when we talk about stability, everybody knows NJR on the Cafe White window. You know, if you put him in a spot, he is going to be stable. It's impossible to be able to get Nick out of these positions. So I really do think that these two new players with a little bit more time will only be able to amplify and fix the issues that the prior SSG roster had.
Agreed.
Well, as these players continue to filter into the lobby here, let's take a look at the maps and what we have ahead of us for this best of one, Lax. Obviously, you want to go to a map that's going to be as competitive as possible, especially for Cloud9 here, and they decide to go to Lair. What do you make of this?
I mean, when I'm looking at this, when you have to take into account of risk assessment, I don't think there was any risk assessment being taken here. I think they watched the match, which is great in one aspect, and they're going to try to counter what Dark Zero had set up yesterday versus Space Station Gaming. I just, at the same time, when you even look at the history and the pedigree of Kixro and Eddie on a map like Lair, they didn't find success on Luminosity. So why bringing in 3 new talent? You're going to challenge the team that you just saw dominate on it and think that you're going to make something happen. Not to say it can't. I just think the risk assessment simply wasn't there.
Yeah, I love the way that you put it. You're like, oh, the positives. Cloud9 watched the match. Like, that's really the only takeaway. Yeah, Cloud9 may have watched the match, but in no world, in my mind, is Cloud9 a team that is going to be counter-stratting, let alone if you counter-strat or you go into it and Dark Zero have completely switched up their game plan. Is Cloud9 going to adapt? I don't know. It's a big ask. There's a lot of pressure on Center's shoulders to be able to lead this team towards victory. I don't see these players being that bright when it comes to that aspect of it, and that's something that we're going to hopefully have to see a change. I really do think a lot of this comes down to map bans, come down to Vivid's choice. He's going with it with the right intention in mind. You have the information. If Dark Zero lets it up, we can counter strat, we can adapt. But again, we always talk about it. It comes down to the rosters. I really don't feel like there's enough effort coming from individual players on this team. Hopefully the new blood on this roster will be able to switch that up. Very excited to watch Center play. We always see him in the back of Surf's camera when SR is playing. So now hopefully we'll get some chances to maybe see Surf behind Center. There's a lot of hope for some of these players, but a little less hope for the players that have been repeating faces and not really making a mark in the NAL.
And listen, I'm all for putting my foot in my mouth. If Cloud9 comes out here dominating the map, I don't think that's going to be a realistic situation. But fact of the matter is, if you show up on that day and Dark Zero's not having it, you can easily walk away with win. That's the beauty of best of ones. It really is who's going to show up that day. So anything really can happen. It's just, for me, I also want to watch Dark Zero maybe change up from what we saw yesterday. See what they have in their back pocket. See what we didn't get to see from them. I also want to see, you know, a few more transitions on their end to really get even more behind this roster and backing of these two supportive players, as I was saying, you know, seeing a little more from NJR if we're able to. But overall, again, just the map picking in itself, it's going to be a big uphill battle for Cloud9 to get over this Dark Zero wall.
All right, well, we go to Lair to see if Dark Zero can keep up the momentum and what this Cloud9 roster might look like. For day 2 of Kickoff, we'll welcome in our casters. We've got Lynx and XR Troika standing by. Guys?
Thank you very much, Jonah. And for our first foray into the NAL for 2026, we get one team who's already had one best of one under their belt, and Cloud9 making their debut. I'm Lynx, joined by XR Troika. And do we think that C9 will be able to navigate the labyrinth that is Lair against such an experienced team like DZ?
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because I think you look at the map on paper, and obviously with the roster mania that's happened, Lynx, it's very difficult now to sort of sit here and go, oh, Lair, that's a such and such a preference map for Dark Zero. You can't really look at it that way anymore, can you? You can't really go into that sort of binary analysis. You kind of got to look, what sort of a map was it for SSG, potentially? You know, you've got a large core of SSG on this Dark Zero roster now. You've, of course, also got Call Out, who I would like to characterize as a very sort of system-based coach in that they have a system, they like to use it, so you can pretty much believe that some of that is going to flood through in the map choices as well. So I think in terms of who it favors, it really is up in the air. We're looking for all of these teams, save maybe SR, given that they didn't make any changes, but we're looking for the majority of the teams to start to carve their own path here inside of the Kickoff. And I guess the only thing that we can really go off, Lynx, is that this was the map that was played yesterday when Dark Zero faced off against SSG. They did get the better of them, but as the desk mentioned, the attacks fairly even spoils. It was the defense where they shone. Now, Lair being Lair, I would say that that's kind of par for the course at this point.
I would agree with that, and I especially think for a team like DZ, when you have a more experienced team going up against a less experienced team, the latter is always going to struggle a little bit more on the attack. Now, you know, general rules and stereotypes don't often exactly, you know, are great substitutes for perfect analysis, but I think it is something to guide some of your understandings as we watch a team like SSG yesterday and a team like C9 today, and especially since we're giving a little bit of a replay on Lair between Dark Zero and C9, or at least for Dark Zero. Might see C9 struggle a bit more on the attack, and that serves to favor DZ. But as the desk mentioned, C9 will have taken a bit of time yesterday to watch Dark Zero's defenses and their attacks, respectively. Maybe try to pull out some counters. One thing we see right off the bat, Dark Zero played Tachanka in the early defenses yesterday, and, well, it's been banned out first here by C9. Clash also gone as well. So C9 immediately taking a golf club to one of the main operators that Dark Zero brought out in their early defenses yesterday.
Yeah, looking to target that Clash as well. Obviously, you've got Keynote now on this DZ side, and there's one thing that anybody knows about Keynote is that they love to play a shield, whether it be the Clash on the defense or a shield on the attack. They're not going to be too bothered. A Ying and a Grim taken out on the flip side, that's just going to give a little bit more ability to play in these positions. And when you know that you're baiting out a Clash and a Tachanka ban, guess what? You've got things like Azami left, so you can take a little bit more of an aggressive position in toward Ops Room. You can maybe play a little bit further outside of R6 Room. And that space at the moment is forcing Cloud9 into more of a backside approach. We've got a couple of players on the Skybridge right now, and a little bit of vert that's working from below.
I like this setup from C9 for the moment. What you mentioned, that shield coming in, the pressure from below, and it seems decently well timed. Maybe just a little bit as Center only gets a brief glimpse of Kino, but does a hell of a lot of damage. So not a whole lot of complaining for C9 to do at the moment. They've cleared out a lot of the immediate positions around Green Stairs. They've got some pressure on the site, and NJR down as well, finished off by Focal. For the first half of the round, that is a really good first foray into the NAL.
NJR taken out there. Fortunately, his Vulcan canisters will remain. And the Toxic Babe canisters are doing a really good job at the moment of stemming the flow of attackers. Great kill there from Newers. Just takes the head off Uzi. Kickthrow left with a slightly longer angle to play with, but these keeper barricades, they are going to be a problem. There's nothing to deal with them at range. You've spent all your nades, you don't have a DMR, you've got a bit of a problem on your hands here, Cloud9, and you need to try and react. Another keeper there, just going to slow down that roll. Final little bit of drone work now to go in. There's information, but guess what? DZ don't need to move.
Kiba can go out, block out another entrance, will allow J9O to rotate up. Though it's being spotted by Cloud9, Center in the meantime made his way into the site and put the diffuser down successfully. While DZ acquire that advantage, Cloud9 have put them on the back foot when it comes to time. Excellent pop-up, flicks back around to take the other engagement, but tagged in the process. Now goes back to C9, playing on the defense. Center holding that diffuser between his legs, trying his best not to expose those feet, as Newers looks for just the slightest bit that will take him down. With a shot found, but still a little time remaining, Cloud9 have put DZ in a difficult spot. J9O will start the defuse, and Newers has to cover. Misses the first shots, and the last one goes down too. Cloud9, 1 for 1 on round victories in the NA League so far.
Quite a close round, really, there, to be fair. Very low HP on the two remaining defenders, and a less than ideal weapon, let's say, in the season. You would really want to have anything else at that point for that slightly longer engagement. Something with a bit of a sight on it would have been a little bit better. Cloud9 did a fantastic job there of not overreacting when the diffuser had started to be disabled. There was no real way of faking it. You had to just try and go for that. And Newers and J9O just didn't have the HP to get the job done there. You've got Newers covering on just above half. But look, J9O, he's one shot. That engagement needs to be won there by Newers, and as we can see, Kickthrow was able to just swoop in and pick up that final kill. The mistake there from DZ, letting the plank go down. They've done a lot of the work in terms of keeping hold of that bomb site. They kept hold of that top floor for a really good portion of time, but a bold play and a shield nonetheless, making its way into the bomb site and enabling that plant to go down. Cloud9 didn't need to overcommit. They didn't need 3 bodies in the site. They just needed 1, and everybody else could sit back and hold
5
it.
seconds to insertion.
A headline from that round definitely got to be that well-coordinated push by C9 to clear out the initial positions, then break into the site. And so for a team that had questions going in, not anything, I would say, outsized for a team that, you know, was going up against Dark Zero with a lot of well-respected and veteran players, I think answered a lot of them very, very well. Of course, we do have the new operator coming into play, Solid Snake, with that F2 we see coming into play. I'm sure a lot of you already have seen how that gadget works, but with that Soliton radar, he just picked out and whipped out of his pocket. Maybe get some ideas if there's any cameras in the vicinity, anybody who might be around. We'll say caution and alert, respectively, for either of those that I just mentioned. And then, of course, can activate, maybe directly spot some operators if they're in the vicinity of Solid Snake. But at least for the moment, the first player we see actually in the building, 45 seconds in, is Vocal. A lot of good work done with that buck last round that we saw from C9, and hopefully we'll see that replicated as they'll have to turn their attention to this extension held by DZ.
I haven't really played any Snake, and it's not for any other reason than it just doesn't really fit my playstyle. I always feel like things that take me out of the game, I spend more time going between gadgets. I just need a gun. Like, I'm 30 now, you know, things get slow. So for me, somebody else can play this thing and get the information, but look at how valuable it can be. Eddie, got great intel there. This player should be dead. Like, let's be honest, this should be a serious pinch. Maybe wait for someone to get down on the window and just deal with Newers. Newers is only out right now. Well, it would have been to either win that engagement or would have been to use his scope of shield and try and relocate himself. Although it would have been a less than favorable position to leave it in.
Gotta say, a lot of really good problem solving from C9 so far. Nade behind the pillar to force Newers out. You have a lot of good 1v1s catching DZ players off guard. The initiative and pace from Cloud9 has been very impressive, and if watching the Dark Zero play Lair has done anything, it certainly seems like it's given Cloud9 a lot of confidence in the early game, which for, again, a team going up against this veteran talent is quite impressive. Quick speed up of the pace. Another good call, as with that shotgun drop down into the site, and NGR and Kino must react. Information that the attackers are now on the same floor, and a flawless for C9, 2 rounds in a row and not dropping a single body. The momentum is building, and it is building fast.
DZ looking pretty clueless there in those final few seconds. They had a bit of information kicking around as well. BPs and obviously nothing that was giving them that indication. The nice sound cover there of Ram's boogie drone going out at the same time as the hatch drop, just to add to that chaos. Cloud9 had numbers advantage. That's almost all you need most of the time. Never mind utility and a slew of other things going in your favor. Dark Zero with a very early tactical timeout here. I think the topic of this, Lynx, for me, has to be throw a little bit more respect over towards C9, because Dark Zero are trying to roam quite heavily, trying to contest areas of the map. We're talking specifically about round number 2 here. I would have said they could have played round number 1 again and had a different result there. They could have gone back there and got the job done, just played maybe a little bit more denial, maybe a C4, something like that. That was something that was maybe lacking in the lineup. But for round number 2, certainly, just throw a little bit more respect over toward Cloud9, because there are some great tools to clear out roamers nowadays. And Cloud9 certainly seem no slouch at the roam clear.
After round 2, certainly the onus is on Dark Zero for a response, just with how well C9 are playing so far. Excellent coordination on the roam clear. Good job isolating those engagements and taking favorable 1v1s if that needs to happen. Then, of course, good information, as you can see right there. Awareness of where the players are playing in the 2v5. Nobody throwing their life away unnecessarily. A lot of really good stuff from C9 out the gate. So I think it's sensible for DZ to go back, try that top floor site that they had tried in the initial first round, and see what changes you could possibly make. At least at the moment, still have some of the key players involved. You got that Azami that we saw a lot yesterday on layer, that we've seen a lot today as well. Will there be anything beyond that? Will the positioning change? Still got the Vulcan packs and the smoke canisters, of course. Of course, time will tell what actually occurs as DC Cloud9 get into the same ops as well. Blackbeard back into play.
Bit of a mirror bandit combination here to try and assist keeping those walls closed for a little bit longer. Still yet to see the round 3 ban as well. That was an early timeout. We've got to stress that coming in at the end of round number 2. So everything that was available for the first attempt of this bomb site, utility-wise, is still there. It's going to be a slight adjustment. No Thorn this time. Instead, going to be really focusing on holding some ground. And I think that's what they need to do against Cloud9, because Cloud9 have proved that they can take ground very effectively. So I think mini-games in between are going to really be the way to go. Focal this time, going to be on the Jackal. Maybe looking to be a little bit more self-sufficient down here, maybe to looking to speed up and not have to use the drone as much. But it is going to come at the sacrifice of that skeleton key, and that was what opened the site up last time. It got the first kill onto NJR. Yeah, sure, you have a secondary shotgun with Jackal, but realistically, there's no substitute for that skeleton key in that situation.
Frag grenade out.
And it is just pivoting away from the strategy that works so well for C9. Not a bad thing. It just means we have to see what they are offering in round 3. So utility clears. We approach the midway point. Vulcan packs blown up. Just dealing with some of those present and future obstacles to entry that C9 will have to deal with. 5 Kiba barriers for J9O right now, building up to block this exact kind of take, whether that wall opens or that door opens. The excellent drone as well. Direct line on J9O, stationary for the moment. Could try to land a free fire, but no. C4 and smoke grenades trade places, and neither one gets anything. So its center takes the initiative off the back of it, pinned down one player just outside of the bathroom. Though DZ gaining the initiative in the meantime, both Bolts and Newers with something to say. And now it's Center who finds himself trapped. Stuck in the 2v4. Smoke canister keeping him locked in that corner. And with Uzi, not a lot of great options to support at the moment. Just moving on top of the staircase, so they will regroup once the smoke clears. The defense has taken positions surrounding them on all sides, except maybe Rocket. And that position is only good for retreat. No ground to be gained by pulling back. So, Focal now picks back up. Move back out. And look for some bit of information, some kind of idea that the attack can pull together. Rotating around, defenders taking refuge inside of Ops. Fultz completely prone. Surely this gets missed, but oh no, Fultz pops up. But only takes some damage. He gets the kill for it, doesn't die in the process. And DZ seem to have Cloud9 figured out. As the attack pushes in, the defense swarms around them and swallows them whole.
That's going to be a really key sign there for Dark Zero in the first approach, the first attack failed there from Cloud9. The response? kind of non-existent. Everybody just froze. We didn't see players progress any further than just outside of the site door. They got into the top of Rocket, yeah, sure, but there was no further push then in through toward window, in through toward server. It was very flat. Fultz was allowed to retake into ops, for goodness sake. Like, how have they managed to get themselves into that position when you've got people at the top just outside of sight? Pretty crazy. I can only imagine he went for a little jump out. See? Look at the space there that Fultz has just seen. He's just gone, yep, no worries. And then boom, hits the turn and burn on Focal. And that distraction, coupled with the pressure from J90 at that time, you've got a 3 versus 1, and the 1 is very low indeed. Dark Zero there proving that you don't need to do too much, and maybe you could argue that they were trying that at least in round number 2, but a successful attempt upstairs will now force them into a rotation.
Just some good initiative from Fultz, I think, taking some of those more aggressive positions, and a rotation indeed, as you can tell. Moving to the first floor instead. No, still the basement. Going back down just like they tried in round 2. I was going to say, we're going to see that
5 seconds remaining.
sort of buck and snake clear like we saw last time, and it seems that will be the case. A lot of vertical destruction on board for Cloud9, and with the Dokkaebi and Snake as well, a combination I imagine we'll see quite a bit of. Both excellent at gathering information. Should be noted, of course, the bans have gone through, and I think both of these quite understandable. Azami gone off the board for DZ, an operator that J90 and Kino played a lot yesterday, but the Blackbeard as well, something that has been a key for Cloud9's successes so far.
It's just horrible, isn't it? Because you ban the Blackbeard, you ban the Grim, you ban the Ying, yeah, great, okay. What's left? Snake, Dokkaebi, Deimos. Like, it's just a roamer's nightmare, isn't it? There's no way that you can go up against that kind of lineup, because when used effectively, it's devastating. We've already seen the value of Snake in this game alone, and we will continue to see it as we roll through Kickoff, not only here in NAL, but in every single region. And it's when teams have to start making a decision, is it worthy of a full ban? Nuas gets a little bit of value there, is able to stop the X-Kairos pellets from going off, and somehow gets himself out of there. Of course, playing on the Goyo, he can just get himself straight back down to site, but also has the flexibility to play his life a little bit looser than you maybe would if you had utility left in your pocket.
Worry about near me.
So Eddie will give a final cursory clear of that middle floor, just see if anybody might be present. They can get the real work underway with the skeleton key, with the boogie drones. You still got plenty of information you can collect later on. Looks like it'll probably be a bit of a slower mid-round unless we see some action between Kino and anybody else who might push over towards that staircase. Beyond that, I think there'll be a lot of checking boxes for Cloud9. The only unfortunate thing is because you don't get those huge selection of entries that you got in round 2, you can't make that quick rotation into the site. It's going to be a 5v5. It's going to be difficult. You're going to need to clear some utility, and odds are Cloud9 will be walking in with not a lot of time left.
Yeah, already 55 seconds on the clock. Focal can continue to work this vert. Eddie, maybe just going to go and try and push himself down some stairs, but there's a lot of information still to get through. Yokai drones have survived. Ooh, nice little pre-fire there. Onto Uzi as well. Still with the Dokkaebi call in pocket. But I believe it's these Yokais that are going to provide the killer blows here in this round. As we reach that 30-second mark, we can hear the razor blooms going off. Kino's got 3 toxic babes in his hand. NJR, he's got a couple of Grismots to throw into the party. This isn't going to be an easy execute for Cloud9.
No, a lot of odds to overcome, and now a man disadvantage on top of it. Newer's good for 2, making good on that rotation for the beginning of the round. All the attackers on low HP, and Uzi's doing the best with below half. Still upstairs as well, and now it's Eddie all alone. Dark Zero just bleeding them dry on time, and then moving in for the kill in the late game.
DZ, it feels like they're playing with their food, doesn't it? Like, they have lost a couple of rounds, and they've gone back there. They've timed out, granted, but they've gone back, and they have instantly fixed those problems. Like, those problems just do not exist anymore. The level of discipline is fantastic. We were saying they were roaming too much. They were trying to play too loose when they played basement last time. What do? We basically see a 5-man anchor on site. Yeah, we have a little bit of a roam from NJR, but there was never any real sort of sticking power to that roam. It was just go and show a little bit of presence, just create a little bit of phantom pressure. And Cloud9 have kind of unraveled themselves and let the rest of that sort of take care of itself in a way. DZ leveling things up here, 2 rounds apiece now. Cloud9, it's their turn to respond. Do they opt for an early timeout, or do they wait for the midpoint timeout that is given?
I think you might just keep it going at this point, try and keep it rolling. It's 2-2 as well. So we have first site defended for Dark Zero as well. Not gone to the middle floor just yet. 2 plays on the top floor, 2 plays in the basement. Now we'll see how the defense can maneuver, basically defending this site entirely from the vertical. See a lot of vertical holes on this site. So sometimes even see things like Soulless to look through that floor. At least for the moment right now. Won't need it. Some traps for DZ, but just a lot of utility to slow things down, whether it's for breaching, for projectiles. A lot of different options. Now Cloud9 will bring the shield back into play. Not a Blackbeard Forces that's been banned, but instead the Monty. Gave you a bit of a slower look at things, but a bit harder of one. You can open up that full shield, and not a whole lot the defense can do once you start staking your claim.
Doubling down on the hard breach this time as well. We've got the Maverick and the Ace in tow. Center here just focused on that top floor clear. Nomads for a little bit of security. Gridlock also, of course, an option here. Whenever we are dealing with stairs as the flank, it is often seen as favourable to use that Gridlock, but it's a Nomad picked now. Eddie removes the ability for Bandit to trick, and with the Thatcher, they can disable the batteries and start to work open that wall with the Selmas. All 3 pieces of utility there, kind of solely focused on getting that wall open, which may leave them a little bit light. They've got the hard breach, they've got the flank protection, but they don't have anything to move players out of the way.
Fortunately not, and aside from maybe some nades, super short on it. And getting good information on some of these projectiles, but if you've attacked this site, you know that odds are there's going to be a lot of defenders up top. That's kind of a given at this point, so they'll also know that NGR probably doesn't have a whole lot of support immediately on his level. But there's so much verticality that they'll have to pierce through. It's what the Monty is meant to avoid, just to push through, move on in, but now Cloud9 will rotate up. This puts them in the other difficulty of attacking this site. Now Kino can throw the toxic canisters out. Now Newers can rip that C4. And what are you going to do? How are you going to clear this with so low time remaining, especially now that Eddie's gone down?
Big C4 attempted. Isn't going to land. Kicksrow. They'll reply. Take NJR out of the picture. That's the site now open. Kino got a really important utility kill earlier. He destroyed the Selma that was placed on the wall, attempting to make it a walkthrough. It's still a jump through. No Selmas left. That means that Monty is going to be compromised as they transition through that wall. It's going to throw them into an animation, and it's going to make them vulnerable. As such, we're seeing the stack up right now. Careful and cautious. You've got to go for the plant behind the Monty. Can that be covered from above?
Ooh, and unfortunately it can't. Centaur ends up picking up the diffuser, and that's a bad indication. The planter's gone down. No time to recover. DZ with 3 in a row. Cloud9 starting off so hot today. Some really well thought out attacks, moving with confidence and clarity throughout the map. And DZ have answered them back with the exact same qualities in their own play. Confident in holding their positions, not trying to play too aggressive. And also, I think, to your point that you brought up at the end of round 2, I think they started giving C9 a lot more respect. What do we see in round 4? Fall back a lot quicker. What do we see in that round? Just hold your positions. No reason to try and give them any openings. It's been really good, a really good reaction to Cloud9's strengths by Dark Zero.
Yeah, DZ don't need to hold the entire map for the entire round. They just need to do a little bit, you know? Last round was brilliant. I was really pleased with that. The position that Kino had himself set up in was fantastic. He had great vert onto the side. Destroying that Selma essentially won the round because it just forced the Monty to push in and the plant behind the Monty. And that Monty moves a little pixel. You pre-fire down through that gap and you are rewarded. Dark Zero reaped those rewards in round 5. Potential here for a 4-2 half then. Although Cloud9 still with a chance to try and drag it back. We go back to the top floor for the final time. Of course, the score here is 1 to Cloud9, 1 to Dark Zero. But again, it's a bit of a different landscape after the bans. The Blackbeard was what was so effective in round 1 to push through our 6th room, work the way down Skybridge, and get the plant down in the site. Planting, since then, has seemed like a bit of a distant memory for Cloud9. They've not been allowed anywhere near the place. And it looks with the lineup that we've got now, we're going to see a much more similar approach to this round as we saw in round number 3, where you've got a lot more aggression and a lot more focus on keeping some key areas closed.
Ooh. A lot of damage suffered initially, and the Selma gets electrified as well.
Ultimate Bandit tricked it. How's he been allowed to do that? They've got a Monty.
It is unfortunate for C9. They'll have to back up. Oh. And then DZ just continue doing what they've done, which is, all right, we got a little bit of an advantage. Let's not press it. Let's hold it. Let's not try to gamble for more. And while the wall gets open, you do enough utility damage that Uzi's only down to 1 Selma. Not any more hard breaching you can rely on as well outside of that. It's quite a good start. Of course, with the ROU projectors going out, there are some other options C9 has to try to catch them off guard, but I think Dark Zero might be resting a little more confidently in this round, knowing these breaches are not going to be as much a problem as they could have been.
You've literally won the round. Like, you've got 1 Selma and a Monty. You can't do anything. You can't make it so that Monty can transition through. They have to compromise themselves. They have to hop through it. They even had a Deimos below. Like, they just needed to open up that floor and just play things a little bit more patiently. If you've got the smoke trapped, surely you just go for that vert play. C4 ripped and ready isn't going to land. ROU projector, it's not really doing too much at the moment. There's kills going on elsewhere, but Monty is allowed to pass that side door.
Is able to make it through and get some more forward pressure. This has been C9's MO on the attack before. We saw it in round 3, but obviously with the Monty in a bit of a safer position overall than it might otherwise have been. You can look at this door from both sides. Center can walk in from an opposite angle as they flow out through that doorway. Not a clean advantage for DZ, but based on that smoke canister,
Changing back.
no C4's gone. It's there. It's slim, but it's there. Especially as the Vulcan pack goes down, it'll be load time before they can start marching through that door. Want to see a lot of play from Focal down below. Hopefully, maybe with that Deathmark tracker, apply some more vertical pressure, but the time is running out. Center ends up taking a Selma in the face before he takes that step into the site. Bandit finally spotted. What can be found? Ooh, Fultz ends up getting himself away, and Uzi strikes. Center takes that opportunity to move on in. Kino kept at bay by the AK-12. Triple for the ace, but triple for J90. One on time. Dark Zero in the late game. Shut it down.
So when I said that they've literally won the round because of the Selma, I wasn't meaning that J90 needed to get a 4K. There's a little bit of an oopsie there that's happened from Dark Zero to give that much space away. Let's see what our desk has to say at the halfway point.
Well, talk about a way to kick things off. Cloud9, 2 rounds in, they come out swinging, but Dark Zero certainly answered back with that one. Fox, what do you make of this match so far?
I mean, I gotta say, right out the gate, really was impressed with what Cloud9 was doing. The bans were a little questionable, but I liked the direction. And again, I loved seeing Center on that Blackbeard, taking position, the rest of the team behind him, being able to follow up. But you give a good team opportunity to come back into the match. You give them time to adapt. And that's the difference between a good team and a great team. Cloud9 is assuming that Dark Zero is not going to do anything to change it up after losing 2 rounds in a row. Dark Zero is going to instantly respond, switch up the playstyle, switch up the way that they're playing. And what do we see? Cloud9 is just falling flat. This is the type of adaptation that we talked about. They understood what was going to happen at the start, came into the game with a great game plan. But once they run out of tricks, where do they go from here? This is where we need leadership to be able to step up. And Cloud9 just doesn't seem to have it at the moment. Now they're flip-flopping sides. Hopefully they'll be able to play a lot more solidified and their game plan can carry them through attacks, but through defenses. But as for that, I don't know. Dark Zero, in my opinion, is just going to out-adapt Cloud9.
I was going to say, that really is the name of the game here is, yes, Cloud9 did have great strategy in the first 2 rounds of understanding how they wanted to pick apart those defenses, and they honestly looked really impressive. And as you were saying, Center on the Blackbeard was pivotal for that success. But that's the beauty of this, is once a more experienced team understands what the team that they're versing is trying to go for and how they can exploit them, how they can delay them. That's where we really started to see Dark Zero come alive. It's because they now understood all the little things that Cloud9 was trying to do, whether it's to take space, open up lines of sight, just moving around the map. They were able to constrict it, and now moving into their attacking, I mean, their defensive half, sure, 2-4 isn't the end of the world, but they're going to need to be playing on that same side of the coin of being able to adapt, understand what SSG is going for, I mean, Dark Zero, excuse me, what Dark Zero is going for, and immediately trying to cut those ties and make Dark Zero struggle and go into crossfires, go into unwinnable gunfights, and play a trade game properly and play into those layers.
Yeah, it's clear that Dark Zero have made some changes. The question is, in the second half, can Cloud9 do the same? Guys?
Well, I don't know who's that to. Is that to the cast or is that to us?
That'd be back to the casters.
Oh, okay.
Like, listen, Gabe has always had a lot to say, and I credit all that much. Unfortunately, when you put the two of us on a broadcast, somebody's got to out yap the other, and I think I gotta put my foot down.
Oh, bless him. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? I like this. That's the first time that we've done that little sort of midsection desk calling, but it's more than just a calling, isn't it? Because it's the full desk.
I know. It's like a collect call. It's like a conference call.
It really is.
It's like,
We
hey,
just need the faces now. We need the faces on the side of the screen that sort of light up when they're talking, you know?
I honestly, I was kind of hoping that maybe we'd just like see them slide in, just be like, what do you think? Suddenly they're all in person. They were all just remote, but like now they're in person with a microphone going between them. Be like, oh, great. Get to know what the experts are saying. But I do like it as well. I fully agree. You know what else I like?
Go on, what else do you like?
I like a Ying, a Blitz, and a Monty coming out the gate. DZ are just trying to, like, this is the operative lineup that's like, I know authors who use subtext and they're all cowards.
How has this lineup been allowed? That's my question. I understand the bans are a bit of a point of contention in Siege at the moment, and there's varying schools of thought on, do we have enough, do we not have enough? I mean, you've never got enough if a lineup like this can come out inside of round one of the side swap. This is going to be pretty difficult to deal with. The Warden not even being played here either, so not even accepting of the fact that you've left the Blitz and the Ying open. Cloud9 are just going, nope, we haven't got space for the Warden in this. We need to do something else. Ooh, one Candela misses, but I don't think it's going to slow J9O down. Beautifully dodges the C4, and he's straight in.
Oh, here we go. No hesitation whatsoever from Dark Zero. The plan works pretty much flawlessly. Candelas go in, they've spotted the backside, smoke canisters, really showing why bringing a Warden when Ying is unbanned is a bit of a necessity. Smoke canisters provide perfect cover, the diffuser goes down, and still it's only somehow a one-person lead for Dark Zero, and with J9O down, there's a way for Cloud9 back in, a very clear way. Center might be able to wrap around and shoot that shield in the back. The Kicks row also consolidating on this side. The Shimikas go out, all but in the 1v2. Center in a rough spot and finished off. 5-2 now for Dark Zero, taking the first round out the timeout.
I think against most Shield players, that strategy works, but not against Kino. You can't just throw Shumika launchers at the feet and expect them to either back up or stay where they are. They're blitz, they are gonna run at you. And if you've got your Shumika launcher out, you do not have your gun out. Center learning that the hard way there inside of round number 7 as Dark Zero injects some serious pace into the attacks on Lair. Whereas up until this point, we've seen quite a careful and slow and well-measured Cloud9 in a lot of their attacks. Realistically, we should be entering this half at 3-3. The last round, round number 6, was by no way a guaranteed round for Dark Zero to win. Came down to J9O needing to get a 4K in the end to pull that one off. So Cloud9, they did some great jobs on their own attacks, but ultimately they lacked that X factor, they lacked that pace, and Dark Zero have really shown it to us there in round 7. I don't know that we'll see it every time, Lynx. I think some things are best kept a bit of a mystery of, are they going to play quickly, are they going to play slowly? But certainly with the lineup that's available to them at the moment, if they want to play quick, it's there for them.
Well, especially if C9 are going to opt not to bring the Warden. Obviously, it's a risky play on the attack. Do you bring it? The glasses are there, and the Ying is not nearly as effective as it once was. Same with all the other flashes in the smokes. It's always a risky run. I think it's better just to throw it out, say, okay, we got it. Let's continue on with something else. C9 certainly did something similar on their half, keeping things up, trying to anticipate the changes from DZ or keep them on their toes. I think it's just what good teams do, and it makes sense for both to try and abide by that logic. 2 shields present here, though, Montaigne and the Blitz involved. And while it might be quick when it happens, it seemed like the pace will be a little more measured now. Whatever just happened over there. Center taking down Fultz and NJR. J9O down to the Razor Bloom. Whatever calculated aggression happened at the beginning of round 7, unfortunately, I think some of the math was done incorrectly this go around. 5-2 at the moment with J9O on such low HP. I think this one might be a wash.
Certainly looks like it, doesn't it? C9. Some great tools at their disposal, and one of those tools is going to survive the Yokai drone, just narrowly missing out on getting shot there. Kino can set a flank drone up onto yellow, and with the amount of time and bodies, there's certainly a possibility that C9 do try to flank onto them. But a Monty and a Lion in separate engagements, they're going to need to try and buddy up here. J9O, a player that is more than capable of racking up kills on his day. Although all 4 of his kills at the moment are coming out of that round number 6. The Yokai drone still eluding Dark Zero at the moment. And that's crucial information, especially with the man advantage that they've got at the moment. Eddie can afford to be in that drone pretty much permanently.
Great utility pull by Dark Zero there. Able to move and get that nade kill, but still lose Kino in the process. I think they had a feeling this round wasn't going their way all the way back at the beginning, so I don't think a whole lot of energy being expended in this late game. Eddie put to quite low health. Foot spotted in the drone hole, and I'd hate to be the defender who gets spotted at that angle with a 417 on the opposite side. This is a lot of HP, and Cloud9 will just remain still. Getting a win on basement? Yes, they will. Win on basement can go back upstairs or go to the middle floor, but Cloud9 beginning to bounce back from that slump ever since round 3.
Do you not think we feel like we're in the same situation almost we were when DZ started on the defense? And we're now looking at the lineup and we're going, yeah, okay, great, you did a really good rush round. It came down to a 2 versus 2, but you guys pulled it off. Do we just need to throw a little bit more respect back onto Cloud9 for their defenses this time? Because that was kind of what felt like happened in the first couple of rounds of this game, right? There wasn't just enough respect being shown. I think that is the nail in the coffin. He's got the angle from outside. Nice. Yeah, you get a great angle down onto the window. Sensei making use of the impacts there to blow open that wall nice and early, and DZ just entirely unaware of it. I think obviously, if that double kill doesn't come through, it's an entirely different story. The round will play out differently, but this is where we sit. C9 grabbing their first round in a while, will go back to that mid-floor site. A requirement to hold the top floor, because of course, you get some great vertical angles down there. We've got the Tachanka to use the weapon to open up a lot of that flooring. You can really give yourself a lot of room to play. Even got the Solace shotgun rocking there, as a plant is kind of expected when you're dealing with this site. And the Solace, of course, great for that denial.
Excellent to get that information from above, and it'll be a similar methodology to how Dark Zero did in terms of positioning, and pretty much similar to how a lot of teams defend this site in the status quo. So I would say both teams feel comfortable, but attacking this side is always a bit of an uncomfortable position, as we have seen. So will NJR, in all likelihood, as the introduction of the Warden will likely make things not nearly as easy as they seemed in round 7. Given this power position right now as well, close around the corner with a shotgun, you come sprinting in, whether it be a shield or without. Gonna have a lot of difficulties. Some early breaching by DZ on the exterior, normally the case, and now I imagine they'll start turning their attention to this second floor.
DZ taking a little bit more time and a little bit more care on their approach to the building this time. They've managed to all remain alive. Dokubi Call is going to go out. That's going to give Nuas a little bit of information. Looks like J9O maybe is going to try and work off that as well. He's got Kino. They could try and work through that Skybridge side, generate a little bit of a pinch here. Oh, Kino already in the action. Envy first to fall though. Regardless of Warden or those goggles, it isn't enough to keep him alive.
Now the full breadth of the attack surrounds him, and now the defense is pushed further, deeper into the top floor. Unfortunately, running out of ammo gives Eddie the opportunity to get one over on Newers and to get away safely. The impact grenades in pocket facilitates a speedy retreat down the rocket stairs to join center on the site, both wounded as they make their way back to the middle floor. But it's not the round wrapped up in one fell swoop like Dark Zero seemed to be trending. They'll have to do a little more work and there'll be a bit of a pause, but with the Warden down, those Candelas become a lot more powerful. The smoke grenades and the smoke bolts, respectively, in the hands of Ying and Capitao, going to become a problem, and one of the two remaining defenders has been spotted. On the opposite side of the sky bridge, that's 50% of the information gathered, and now the attack knows they can enter the site. It's only one player they have to worry about. Center blinded behind the pillar, able to find NJR, though, and deal a lot of damage to Kino. Round suddenly becomes very winnable, especially as Eddie might be able to retake the top floor, but pinched behind the column. It'll all fall down to the player up above. Spotted, got the information. Oh, but he switches off just in time. Quick reactions by DZ to save the round off instinct.
DZ with a really good play there, recognizing, hey, a player off-site. We know exactly where the Solace is. They're on the other side of Skybridge. We need to try and force this 3 versus 1. A little bit unfortunate that it's the Vigil. Obviously, you're not going to know where they are necessarily. You're not going to be really wasting your time trying to drone that. If you've got the Monty and you've got a 3-man advantage, you just need to press it. Unfortunately, Newers fell, but it really didn't matter in the end. A further push on the isolated player. And then you think, well, Solace is left upstairs as the last remaining defender. There's a very good chance that they can try and deny that plant from above. But J90 with some very fancy footwork, putting himself in the right position. It's only now that we see Cloud9 use their tactical timeout. 2 very different schools of thought here, Lynx. Whereas we saw Callout call that timeout after only 2 rounds went awry for DZ. Cloud9 have waited, not quite until the bitter end, but fairly close.
It's honestly a position that I don't envy being a coach for a lot of reasons, because it's probably a very hard job. But especially when it comes to the timeouts, Sieges are a game that does not have a lot of rounds and a half. It's only 6. And when you're guaranteed a timeout at the halfway point, can you feel a bit more comfortable doing it? Sure, of course. But when you're calling it, you're like, oh, but I know I'm going to get one at the halfway point. So do I want to call it after 2 rounds, or do I want to wait a little bit? Because what if the second half isn't going so well? It's weird. In giving security, I can see it just from like a human psychological standpoint, maybe adding a little bit more concern about using it too early and just a little bit of anxiety that you'll have to deal with. Not saying that one way is wrong or the other. It's more just the point that humans sometimes have a tendency to worry about using things too early rather than just deciding to make use of it and hoping to get value out of it. And again, not saying that's what C9 did, just something I thought of that I found interesting. Either way, C9, after their tactical timeout, will move to a defense of the top floor. See a lot of the usual suspects, Azami, the Yokai, the Goyos, and Thorn, pretty much operators that have been very standard for the C9 lineup so far. But now much different odds. They have to win 3 in a row just to push it to overtime. Remaining.
The Monty and the Mirror both removed.
5 seconds to go.
It's going to limit Kino somewhat. So much so he's actually going to switch off a shield altogether and play the Flores. Recognizing maybe that the Azami's still in play and you're going to need a good solid way of dealing with those Kiva barricades. You've also got a deployable shield on the Echo as well, although that hasn't been placed just yet. But that will, of course, be a target for Flores' Rotero drone as well.
Drone up and running.
So maybe something a little bit more typical, something with maybe a little bit less cheese sprinkled on top for DZ in this round, given that they aren't going for that shield sort of pseudo-rush strategy. They do still have the Ying, which has been an incredibly effective tool tonight. They've really made it work quite well for them. Fultz on that Capitao as well for a little bit more area denial and a bit more disruption that can be forced in. Let's see where Kino chooses to use these Roteros. A little bit of barbed wire destruction potentially. And just a quick peek around the corner to see what else is there. Nice. Be able to destroy one of those Vulcan canisters as well. Look how we both waited with like bated breath to see what piece of utility it was going to be there.
I didn't want to say anything until I knew what it was used for. Though, in hindsight, Vulcan Pack seems to make good sense and it's good utility usage. good value out of all 4 Rotero drones, and now the utility comes through as well. Again, no Warden, so the ever-looming issue that might be somebody who can peer through, but at least at the moment, Janano has used all of his Candelas, and I don't know if he's going to get any much value out of it. Focal instead turns around to Rocket. Janano hops in, then hops back out, as the plethora of traps available for C9 recreate what the Warden could probably do in the aggregate. You got Razor Blooms, Gurjmots, Barbed Wire, and so while DZ has to clear out so much utility, by the time they actually get there, there's still a little bit that they haven't dealt with, and so the Candelas don't get as much value, and you don't have a situation like you did all the way at the start of this half. Still even, 4v4, but a lot of time for DZ to work with.
And you kind of use 3 Candelas on 1 player. You've not really left yourself with too many options. You've still got a couple of flashbangs kicking around. You've got a smoke. You can make something happen. I feel like so much hinges on Nua's playing this book from below now. He needs to get some value, either disrupting a player, forcing them into a line of sight, or just cleanly getting a kill. Because without it, it's going to be very difficult. And he had no idea that Eddie had rotated down green to try and play his own life down there with the TCSG. That gives a very crucial advantage, only briefly, to Cloud9 as Kino moves in for the plant.
Moves in for the plant, and as Dark Zero take greater control of the site, it's the Yokais. They do a lot of heavy lifting. Center pops up, and Eddie good for another. For the very briefest of moments, it seemed like Dark Zero might snatch this one away, but with pure confidence, Cloud9 are still in the fight.
Kino got off. I can't believe that he got off. There was no Yokai drone in position. He very easily could have stuck that. There was no way that you try and push that as the solo echo. If someone's planting and you're in a 2 versus 1 like that, you don't want to turn that into a 1v1. You've got to wait for your teammate to back you up. I really feel like Kino could have stuck that. I just don't think he knew where the Yokai drones were placed. Both of them still being available right up at the end of the round. J9O, in my opinion, kind of made a meal of dealing with Eddie inside a bathroom. It was one of those engagements that was just a little bit scrappy, and well, this was the icing on the cake there. There's no way that you expect Eddie to be rotating himself down and moving into the bottom of green there and just happening to be at the right place at the right time to catch the buck. C9 hold on for another round here. 6-4 is the scoreline.
Building off their prior successes. We'll move down to basement, where things started out in a way that I'm not sure will be replicated. Center peering through an open soft wall to the exterior and catching 2 players with their back turned at the same window. Don't think anybody is gonna really desire to recreate that situation. Though I guess Center might hope to do it, but Dark Zero I think will be a little more prepared this go around, and I think Cloud9 have other tricks up their sleeve. Continuing with the traps, the Gurjmots and the F-Knots, both in Cloud9's arsenal, but with a bit more flexibility. Scopos can bounce around the map. Center, of course, can look for some electronics around the building. And Newer is also bringing out the Solid Snake to gather some of that information. The question only is, how much will Cloud9 try to meet it on the middle floor? Will it be a bit more passive? Or will they try to get active? Center leaning towards the ladder. Tucked inside the single doors. The Dokkaebi call goes out. That will give away his position. And so catching the Dokkaebi off guard will not be an available option for Center. But as he backs up, Flashbang goes out. He ends up swinging around the pillar. Jane, I know, playing so passive, gets the opening pick for DZ.
It's a great first pick. Comes at about the minute mark, and it just frees things up now. Kino can start to move through on that shield. Snake with the radar, try and figure out where some of these defenders are located. Eddie gets some good information there, but it's very short-lived. Look at the amount of vert that's available now as well, and DZ really got no reason to be worried rotating around this map at the minute. Snake can keep a pretty close eye on where people are going to be, and if you remove the Scopos shield so you know that no one's just going to appear, they have to make their way up through the staircase. Calls now for the hatch to get opened. Kino with a tricky engagement here. He's got the diffuser, bear in mind, so doesn't want to be getting himself in too deep at the moment. It's a fairly familiar angle for Kino. He was on the reverse of this yesterday and was able to get himself a ton of kills, It looks like this time Kickthrow is going to fall.
Changing
Whether he's on the
mags.
attack or the defense, it doesn't matter. Kino owns the staircase right now.
Enemies detected nearby.
Aquino and the rest of DZ. Newers with that gun to follow up. Looks like it'll be a flawless to end things for DZ unless Eddie can find either one impactless kill or 5 to somehow level things up. Won't happen. Dark Zero with their second 7-4 in 2 days. And while it is small, it is a flawless streak to start their season of the NAL.
DZ are looking like a really well-rounded team at the moment. For a team that's made a good couple of roster changes ahead of kickoff, they are looking like they have a good amount of synergy. I'm interested to know what our desk have to say about this matchup.
Well, Dark Zero, they get down to business and they make it happen, and NJR, victorious once again, will join us now as we get through this post game. NJR, I mean, 2 games in, new team surrounded by new faces for the first time. Initial impressions, what's it been like on this team? How does it feel to be in your shoes?
I think it's been great. I think it's been a very refreshing experience for me. I think the environment here is like second to none, basically, and I'm pretty stoked like every day.
Yeah, you seem pretty excited. I can imagine the environment's a lot better. I got 2 questions. First one would be, after losing 2 rounds, right, what does the adaptation process look like? Cloud9 didn't really seem to adapt, but you guys bounced back quick. Looked like your guys' game the whole time. What does that process look like in the communication between you two?
I mean, it's nothing crazy. We're just constantly talking about like what they're doing and like how we need to adjust like our win cons and like maybe adjusting our prep and like ideas we had beforehand.
Yeah. And my second question is going to be, sorry, Lax. What is I mean, you said the atmosphere is way better now, but when it comes to preparation, practice, you guys now have call out. How is it different in the practicing and leading up to this point, going from old DZ to now new DZ?
It just feels much more like regimented, and like you have like a purpose like every day. Like, you show up to practice and you're there to like handle business.
Well, NJR, I want to talk about, obviously, you've played against this roster back in the day when they were SSG. Now you're joining into this development and the structure. I'm just kind of curious, do you feel now, obviously, this is pretty concise answer, but you bring in support, Kino bring in that support event. Do you feel that this really creates what SSG never had, that SSG iteration never had now with this new DZ roster?
I don't want to say it's something they never had, but it's just like a different look. Like, I think we bring a lot in terms of like just flexibility and like in terms of roles and play style. So it's like, I think it's just a really good mix of like kind of everything, and we can kind of do like whatever we want.
Yeah,
for sure.
And to finalize it, yesterday, Kino said that you and him bring such a calming atmosphere of always watching movies all together, and it gets the other previous SSG guys to join in. What has been your favorite movie that you guys have watched so far?
Well, he's kind of just lying. I think we watched 1 episode of an anime together, and that's about it. So.
All right. Well, unfortunately, now we know Kino is a liar. And we'll be looking into that next time we speak with them.
Yeah,
but NJR, congratulations on the win. 2-0 to start kickoff. We'll hope to talk to you more down the line.
Yep. Thank you, guys. See y'all later.
Thank you, sir. 7-4. Dark Zero able to close this one out. Cloud9 Lax. It's safe to say they put up a decent fight. They got 4 rounds. They got a little more competitive than maybe they initially thought. But Dark Zero, it was that adaptability. They shut the door on Cloud9 in the second half of this game.
Absolutely, and honestly, I'm putting my foot in my mouth. I wasn't expecting it to be this close by any means. Cloud9 did actually impress, and again, for the new players, Center specifically having really good showing for his first debut. You clearly can see it runs in the blood for him and Surf, so glad to see this come to fruition. But outside of that, I think I can really start to watch the development of even Eddie and Kixrow. I think they had very big plays, typically not used to seeing that, but again, it speaks into what I was talking about, is playing with younger talent. Sure, it might not be at that same level of experience that they're used to, but it does revitalize you. It does show you a new look, and they do look completely different to the previous iterations that we've seen out of Cloud9 or even the old Luminosity roster. So honestly, I am really impressed with what I saw from them today. I think just with more time and just being able to shot call and adapt and just go over those transitions, I think Cloud9 can be a force to be reckoned with and be a competitive team to go up against.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Center did impress me. I really liked his shield play. I liked what he was doing, being that supportive spearhead, the backbone on defense. I enjoyed it. And the new blood does light a fire under Kixrow and Eddie to be able to perform a lot better. They look good. That being said, same issue still presides. lack of adaptation. You know, they got those first 2 rounds. If they would have been able to keep that pace up and understand that the prep can only get you so far. Sometimes what happens in the server is what matters most. Hopefully we'll be able to see that slowly progress now that they do have new blood on the team, but still same issues. So I'm not going to be too impressed with how Cloud9 played. It's better than any roster Kixronetti has been a part of in the past, in my opinion. And for Dark Zero, another day in the office. I'm glad to see them adapting, and hopefully we'll be able to see more of that.
Well, Cloud9, as we said, a lot of rookies, long road ahead. Dark Zero, 2 games in, they have shown us that they have absolutely come to play. Kickoff going well for them so far. We got another look at some of these new faces and continuing to see what the young talent can do. SSG and Wildcard, that'll be coming up next, so stick around and don't go anywhere. We will be right back to get Kickoff Day 2 continue to roll on. Well, our second game of the day, we've already seen Dark Zero. We take a look at one of our other North American powerhouses, in Wildcard as they try to hold off the challengers from SSG. As we've talked about, Laxing, this SSG roster looks very different from the SSG rosters of old. In fact, every SSG roster that's previously existed. Dream is trying to lead a young team to the promised land.
Yeah, and I absolutely think he can. You know, on one positive end from what we saw yesterday with this being a brand new roster for the most part is at least on one side of the coin, whether that's defense or attack, that they had a good defensive half. They did look good on that side, and that's always been a struggle for any new team is either you're good on one end or you're bad on the other, or you're just bad on both, which typically is the case in some instances. At least they're good on one of those. But we do have to address the attacks because that's where the bigger issues come from, and that's exactly what the man that you're seeing on the screen, he's going to have to be reading into these situations to be able to transition these rounds into winning rounds, into being able to pick apart what a defensive site is. And I want to take a look at round 10 in particular. I wish we had the telestrator so I could really break this down through and through. But on round 10 of their match versus Dark Zero yesterday, what you would see is they're trying to push through operations room. And when they're trying to push through this operations room, it ends up falling apart for the simple fact is we lose the first pick of Raid coming up those stairs on Deimos by himself. They had no control yet. What I would have rather have them see here is the Deimos play slowly. Force these players off of Mez. If you go back and watch the stream, force them to get off of Mez and then start to work up on those stairs where they have this control. They can apply that pressure. Deimos then can later on put the pressure on the Tube Route and the Bandit when they tried to go for the Bandit trick, but everything was falling apart front and center, and that's where we have to look at Dream as their IGL to be able to read that situation, understand point A, point B, point C, whatever that is to get to those steps, because to me it just kind of looked like they were looking far ahead of what the game plan was. Even in the operator bans, we saw the Tachanka ban, we saw the smoke ban, which only then tells you they want to get into sight, they want to go for that defuse plant, and then in the reality of it, they can't get to those steps because they're missing step 1, they're missing step 2. So it's really just about taking time, and I think Dream absolutely can do that. And I think once we fix that, that's when we will see this SSG really come alive, specifically on that attacking half.
I mean, it's growing pains. That's the hardest part about working with rookies is they don't have enough repetitions to be able to understand, oh, maybe I shouldn't push up these stairs because we haven't cleared step 1, step 2 yet. And they don't know how to communicate that to their IGL. So Dream is doing his best being able to work with 3 newer players. But when you're in situations like that and you lose that opening pick, it's very difficult to manage your roster. But that being said, you have to go through losses like that to be able to understand and adapt and learn. So it's a growing pain, and that should be auto-corrected going forward. It's a very difficult task for Dream for his first time to be able to lead a team completely of rookies besides Giddy. But that being said, the strategy is there. The preparation, knowing where to go, what the game plan is there. It's just about not getting ahead of yourself. And that's the biggest thing that we've been seeing all throughout SSG in their yesterday's match, which was leading them to just hemorrhage opening kills, opening deaths. Yeah. And essentially that was the biggest downfall, because if you lose that opening kill and you don't have players that have been in situations to be able to clutch up, to know how to play those little 2vx's, 1vx's situations, you're never going to win at that point. So that being said, SSG taking it a little bit slower today is what I'm hoping to see.
Right, well, compared to that youth and, I guess, potential inexperience on that team, Wildcard are the complete opposite, right? This is a team that has a ton of success over the last year, and of course, they've made that pretty significant roster move, Fox bringing in Adrian to add to an already strong core.
I mean, it was an experience difference yesterday against Outlast. I'm imagining it's going to be the same experience difference today. That being said, starting from the map bans, being able to get Wildcard onto Clubhouse puts them in a situation where they just know they're going to succeed. But having Adrian on this roster, you can just tell all the positions that he's in, his clutches, his situations where he's getting kills. It's nothing out of the blue, nothing out of the ordinary. He doesn't miss these shots, and it's just the experience difference. He's been on the main stage of Invite. He got second place at the last Invite, and that's a situation where he knows where he needs to be. He knows where he needs to position himself, and he doesn't get ahead of himself. And he is a great counterpart to losing a player like Dash, because with Dash, it was a lot faster pace. Dash would rush a lot of these situations, different ideology to what Spiker was calling. Adrian, on the other hand, he's doing his job, and he's doing it well. He's locking down positions, and he's not overextending overpassing what Spiker is going to do. The humbleness from Adrian as well to join this roster and still use that experience to succeed is something that we have to commend him for. And I'm expecting us to see the exact same experience difference today.
Well, Lax Fox brought this up, talking about the addition of Adrian, right, and the role change. I think it's something that we often overlook, right? You see one player coming in and you assume, oh, the contributions they make are the difference that roster change made. But instead, you're seeing that role change, right? You're seeing Spiker be able to take on slightly different responsibilities, and how that's shifted the role of this team as a whole is also pretty significant when you consider how what Adrian has brought into the mix.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to see too much of their attacking half because they had a pretty stellar defense. I mean, it was a clean sweep for the most part, so we didn't get to really see the new addition of what Spiker is going to bring. We only saw a few of those attacking rounds, so I'm hoping getting into this match, we do get to see a little more specifically on Spiker in Dash's roles. And again, it's not to, you know, discredit Dash by any means. It's just similar to what Fox was saying. It's kind of the ideology shift, you know, coming from Brazil, a very fast-paced region, and then you have to slow it down a little bit and follow behind of Spiker's strat calling, whatever that's going to be. So, you know, it is going to be interesting to see where Spiker is going to come into play here. I do, again, what I was saying yesterday, I think it's just going to pay dividends, because when you can put an IGL with a shield and be able to pick apart a site, dissect where they need to approach it, where it's going to be weak, it is so much easier because he doesn't need that he doesn't need the information relayed to him. He can dissect and take it all in and then distribute it across the team and where he needs to put those pieces for a well-rounded execute. So just to go into that depth, that's where I want to see more coming in today. I hope we get to see more attacks than just a one-sided defense with just a couple attacking rounds won.
Wildcard, as we talked a good bit about, took their young opponents yesterday to Clubhouse and absolutely made it work. SSG, on the other hand, we saw that layer game and how they had some promise but could not close it out. Fox, talk to me about the map bans here and where we might expect to see these two teams face off.
Now, for SSG or any team that is going to be smart, I mean, what I was going to say doesn't even matter because we're going to Clubhouse. I was going to say, if you're SSG, you want to go to a map that is not one of the big 3 or 4 from Wildcard. That's usually Clubhouse, Chalet, and Bank, which SSG banned 2 of those maps, and Consulate, but they're eventually you're going to get the lesser evil of all of them. You're going to get Clubhouse. You have footage on it. It's a situation where the best of ones is going to force you to have to go to one of these maps. So Wildcard is going to get a comfortable pick. We know they're one of the best teams at Clubhouse. Nothing out of the ordinary again. I'm imagining it's just going to be another day in the office for Wildcard. For SSG, on the other hand, they have footage. We just saw Cloud9 take a team to a map that they played yesterday. Hopefully Wildcard is able to switch things up and adapt the same way that DZ did today. As for SSG, if they win one of those 2 rounds based on that footage, I want to see SSG adapting. I want to see Dreams calling succeed, but that is all on the rookie's shoulders. That's all on Raid's shoulders, being able to listen and incorporate what they learned in yesterday's loss and how to grow from it. You don't need to jump the gun. It doesn't need to be too fast. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And that's what I want to see from SSG, is the calling to be on point. Win or loss, I want to see Dream being able to rally the troops.
Well, listen, Wildcard looking to keep that momentum going. And Fox, as you said, can Dream rally the troops and get SSG into the winning position for the first time this kickoff? We'll find out. We're going to Clubhouse. So Lynx, XR Troika, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jonah. And while some things are different, Ollie, there are always similarities. You know what I'm saying? With Wildcard, we look at their game yesterday. Oh my God. Kansan's still on top, right? Consistently one of the best performers we've seen. But, of course, we would be remiss if we didn't mention as well, we've got Adrian in NA. For you specifically as a European, how much does that hurt?
What do you mean, how much does it hurt? I think it's fantastic. We lost a couple of, we lost a few EU imports in NA in the transfer window, and it's nice to get another one back over. Adrian, a player that I've followed very closely through their rise through tier 2 and into tier 1 gameplay. Of course, coming from Team Secret, a very successful team at the most recent 6 Invitational, netting themselves that 2nd place finish. And, kind of through no fault of the team, sort of forced to make some decisions, and a lot of players going to a lot of different homes. Adrian being one of them, and he's found a new home here at Wildcard. Now, of course, Wildcard being one of those more experienced teams at this point inside of the NAL, especially given the most recent roster shuffle, only made the single change. They only brought Adrian in. So you can pretty much believe that their core fundamentals remain largely unchanged, albeit a little bit of role flexibility that a new player is always going to bring to the table. Cloud9 on the other side, obviously, sorry, SSG on the other side, obviously Dream previously of Cloud9. It's far much more of that sort of rookie scramble again, isn't it? Of, you know, bringing some players together and seeing what they're able to achieve.
10 seconds left before insertion.
And maybe the historic SSG banner will be the thing that links them all together in a way that I think would certainly make for an exciting NAL season. Especially now that Wildcard, who were kind of last year and 2 years ago, the team that was starting to break into the mix, Wildcard's, they're in the mix now. They're part of the top big teams in NA. So that spot to be, you know, kind of the successor to Beast Coast, you know, in 2024, then Wildcard in 2025, somebody's got to be the upstart rookie, and that surprises us all. Maybe it'll be SSG, maybe it'll be somebody else, but I certainly would like to see one. Get into the first round on Clubhouse. The bans, of course, have transpired. Double Hard Breach is pretty standard for maps where exterior walls play such a big focus, like Clubhouse and Nighthaven Labs. And to the flip side, with Thermite and Capitao taken off the board, it's a pretty standard ban phase, all things considered. Seems like a full clear is in order for Wildcard, who start things off pretty quickly over on the Jacuzzi side, and will likely find themselves dealing with the construction and CCTV presence sometime in the middle of this round.
Nice to try and hold in and around CCTV and Garage, particularly when you've still got the Azami available. Gitty is going to be playing that Azami. Spiker will be allowed to drop into Logi, and with the majority of bedroom side clear, it's going to be fairly straightforward to start moving through and trying to displace some of these players that are a little bit more entrenched upstairs. Smoke grenade goes out. Spike can again look to try and push off the back of it. And that Garage player, well, it's a pretty rough time for them.
Yeah, getting cut off. Really good angles held by Wildcard, but it's actually SSG who come away in the more favorable position. A lot of presence around Swamp and Lounge, both Giddy and Rival taking some aggressive engagements there. And while Wildcard seem to have things set up very well, there are a lot of layers and nuances to the SSG defense that end up scrambling the attack strategy. There's still Aiden all the way up top. It's only a 3 versus 3 on the site with the Ella in the wind. And again, with Wildcard getting caught off guard by some of that positioning around the Lounge area, it's entirely possible that Aiden out on the roam could mess things up entirely. But as you see in the background, actually no, rotating all the way back down. It'll be full defense against the full offense on this bottom floor, as with blue vacated. Wildcard will create a beachhead to mount their assault onto the site. Look at these Kivas in the way. Look at these Vulcans as well. Baby Shark with a massive kill on the player behind AKs. Now a little bit nicer of an angle. Rival going down too. Seeming with the upper hand, they've dropped the cards all on the floor, and now Dream and Aiden need to get in the face a little bit, contest some of that pressure, some of that positioning actively. As Spiker's now moved on in, Dream will just spot him out the corner of his eye, but the impact, the one remaining, barely does any kind of damage. Spiker feels safe for the moment as Baby Shark whittled down. Oh, what a frag onto the player. But with Wildcard holding these nice positions, they have snatched a round away from SSG.
Wildcard have basically won that round from Oil, Bottom Blue, Generator. They didn't really overcomplicate things too much there. It was a hell of a roam that was attempted by SSG. They were looking to hold the entire map, it felt like, at times, with that heavy presence upstairs inside a CCTV room and cache. And it worked for a large period of time. The opening pick comes in from Aiden onto Adrian. Couple of trades, 3 versus 4, but some crucial picks from Baby Shark and Bay, really taking advantage of some of these long angles there and some fantastic cover as that plant was going down. Of course, the downside, if you do go for the roam and you don't entirely nip that attack in the bud, And the people that die are the people with that utility that could be a little bit more denial focused as opposed to roam focused. You do start to lose out a little bit. Something that was really lacking there was something like a smoke, some C4s, anything to try and displace and to try and cut off a little bit of area there. Because once the control had been gained at the bottom of blue and generator, it was just a little bit too overpowering for SSG to hold on to the site.
And something to consider after watching yesterday's game between SSG and DZ. On SSG's defensive side, they actually started off in those 6 rounds a majority of the time with the opening pick and still ended up losing quite a few of those, 50%. And of course, it's only one match, not enough to talk about a fully statistical trend, but just something to keep in mind. It's something we saw yesterday, given the close proximity of the games. SSG have had some trouble so far maintaining those advantage situations, and whether it's their fault or not, who knows? But it is something that at least happened yesterday and could be worth keeping your eye on here, given what we just saw transpire in round 1. Bit of work on the exterior, as is typically the case. A lot of good utility, the Grim coming into play especially. We'll see how quickly SSG, or how eager SSG are to give up that CCTV and cash position. Always the question the defense has to ask themselves.
Quite quick work at the moment being made of this jacuzzi breach. A real flood up these main stairs. Kansan on the Blackbeard. He's going to try and make a play into Logi here. 2 players there. Bay finds one already onto Dream. Maybe the play isn't even needing to be made.
Oh, Kansas just backs up, and unfortunately, Bay gets knocked down by that C4. Giddy with another and prone on the floor. It's got to be a quick reaction from Kansan. Secures that last kill, and the Azami forced out into construction, but rotates back through Logi. Retaking a good angle as Kansan might lighten his control of that position just a little bit. Backing up to the jacuzzi wall, 1 bit exposed, and with so much damage done earlier, that's enough to make this a 2v2. And quiet settles across the gym and bedroom. As while Baby Shark's in the site, he lacks the diffuser. Adrian, the same is said for him. It went down when Kansan fell, when a bullet struck his foot. Using the utility, securing the information, but Adrian, clearly as you can see, not operating with the most active intel, pre-firing those corners, but he's picked up diffuser. The most immediate objective succeeds, and now it's Baby Shark to cover. Rotates off the Condor, great pre-fire onto the Fenrir, and while Raid gets that trade, it's enough time to get the plant down, and for Adrian to reposition.
I don't think Wildcard could have played that any better if they'd tried. That 2 versus 2 was beautiful. SSG really split up. You got 1 player inside of Logi, you got 1 player inside of Con. Is there a school of thought there where maybe a more experienced duo in that position would potentially buddy up a little bit and try and force an engagement onto the player that was holding for the plant when the plant's going down? You're in a 2v2 and Adrian starts putting the plant down. That has changed. That is now a 2 versus 1 because you've only got 1 gun up in the fight. And Baby Shark can't be in 2 places at once. He can't hold 2 angles at once. So static on that Azami player inside of Logi. There's a real need there to be a little bit more proactive. Swing at the same side at the same time as your construction player and try and take that player out.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better?
Gotta commend Wildcard for how well they've played these late rounds, though. They've not had it easy for them. 2v2 in that one, 3v4 in round 1, and you can see the problem solving in real time. Great stuff, great calling from Wildcard through these first 2 rounds, and now as we move to CCTV and Cash, have an opportunity to start things off with a flawless rotation on the attacking side. We'll see how that goes, as the Thermite ban, one of the most immediate operators you'd apply to the plat wall, will not be present. And no ace brought by Wildcard either. It'll be the X-Kairos to try and open this breach. First one to be used to break this Nero window. Beyond that, Wildcard have shown a bit of priority and really finding this information and getting all of their ducks in a row in the first minute or so. So imagine we'll see something similar here. Though I suppose I say that, they move pretty quickly up main in round 2.
Wildcard's utility usage has been really good at the moment. They've not really stumbled. I mean, it's Clubhouse, isn't it? You know that if you ban the Cade and the Bandit, you know you're going to be going up against mirror windows. So you're going to be equipped to try and deal with that. But they've really been making very short work of this opening part of the round. They look quite well drilled. Now everyone seems to have their own little task, their own little job that they're able to complete. Pterodron there used to open up the bottom of Garage. Claymore placed for the gym jump out. Gitty He'll have heard that Claymore and the player getting up onto Repel. He's also got some information from the Yokai drone. That's being sent out of the drone hole right now, periodically. Just gathering info as to which players are where on the roof. But if you're Claymored off, not too much that you can really do about that. They know that there's going to be a player directly above that cash window. But I don't know that there's too much that can be done about it at this moment in time.
Ooh, so much utility going over top, and a nade lands right at Raid's feet. Wildcard just dumping everything on top of that Azami, and not much the defender can do. Great trade by Rival, though. Not sure where he caught Bay, but Wildcard don't gain a complete advantage in round 3. But with the plat wall player removed, that's an extremely important impediment to Wildcard's attack that won't be a problem anymore. Gotta take some time, though. And because so much utility was used to clear out the rafters, you don't have a lot for the side execute. No primary utility except for that EE1D. Only one flashbang remaining for Spiker. It's gonna have to be a mastery of the angles for Wildcard, and to be fair, we've seen quite good angle play so far. But if SSG play passive, or if they win the fights when they take them, it'll be a tricky position. And even, look at this. Rival with the C4. He can evade a gunfight entirely. Aiden can win this off time as well. C4 unfortunately doesn't land, but Aiden still got those toxic canisters. Gun up, Giddy finds one, but it's Wildcard with the advantage. Got to rotate, move to the off spot, instead pushes deeper. Free fire through the softball, but with a shotgun around the corner. Aiden's more advantaged in that engagement, so he takes refuge inside of Cash, and with another smoke canister remaining, can choke off this entrance up Red Hall. So now Spiker's got to rotate with only Kansan to cover, but is anybody from SSG in position? The Yokai stun Spiker with little time. Gotta land this next one as the Echo goes down! And Kansan pieces them both up. It's Wildcard with 3 in a row.
Wildcard, they are playing these close and really tight situations very well indeed. There's a world where you like to think that the smoke canister was almost baited out there a little bit because there was a bit of a reliance on the Yokai drone to deny the plant at the later portion of the round. It almost felt like the smoke canister could be spent to cut off the cash rotate and keep those players a bit safer, allow the space for the Echo to work and to use that Yokai drone. When in reality, it's being held. You've got a nice angle. If Echo is going to try and run away, I mean, hindsight's a great thing, but you wonder, is it worth running that angle through construction, or do you just tuck in to the doorway, run maybe toward the Logi side of things, and try and win that off the back of the Yokai drone? Because that was the win condition there. It's as soon as Dream dies, everything's all over.
This team is just looking sharp. I mean, the utility, coordination there, the problem solving, and even just the gunfights that we see, taking those 1v1s when the round isn't going perfectly, because I wouldn't say any of these rounds have been perfect from Wildcard. There's been some good play from SSG, especially Giddy, who's been performing quite well, and I think a lot of these late round engagements, getting good kills to sort of soften the impact of some of the blows from the attacking team. Especially good, bouncing back from his performance yesterday, really showing a marked improvement. Still, to be able to work your way out of those situations, that is a really strong mark for Wildcard. And we've already sung the praises plenty. They've certainly earned their place among the top dogs in NA, which is an extremely high level of play for the first 3 rounds. So we'll see what some of the adjustments from SSG can be on this basement defense as they go back to the bottom floor. On a castle in place, so maybe we'll see a bit of an extension, but got a lot of presence, or at least some presence on that top floor. So that won't surprise Wildcard all too much. It's what we saw in round 1 as well.
Down to the basement we go then. And as you mentioned, that presence on the top floor, Wildcard just seem really good under pressure at the moment. They haven't got the same tools available to them. The Azami's been removed. That as a roaming tool is fantastic, but also great as a sight tool. I do worry that SSG are kind of spreading themselves a little bit too thinly at the moment. And if Wildcard get a good read, if they see something as a trigger, an opportunity, an opening, very likely going to try and take that and move through to the site quite quickly because they know that there are players off-site. But then equally, they know that they've cleared them out before and still walked away with the win. Under pressure so far tonight, Wildcard have proved stronger than SSG when those moments really matter. Skeleton Key there, ripping open inside a Logi. Raid somehow manages to get away. Aiden's still going to be hanging around up here, just tucked in on radio door at the moment. He's got a chance at the moment. I'm not sure that anybody knows that he's going to be there right now.
Not entirely sure. Raid's certainly trying to draw as much attention. Sort of just pose a question in the minds of Wildcard. They see him halfway up those staircase. So is he going to swing? Is he going to fall back? Is he just going to sit there? They're continuing to do that. And as you mentioned, Aiden lurking around the top floor. What's the information Wildcard have on this castle? Is he spotted by the Deimos? It'll be found momentarily, so any element of surprise, it unfortunately won't be a factor anymore. Bullets cascading through the CCTV position, but Aiden counter swinging as Baby Shark pushes in, good for one. And honestly, given the trade, Castle for Buck in 2 minutes and 15 seconds wasted, that advantages SSG.
Yeah, you take that every single day of the week as a defender right now. Puts you in a great position. You've also got a guy that can watch the cameras now if there's anything left lingering. Equally, haven't lost too much from that final hold. Selma's used to open up that church wall. It's going to force Raid back a little bit. Gitty almost preemptively popping his Vulcan pack, but it's Rival dishing out the finishing blow onto Adrian. Spiker falling as well. Wildcard dropping like flies on the execute.
As SSG just hold firm, all of their positions still being held in the late round. Not a lot of time for Wildcard to pick things up. And I think a lot of it comes down to Aiden just playing it really well on the top floor. Not pushing, knowing that his presence on red stairs and CCTV will be a looming threat for Wildcard. They spend so much time gathering that information, being cautious about entering into the middle floor. Also have to give credit to the bar setup in the middle. I don't remember the exact operator around that position, but the player playing behind those castle barricades, just burning time against Wildcard. It's the same roam setup, but with a bit more, I guess, forward utility maybe, or at least maybe playing around the utility a little bit more. And it really works out for SSG. Costs so much time, and there's so little for Wildcard to recover. And if you look to the previous rounds, Wildcard had time to solve the problems in the moment. SSG denied them that opportunity by stalling so much.
New camera feed up and running.
It's kind of surprising that Wildcard didn't go for a more roam huntering sort of lineup. We spoke a little bit about Snake in the previous game. Snake would have been fantastic there. Obviously, Deimos is great too, but it's very broadcast.
5 seconds to go.
And you've got to kind of relay that information across. You get put into the Vendetta. Snake can just whip out the radar and gather that information. And it can be given with a good degree of accuracy.
Really? That's great. Are they here?
We did have a Dokkaebi threatened at some point during the pick phase, but that has been changed off as well. So Wildcard, not sort of fully committing to that. Gitty. Oh dear, oh dear. On the Valkyrie, nonetheless. At least some of his cameras have been placed out, but that's a C4, dead and buried. I think he was just up to no good down there in Strip.
Setting up a sequential breach.
Well spotted by Wildcard. So 5v4 to start. Now puts pressure on these remaining SSG players. Should I fall back? Should I play more passively in construction? Should I get aggressive? There's a bit more processing they'll have to do in this early game. And once they start facing new information, new stimuli, once Wildcard enters the building, Zoto canister goes out. So Raid probably, I think, feeling a bit more comfortable than it might have seemed. Sure, he's got to be asking those questions with the Zotos. He can freeze those breaches, slow down players as they entry. A bit more well-positioned to weather that doubt than others might be. And so Wildcard will just continue on with their normal strategy, zapping the Vulcans, the Black Eyes, and getting more information as SSG hold fast into the mid-round.
Bet you're going to get rid of a bit of barbed wire there as well. Baby Shark loves a little bit of twitch. Start to send that shock drone in and see if there's any value to be found. Jim being the chosen site here. Construction now fully open. Raid. Maybe concerned here as that Logi player. You know that there's going to be a shield bearing down on you at some point. Baby Shark will fall though. Does leave a good position there. Aiden will drop off though. Kind of surprised. I thought you might play that for just a little bit longer.
Ooh, seems like it might be okay though. Spiker not in the best position to cut him off. So likely to be a full 4 versus 4 with the defenders all on site. Spiker taking a moment on the roof to calm, figure out what the plan of attack should be. They don't have that electric push up main stairs like they had in round 2. It's gonna have to be a bit more normal. And it seems SSG are thriving at a bit more normal of the pace. They've been finding these kills, catching attackers off guard. And Raid behind the weight rack can do double duty on the window and protecting Jacuzzi while the nade goes in. It goes a bit too far. Not forced out whatsoever. He'll take a bit of an aggressive swing, and it doesn't even matter. Haven't dropped a single body since Wildcard got the opening pick, what feels like ages ago, in an entirely different round. SSG gaining steam, as after this one, they are simply 1 away from tying the half.
Kind of makes sense with the way that we saw the game play out up until this point. Some of the rounds that Wildcard got, rounds 1, rounds 2, they were fairly scrappy. They came down to 2 versus 2s. It was really key individual plays in the heat of the moment that netted them a couple of those rounds. And now we're seeing an SSG that isn't necessarily trying as hard. They're not trying to overcomplicate things. They're just holding power positions, and they're holding them very well. That was a round where Gitty's fallen inside of the first 25 seconds. Attack timeout for Wildcard. Just trying to steady the ship here. Spiker with like a mid-round posture check as well. Like, he needs to get himself locked in.
Gotta level up. Gotta figure things out, and especially with the steam SSG are gaining. You know, the first round, definitely some good moments, but in that second one, I mean, even losing the opening pick and it just not phasing the defense whatsoever. Feel a bit more comfortable and warmed up than they did at the start of the game. They should feel proud. Now taking the most rounds off Wildcard at the NAL so far, as yesterday, one of the top dogs in NA, only dropped 1 round against Outlast on this very map. They've been able to do much better, at least in comparison, but still a lot of ways to go. It's a close game right now. Forced Wildcard to take that tactical timeout. For the final bout on CCTV and Cash will look to continue that momentum for a flawless cycle of their own.
CCTV and Cash then for round number 6. The Echo, big problem. Last time we saw this site, it didn't secure SSG the round, but it went a long way toward doing so. Playing that yokai drone out of the strip drone hole, gathering a lot of information as to where that push was coming from nice and early, and then somehow managing to have them alive at the death of the round as well in a way to deny that plant. It's going to be a key piece of utility that Wildcard need to pay a little bit more attention to. They are bringing the Monty though, which does of course always speak toward a bit more of a garage-sided approach. And of course with the Zami being removed previously, it does free that option up a little bit. Still got the Wamai to contend with, so you're not going to be able to blindly throw flashes in. It's going to be a bit of a utility exchange. But getting that wall open nice and early is going to cut through the sights. That's a good job done from Spiker. Frees Baby Shark up to use those Selmas elsewhere, potentially for a bit more of a construction-sided push if they do choose to go for something a bit different.
Changing mags! Sequential breach activated.
At the moment, all eyes toward garage. Ooh, Baby Shark. Don't know if that was intentional, but will fall just a little bit. Monty stomping around the garage entrance will telegraph a little bit to SSG. The early focus of this push. X-Kairos opening up that wall as well. Raid aware that his time of comfort on these rafters is likely coming to an end. Zami will make it through, the yokai stunning him, but no player in a great position to capitalize off of that. Will make him uncomfortable, will stave him back. Oh, but Kanzan lasered from the top rafters. Spiker in good position for the trade. And while you hate to lose a player like Kanzan, given the cost, I think Wildcard will take that in positioning.
Raid with a little bit of BM there as well. I'd like to see it. I mean, that is a gunfight that Kanzan really ought to be winning. So maybe just taking his chance to talk a little bit of smack. But like you say, Lynx, the round is far from over yet. There's still 50 seconds that we've got for Wildcard to try and work this advantage. Kanzan got a couple of drones to watch as well, so we'll be far from useless here in this final push. Yokai drone now getting repositioned. Dream has been very slippy with these Yokais this round, as he was in the last, making sure that they're alive at critical moments. So he's kind of covered there at the top of those cash stairs. Spiker does need to try and transition through. Adrian going to push up with him now and look to try and mount this little bit of an attack. The toxic bait canister goes to default, but the push has to happen. Spiker, he's going for cash. C4 is heard ripping, but the kills are all coming through Wildcard.
Rival might get one, but it seems that won't be much else. Always be careful before you speak, because while one gunfight might have not gone Wildcard's way, though I guess two if we're being mathematically accurate, make that three. Okay, hold on. No more bits. Might actually have something to talk about. 1v2 with only a shield up, so Rival will push quite deep. The Monty will call that in the process, but the lack of information, he now finds himself between all the attackers. Oh, fire opened up. Unlucky. Rival with no control in that, and Bay will swing around and cut him down. No tied half. It is 4-2 for Wildcard.
Again, a little bit closer than maybe you would like, but it's a round that Wildcard will walk away with. Able to get the plant down, and just spent a couple of kills in the process. Let's hear from our studio at the halfway point.
Halfway through, SSG still putting up a fight, but Wildcard, I mean, this is what you expect to see from them at this point. Laxing, what have you liked from Wildcard so far through this game?
Well, first, I just want to say, Raid, I can appreciate the shit talk, but ending that half, only 2 wins on defense, is not setting you up for success now starting on the harder side. But what, to your question, what I really liked about this is what we talked about early on, jumping into this match, is what are we going to see from Spiker taking on Dasher roles and being able to utilize those shields? And round 1 in particular, in that 3v3 in basement in blue, is exactly what I was talking about, is Spiker's going to be able to pick apart a site and digest it all and keep his players in position. You see Bay get the initial kill, and then Spiker is slowly pushing his way into Arsenal, relaying all the information back to Bay and back to Baby Shark, saying, you don't need to get aggressive, hold these angles, I'm gonna go for the plant, you just play coverage. And that's exactly what happens, and this is exactly what I was going to be expected out of Spiker now that he can utilize these shields efficiently and go for these executes, and that was so beautifully demonstrated.
Yeah, and Wildcard's playing very disciplined. So if you're SSG here, you only got 2 rounds on defense, you're in the hot seat. This is a very dangerous position to be in. Going on to attack, what you're going to want to try to switch up is, Wildcard is playing very slow. They're playing very methodical, playing very disciplined. SSG needs to really take it to them. I want to see the aggression ramp up. They've been trying to play slow for the past 2 days here, and only individuals have gotten aggressive, gotten ahead of themselves. I would love to see SSG as a unit play very aggressive, try to do some minimal takes, try to really catch Wildcard off guard, because if they just follow suit, do the defaults, it's going to be very basic. It's going to be a lost game before the rest of the half is even over. SSG needs to switch something up right now.
It's clear the Wildcard are in control. SSG playing this one on hard mode as they switch over to the attacking half. Lynx, back to you.
Thank you very much, Jonah, Fox, and Gabe. Ollie, unfortunately ending the half 4-2. SSG have a bit of a hill to climb. Not necessarily the tallest one, but as they alluded to, not one that's going to do them any favors moving to the attacking side with Wildcard on that defense. It was a great clubhouse overall yesterday, so not really a side thing. But how much does SSG have left in the tank?
I mean, they've shown a willingness to play Siege in their own style, right? You don't always see a team looking to hold CCTV, garage, cash room when they're defending basement with the same level of gumption that we saw SSG attempt that with. So it's nice, I like it. They're trying to play their own brand, why not? I don't think that it's necessarily, like, sure, statistically it's going to be the harder side of Clubhouse, but we've already spoken. There are so many options available to you on the attack these days. Like, it really isn't rocket science to try and work something out when only 2 operators have been removed that you can make work. Look at the lineup that they're bringing. They've got the Hard Breach, they've got a Shield, they have a Dokkaebi, they have a Ying. They've got everything they need. They've even got some soft breach thrown in there. So I don't think that they should be really too worried about this being the air quotes like hard as nails side. There's opportunity for SSG here, and it really depends on how they want to bring it. We know that Wildcard, it's a team of people that can shoot. It's a team of gunners. They are going to try and contest you. They are going to try and hold pieces of ground. And you've just got to try and work around that. I want to see SSG go through, do the basics well, get the walls open, and start with that nice across clear. You're going to be attacking gym and bedroom. You've got to go for that across clear. You need to get control of garage, CCTV, cache, and work through that side.
I think it's a good read. Some of that early hard breach opened up, or at least some angles opened up by that hard breach on the plat wall. It's an opportunity to do just that. You're mistaken for thinking this were a CCTV and cache defense, given the remarkably extended presence by Wildcard onto the rafters, onto red stairs. There's currently gym bedroom, and yet Wildcard have the confidence to contest this whole swath of the second floor, basically the floor in its entirety. And so now you see a bit of a reaction by SSG. If they're so spread out and there's so much presence on the construction side, could we just sprint up main stairs, overwhelm the players remaining on the site? And if we do, can we maybe even cut some players off before they rotate back? That's what Giddy's thinking on this construction window at the moment. It's the exact thought process he has in mind. So Deimos tracker goes out. Which side is going to make the first move?
We're going to see Jacuzzi wall get opened. It's late, let's be honest. Minute 20 on the clock. One side at least has been tricked. Not ideal, but fortunately with Hibana you do have quite a bit of redundancy. Spiker spent a lot of the round looking at a default camera that was still up, by the way, but it hasn't done them any favors. They are going to be first blood here in this round. Drade just going to start to threaten at the top of these main stairs. If he gets a good read on the Deimos right now, there's even potential for a little bit of floor bang. There is a pocket of safety inside of Logi, although a lot of the floor is going to be soft. A couple of shots through, but not the finishing blow. Rival, he's going to be the next player to fall on that bug. Drade isn't really left with too many options but to try and push up these main stairs. Oh, he's so easily dealt with. Bay there, swinging the corner and finding the head.
This move is moving with supreme levels of confidence at the moment. Aiden will try to match that energy. Pops up, gets the slam on the Aruni. Advantage taken for SSG as Monty on the hunt. Suddenly it's Wildcard in a 1v2, but Kansan floors Aiden on the top of main stairs. Oh, barely misses the head. 1v1 against the shield. How's Dream gonna find his way out of this one? Only 3 seconds left. ADS's gets the job done. Close as close can be, but it's SSG making things just that much closer.
How have they walked away with that round? I really thought that final kill was going to come in there, or at least not the final kill, but the kill onto Dream and then the time to do the rest. It was one of those moments where you look at it and it's like, how is it not a headshot? You know, Dream just ducking and diving there on the Monty. And of course, being the player that holds the diffuser, when the time's that low, you can't just sit back and try and get the plan down. You've got to push and you've got to pick up that final kill. His other teammate didn't really seem anywhere too nearby. But alas, it was a round nonetheless. SSG able to walk away with round one of their attacks here. It's going to show they have tools at their disposal they can use and they know how to use them. I'm going to be moving over to the alternate top floor site here in CCTV room and cache. A little bit of a murder hole there getting opened up inside of Logi as well. Something maybe for Kansan to work back on at a later date. Clash being brought. Fighting fire with Firelinks, a shield for a shield.
It's funny to describe something as static as a clash as fire. It's just fire, it's beautiful, it's chaotic, clash. You're gonna watch her sit still for 2 minutes. But to your point, to actually address the substantive point you made, it is the kind of thing that should anybody bring that Monty, anybody bring that kind of slower kind of pace to the round of, you know, the kind of vibe where you're really trying to figure out at every exact moment, okay, what do we have? What do we not have? Can we move up just a couple inches, take that bit of control? Clash is going to counter that. Basically does to the defense what Monty does for the attack, and able to move forward, contest every little bit of ground that you can, and just pose this problem that it can be quite difficult to solve. Teams have struggled to effectively deal with that shield for years. There's a reason she gets banned so often, why we didn't see her at all last series. At least for the moment, I haven't seen a whole lot of focus on it this go around. As SSG will take some of that control on the opposite side. Moved up main, moved into bedroom, but still more work to do towards the site.
Tango located. Second floor.
Now it's Raid joining the dots up right now. He's found a Valkyrie camera inside of Logi. He's already seen one inside a bar. Is he expecting Baby Shark to be below with the C4? There's no information now for this C4. There's only going to be audio. Baby Shark just going to Hail Mary it, drop the hatch and see if he can get himself rotated up blue stairs and up through cash. He'll likely be able to rejoin the fight here. Kind of wasted a little bit of time, but it's not been a significant impact there on the round. I don't know that his presence has seriously slowed down this push. And the SSG have just been slow themselves, only getting construction wall open with around a minute left on the clock. And I don't actually think they've got plat wall open either. So there's still freedom of movement inside the site for the defenders, which is a very dangerous thing to give away when you're trying to attack this site. There's a reason that plat wall gets opened up as a first port of call.
Ooh, Dream just ducking in real quick, catches Kansan in the back, almost finds another, but ARX with such low ammo, not a whole lot you can do. Good follow-up by Aiden as SSG looking revitalized on this attacking side. Baby Shark will gamble it on a flank, but Aiden, ever perceptive, hears that air jab shot, checks behind, and will push deeper, recognizing that there's likely only one defender around. Wildcard, I think maybe wishing they hadn't taken that tactical timeout early in that first half, because their defenses are not looking as strong as their attacking side, or, to put a finer point on it, SSG are back in the race.
They really are, and I have to commend SSG. They did get plat wall open. There was a couple of ex-Kairos pellets, but it was open nonetheless and just denied that freedom of movement. From that point, they were able to dip in. Dream just swooping in and picking himself up a kill. It just felt like there was far too much pressure that SSG were applying to Wildcard in that execute. They had every angle covered. And interestingly, didn't really go too much for Garage. It was a lot coming up through Cash Des. It was a lot coming in through construction side.
New feed active.
Wildcard, as you say, now would be a good time for a timeout.
Jammer ready.
They've only got themselves to turn to here. Let's try and steady this ship. The 4-4 scoreline right now. SSG are well and truly in this race. They can secure a round downstairs.
10 seconds to go.
Wildcard will be yet to win here on the defense. It's not the way that at least the desk thought that it was going to go. And, you know, fair enough. It's attack on Clubhouse. Like, you expect to give the defenders a bit of a benefit of the doubt. Surely, Lynx, the round is won here by Wildcard. Surely they can at least find value in some of the natural defender properties that this basement level holds.
Well, if you're rooting for Wildcard, you certainly would hope that on a site that is such a benefit to the defense as the basement is for all the reasons you mentioned. Not a whole lot of direct verticality on the site itself. You've got that hallway, sure. But actually, you know, looking down into church, it's not that much. If there's angles into Arsenal, great. Not a lot of people play there anyway by the end of the late round. You've got these advantages, especially with an Azami on board for the defense. If you're rooting for Wildcard, you're looking at all those and you're valuing them highly. But conversely, if you're rooting for SSG, looking at the momentum they've built these past two rounds, how they've been able to win at some pretty good margins, how they've got the opening pick right now. Found Baby Shark moving around the map. They've got the Monty to apply that constant pressure. Some great utility as well, the nades and Bs from Rival. There is a lot going SSG's way as well, and I think some of the proponents of the Space Station Gaming side might be feeling a bit better about their arguments.
C4 there just placed ready. But Adrian may not even be given a chance to detonate it as the pressure starts to come through. Has to go for it just in case. The flash comes in. Dream with that plant now. Bay, he's all the way over inside of Adam stairs. Kills come in and the plant goes down. Oh, it's a disaster for Wildcard.
And it's a beauty for Space Station Gaming, understanding exactly what they want, exactly what they need, just creeping in with the Montaigne. We're about to have a flawless round on our hands, the first this entire map. And it comes not from Wildcard, but from this new iteration of Space Station Gaming. 3 in a row at the side swap. And boy, you are wishing that Wildcard had that timeout.
Oh yeah, that timeout would be real valuable right now. They've got a little bit of time. Round 10, we ban another round of operators. 1 attacker, 1 defender. Gonna remove the Monty and the mirror. Monty makes a lot of sense. I feel like SSG had a lot of flexibility there in that ban. I don't think there's anything really that they need to get rid of. That's just going to be very comfortable. It's going to give them a little bit more room to work with. But the Monty's been a big problem. Dream has utilized it very well. Bearing down on these defenders, gaining a lot of ground, facilitating plants going down. Without that, I'm not saying that SSG are entirely chalked, but we're going to have to see them play in a different play style. Wildcard just going to stick to this rotation. They went Gym, Cash, and Basement, and they are looking like they are going to do the same here again. Their options are getting a little bit fewer and further between. 5-4 now. This starts to become a bit of a must-win round, really, for Wildcard, because if SSG get that taste of a match point, I don't know that there's a site that Wildcard can go to at the moment and guarantee themselves a round links.
Especially when it doesn't feel like SSG are winning these rounds off some, big momentum play within it. It feels like they are really thinking this through, calculating, understanding what their win conditions are, when to push, when not to push. A win in the next 2 rounds feels very replicable for SSG. It feels very doable. Especially that last round with Monty. Would I like to see them maybe play a little differently without that shield? Sure, of course. But if they can bring that same level of calculation, that methodology to their attacks, 7-4 or 7-5 is very doable. Now the onus is on Wildcard to start to get things figured out. Ying and the Blitz coming through, by the way, as you can see. No Warden, banned by the attack, and not brought by the defense either. Saw that can sometimes pose problems on Lair in that game between DZ and C9 just about an hour ago. With nobody able to look through that smoke or those candelas. It's something to consider. It's something to be worried about if you're waiting for Wildcard to make their way back in.
A really big fucking hole coming right
The flexibility of Thermite now and those 3x thermite charges. Construction, plat wall, jacuzzi, you name it. They can get it open. Just takes a little bit of time. But time is something that SSG have at the moment. They've been very efficient in the first minute and 10 seconds of this round. So much so that Gitty is just sort of playing flank watch duty right now. Gets a glimpse there. Will pop the Lion scan, just try and give himself a bit of safety and allow the push to start.
The push begins, but it's no control for either side. Dream runs into the Blitz, but there we go. SSG. It's a contested early engagement, but once they start to really focus on Khan, the kills are all but a surety. 1v4 on the side at the moment as Bay's got to rotate back and rotate back fast. SSG getting in position, not leaving a single stone unturned. Adrian, with a smoke canister in hand, can't capitalize off that quick peek behind the Con desk. But now that he's down, match point in SSG's hands. They merely need to reach out and take control. Bay inside a bathroom, takes the fight, good pre-fire, but Aiden good with that trade. Dream clap, fully required and understandable. Because with now 4 in a row, the momentum's only on one side of this bout.
It really is. SSG are giving a bit of a masterclass so far on these attacking rounds. I love the way that they're getting themselves set up, and it's showing some great discipline. Everybody knows what their job is, regardless of how exciting or flashy it is. We've got Gitty just sat watching the windows whilst Thermite's going through the checklist, getting everything open. When you boil it down, Clubhouse can be a very checklist map, and if you run through your process, if you run down your list and you're able to put a tick in every single box, you're going to be putting yourself into a fantastic position. Regardless of the Monty removal, it really didn't slow SSG down at all. If anything, that was one of the more concise and cleanest rounds that we've seen them execute so far here tonight. Now 1 round away from wrapping up this game against Wildcard, walking away with a full 3 points.
10 seconds to go.
be such a good start for SSG as well. Of course, going down 7-4 to DZ yesterday, being able to do the same against an extremely well-respected team inside of the NA League. For a roster that is, you know, one of the others that we aren't just quite sure what to expect. I mean, we got some great performances across the board from about everybody involved. Aiden, Giddy, and Raid. Giddy in particular, again, bouncing back from that performance yesterday. Could be a really good start. Really good start to their week for the NAL. All they have to do is win this next one, or even if they drop it, win the one after that to close it out in regulation for Wildcard, fighting for overtime at this point. It's not going to be the 7-1 against Outlast yesterday. The opportunity of recreating that is long gone. Survival is now the mission and the name of the game for CCTV and Cash. Start to get some of those breaches open, but Raid creeping on through the middle of the map, looking to get a bead on that Solus.
Something that seems to have caused Wildcard some issues so far is just players being a little bit too far away from one another. And I don't know if that's SSG's gap spotting and opportunity sort of spotting in the way that they're playing at the moment, but they're consistently managing to pick these players off. Bay taken out, no chance of a refrag. That's your Solace, just gone. Now, okay, the Solace, is that the most important piece of utility? Maybe not, but you're going to want to try and keep hold of those bodies. They are able to grab 2 back. Kansan, Adrian able to make good on some of the earlier mistakes from Wildcard. And it feels like it's the first time in a long time that Wildcard have held an advantage on these defensive rounds.
In fact, I'm pretty sure this is the first time they have held an advantage on these defensive rounds. I think at best it's been tied up until this point. And so now would be the time to show up, make a comeback, and just close out this advantage. 4v3. Not a whole lot of pressure to swing. Sure, there's time for SG to regroup, get some more information, and also some time to find these kills. Baby Shark swings around. Oh no! Giddy with the same mag finds 2. Swings around the corner, utility in hand. Adrian good for the trade, but now needs to be good for the clutch. 1v2, taken down by Raid. Not blinded by the light. Space Station call Wildcard's bluff. Get their first win in the NAL.
Wildcard going for a really aggro end there, trying to take advantage. Lynx, you literally just said they don't need to swing, they don't need to play aggressive, they just need to lean into the angles, lean into those power positions. And what do? They wrap a bow on it and give it to SSG on a silver plate. SSG successful there tonight against Wildcard. We're going to cut to a very short break. After that, we'll be back with our desk.
Loading map.
I came to get down, so let's run it up.
Well, we know the attacking half of Clubhouse is really where it all comes down to there, but SSG, what a turnaround in the second half. They take 5 rounds unanswered, taking the win over Wildcard. Aiden, welcome. Oh, and congratulations on that win as he mogs the camera. Aiden, talk to me about the difference between yesterday and today, because yesterday, obviously, you came in, not the result you wanted here against a team that looked fantastic on Clubhouse yesterday. On the attacking half, you dismantled them.
Okay. So yesterday, it's Raid's first game. It's Rival's first stage. We're coming in. We're a young core, and we played like shit in the mid round and the late round. You saw a lot of blunders from us. We watched back the VOD. We were talking about how can we eliminate these mid round mistakes, and we took care of it today. The attacks were beautiful, amazing calls by Dream, time after time again. Beautiful shit from him. Oh, I don't know if I'm allowed to curse, but King Dream yet again, and of course the kid. You gotta look at the kid. Raid Bullies, absolutely destroyer of worlds. I put in pain.
I mean, and you got to give yourself a little bit of credit there too. You were absolutely dominant in the stats and getting those kills. But I kind of want to talk about the prep overall for this map. I mean, the defensive half went the way that it did, but the attack is where everything turned on its head. I mean, whether you were taking from their match versus Outlast, or whether maybe what you've seen in scrims, you guys just were doing such a good job at coursing all of Wildcard at any given time, at any given site, making them feel very uncomfortable, not really able to play proper trades. You guys were just completely dismantled. So I am curious kind of what the prep was going into this Clubhouse.
We did look at some prep from them, like a couple. It wasn't a lot. We didn't read into it too much because Outlast is a new team. They're not
exactly
a serious. They're not.
I'm glad you're saying what you're saying right now. Sorry to cut you off.
Like you can't look into it too much because you don't know if they're gonna try to throw you off by not trying as hard against a newer team. So we did look into it a little bit. There were some tells that we did exploit, and and for the stats, yeah, I did do good, but it was because my team kept setting me up. I play the cuts. My team has to make them move into me. So love that. Love my team. Don't leave Glaz up against me. I'm the best Glaz in the nation.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Congratulations on the frame mog. You guys absolutely smoked Wildcard. I just wanted to know, what is the biggest challenge since creating this roster and having practically a brand new rookie core besides Dream and Giddy? When you guys are learning and trying to grow as players, how much of that is a coaching staff? How much of that is Dream? Do you guys have your own individual ideas that you try to bring to the table? What's been the biggest challenge and the biggest takeaway for you?
It has been, as it started off, is developing the kid. We were getting him right, but he's right now. And we got him right. We got him calming. We got him 3-2-1-ing. Never thought I'd see the day Raid Bullies 3-2-1-ing. I played with this kid for 4 years, and he is as quiet as it gets, but now he's a vocal legend. This guy calms more than me. He's literally the king. And it really has been players. We tear into each other to make sure that we're perfect. Coaching staff as well, just trying to develop each other, make each other better. I'm teaching Dreams new tricks. Dream's teaching me tricks. We're all teaching each other shit. It's awesome. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you're teaching Dream how to do tricks on it. I just wanted to know if there's been any difficulties with practicing with Dream, because he is just so good.
I've heard about you. I've heard about you, Fox. I've heard about you.
So I just wanted to know if there's been any struggles with trying to stay focused when you're teaming with Dream himself.
We were at Utah for the past week. I don't know if you saw the announcement video. We were all together and we were boot camping, and those are probably the worst scrims in my life, because every couple rounds I just kept staring at Dream and getting spawn killed. Couldn't even walk out of spawn. My eyes were just glued to the guy to my left.
Yeah, it happens.
Last question for you, Aiden. Tell me a little bit more. You keep mentioning the kid. Tell me a little bit more about Raid here, because as someone who typically prides himself on knowledge of the up and coming guys in T2, Raid was not really on the top of my list on next pickup in T1. Where did you guys find him? How did this process happen? And obviously it's working out well now, but how did he get to this point with you guys?
Well, I've known him for a long time, and to be honest, I don't know how if you're so knowledgeable of the youngins. I don't know how you didn't. I don't know how you didn't catch him, because he did drop 25 in that league.
What's your problem,
which caught the guys. Caught the guys. They caught the eyes of the SSG guys, and they were like, you know what? Why not take a risk on the console youngin? And and they paired me up with him. It's a console era. It really is. The kids from console are just as good as these PC kids. They just need to learn. Once we taught Raid Bullies some new things, and now he's the king. He's literally the kid. He's the kid. He's the king. And he's a grown man. He's not actually a kid, but he's young.
Well, Aiden, thank you so much for your insight. I really appreciate having you on. Great answers from you, and we look forward to talking with you more in a bit. All right?
Oh yeah, you will. We'll probably see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's my birthday. I'm shitting on C9 on my birthday. Let that be known right now. you know, I'm gonna
happy almost birthday to you, and we will talk to you then. Have a good one, man.
All right, have a good one.
Well, SSG, what a statement. Way to play from this entire team. Lax, we talk about the step up they had. Aiden mentioned it as well. From yesterday to today, looked like entirely different team.
Dude, I'm kind of hating that I got to be such a, you know, like I said, I usually hate on T2. I can't say anything bad about T2 at this point in the T1 scene. They're all performing exceptionally well, doing everything that I wasn't sure was to be expected. And again, to have SSG go down 2-4 on the half, I wasn't really too confident that they were able to make anything work on their attack, knowing how Clubhouse defense is and attacking, how hard it is. And they made it look so clean. I mean, you heard Aiden say the only reason why he found success is because his team was setting him up. He plays those cutoffs, and it was working fluidly through and through. You would just see all of Wildcard being coursed into one setup to another, one crossfire into the next. I mean, they look like they couldn't do anything, and SSG earns every little bit of respect for that attacking half. It was so clean and concise through and through.
Yeah, taking down a team like Wildcard on one of their favored maps is a very big task, and they did it so well because of those cutoffs, like you said. Always being able to get the first pick, that's what we talked about. We needed to see them get aggressive early on, but then they would slow it down. They'd play that man advantage, and you could see Wildcard was getting antsy. They couldn't handle it, even when they had the man advantage. Yeah, they were like, we're boxed up. We got to go for picks. And every single time, the SSG players were ready. They were waiting for it, and they were shutting them down. It was so well played, and that's the leadership from Dream, making sure that everyone was on the same page, and it's great to see from SSG.
And I don't know if you guys felt this as well, and I feel like when we spoke to Aiden last year during the NAL, this is a very different person. Like he just feels like he has evolved in his understanding of the game, his team playerness, I suppose. Like that seemed like an adult we were talking to, ready to go out there and absolutely conquer now with SSG. So excited to see what he can do down the line. But coming up next, Shopify Rebellion, 100 Thieves. We've seen some crazy matches, some crazy results already, and we've got even more Siege coming your way next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. halfway through day 2 of the NAL kickoff, and we cannot forget what these teams are actually playing for. 10 teams, and somehow we have to get this amazing selection down to just 4, because that is all that the North American region is sending to the Salt Lake City Major. Tickets are already on sale now. You can join us in just a few weeks, May 15th to 17th at the Salt Palace Convention Center. Laxing, are you going to Salt Lake? I imagine you are, all right?
I mean, I don't know, but one thing I do know is for sure, there's 2 best things there. It's my family lives out in Salt Lake City, and the Siege family is going to be out there. So it's a win-win either way.
Well, either way, we look forward to which of our 10 teams are going to become the top 4 that we send to the Salt Lake City Major. Seeding matters in groups, and seeding matters in that overall top 4 with which phase that these players are able to go directly into in the Major. But shifting gears to our 3rd matchup of the day, we have Shopify Rebellion and 100 Thieves. On the one hand, a team who looked a little shakier than we expected. Fox, we came out of the gate swinging, hoping that Shopify Rebellion was looking like that #1 power ranked team when we started the day yesterday. Feels like our opinion on them may have changed after that shaky performance against 1 of 30.
I mean, that might just be the conversation for Shopify Rebellion is we're always hoping, but when is it coming? The biggest issue for Shopify Rebellion that we've been talking about is when they get to events, they look like they haven't practiced the adaptation. They haven't used Canadians' brain enough in the regular season to be able to go to these events and have solutions when things go awry. And we're seeing them just dominate individually, and that's what we saw yesterday. I mean, they were struggling when it came to the strategy aspect. They were losing opening kills, they were losing strategy, and again, they just relied on big individual plays, but it can only get you so far. Thankfully for them, they have Ambi. Ambi is just one of those players that is always so consistent, always doing his absolute best to keep his team in the running, and that's what we saw yesterday against 1 of 30. He was one of the biggest reasons as to why they were able to clutch up consistently and save them and even bring them back from such a huge deficit. And you could argue that 1 of 30 was the better team, but Shopify Rebellion has some of the best players in the world, and they just need to make sure that they're fixing those issues in the calling department to make sure that they're practicing it regularly, not just relying on big individual plays, because it's not always going to be there. So far, so sound. Ambi has always shown up, but there's going to be a time where he doesn't, and that's the biggest worry. If he's not dropping 15 plus, what is Shopify Rebellion's solution? We haven't seen that answer just yet. There's still a lot of kickoff to go. Hopefully we see that answered soon enough.
With 18 kills, right, you have to imagine that this team, if he could continue to put up numbers like that, are not going to have much trouble getting into that stride, right, and finding the rhythm that we know they can be. But Lax, on the other hand, 100 Thieves, very different story. A team that maybe we didn't have the same high hopes, but still needs to work on some things from their game yesterday that did not do the best to quell the fears that we may have had about the chemistry this roster had going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's no reason why we can't see a completely different look at 100 Thieves and coming out of these players. I mean, just given their stature and where they've placed throughout their careers, we've had major winners, we've had top 4 SI finishes, we've had top 2 finishes at majors for some of the other players. So there's really no excuse on the table here as to why we can't see them start to reel it in and start to look like the team that we know they can be, because what we were seeing yesterday was a lot of just disjointed setups, a lot of moving pieces that didn't need to be moved, holding wrong angles, not being able to trade in those certain situations. That's not something you'd expect, but I want to take a look at round 8 because in particular, this was a round that kind of threw me off because it was a round where they were setting up on site over towards Museum. They had all the bathroom control, and that's initially where the attack was starting from 5 Fears. But as that round started to progress, you have 3 players all set up to trade. You have the yokai from the Echo being implemented, but no one was watching the flank. And if you go back and watch that game, you will see Rival walk up the back stairs, walk into game, and immediately tell the team, relay to Forrest, relay to JJ, let's swap sides. We aren't going to be met with any bit of retaliation from the side of 100 Thieves. They're putting everything on one side of the map, and the round just immediately fell apart. And that's where I'm talking about, and where me and Fox have highlighted, is they've looked disconjointed. They look like they don't understand the full plot. And again, they are brand new, but wipe it away. You're in a brand new day. I want to see something different. I don't want to see these little errors because these players are all very, very experienced. So you only can cut so much slack. So again, coming into today, I want something completely different out of both the sides of SR and 100 Thieves.
I agree completely. I think the biggest takeaway for 100 Thieves is when they would work together to have retake scenarios, most of the time it was winning because they have amazing individual players. They're working together. It's fundamentals. It's not something that they need to go too far out of their own reach to be able to do because they're just retaking. Now, the strategy aspect is when they have to think for themselves. The decision making of going for swings individually, 1v1s, and losing it, or the problem solving when the enemy has the site and they're trying to retake the site from them. It's very questionable. Too many cooks in the kitchen, so to say, is everyone's thinking on their own instead of just relying on Spirits to give those calls, when to double up, when to go for these retake scenarios. And it just looks like they just need to follow along what Spirits wants them to do. They have a lot of talent. They need to make sure that they're not worried about themselves and worried about the team as a whole.
Well, let's find out where this best of one is actually going to. As we know, right, these can get very hairy, even with two teams who aren't necessarily the most evenly matched on paper. The map can make a huge difference. Lax, we're going to Chalet, where this one's headed.
I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest. This isn't a great map for either of these teams. I mean, this is SR somehow their third in preference, but overall they've lost it 2-7. And the last time they lost it was over 57 days ago against FaZe Clan, the current world champions. And then on the side of Auction, this was never a great map for them either last stage. So it really seems to me that this is a map where they don't want to show anything just yet, or they're going to show that they've improved on this map with whatever change that is coming from the side of 100 Thieves. And then for SR to just try to take advantage of this newer team and exploit all the things that went wrong when they played against Five Fears.
What we want to see from SR is just problem solving. This is a very gunfight oriented map. As long as we have good communication from Canadian to the team, that's the main takeaway. For 100 Thieves, it's a comfort map. We know that the core of OXG, the core of Xset, Gomez, Yogg, Spirits, they love this map because they can get aggressive, because they can jump in the windows, utilize that blitz. I'm imagining that's something that's going to be taken off the board very quickly. And if Spirits isn't on one of those shields spearheading the push, that's where we'll see 100 Thieves. If they can figure things out together as a unit, it really comes down to a battle of who can IGL better. At the end of the day, if it just is a brawl, we know who's coming out on top. It should be SR. That's what's been their saving grace over the last year. We want to see that change.
All right, the Shopify Rebellion take on 100 Thieves. One team trying to bounce back from maybe not the best performance yesterday. The other still trying to figure out this new system. Lynx, XR Troika, take it away.
And whereas we've had two games, Ollie, with some newer teams we aren't quite sure of, these two are a bit more known quantities, aren't they? While 100 Thieves might be under a new name with some different players, this is a very similar squad to that OXG team we saw last year, who towards the end of it were still trying to find their way in. Though, gotta give credit where credit's due. Making it to some of the big tournaments, finally capitalizing off some of that.
That was always the team that OXG wasn't it? It was that sort of middle of the pack team that could throw an upset in there and very often would make it to international events. Obviously, a very different team now under the 100 Thieves banner. And of course, with the addition of Spirits and Pambazoo, two players transferring off that old DZ roster. So slowly starting to build a bit more of a fuller picture as to where all of the players have settled after Roster Mania. If you're joining us for the broadcast, welcome. If you haven't been keeping up to date with all of the announcements over on Twitter, yep, there will be some changes, and we're here to try and talk through them as best we can. We're going to be on Chalet and 100 Thieves, while they're at New Organ, have made some, pretty significant changes within core rosters to get to this point. Their opponents in the Rebellion, well, it's the same 5 players. The only team not to make a change here ahead of kickoff for NAL. They are going to be still rocking with that 5. Ambi, Canadian, Rex, and Spoit, and Surf. We're heading into Chalet for our first map here of the night between these two teams, and well, it's not the greatest preference for Shopify Rebellion. There is an argument to say it's reasonably preferenced for some of the players that are on 100 Thieves, but as an organization and playing in this configuration with this 5 players, we are writing new history for them. So it'd be unfair to suggest that it is a good or a bad map for them at this moment in time. Shopify Rebellion starting off on that defensive side. They're going to be taking us upstairs.
I think it's a big theme, just, you know, when you have such big roster changes in the NAL. I think it's just a lot of unwritten history, kind of wiping the slate clean for basically everybody except SR, pretty much. And even that, I think, you know, if everybody's starting off fresh, I think we can extend them the courtesy of doing so as well. At least on Chalet. One thing we have seen some of these players do successfully in the past is kind of keeping that defense a bit boxed in. And then either A, using those angles to kind of pinch them out, use that utility to force them out of position, or even then, just the defense kind of just holding fast and waiting for the attack to move and maybe waiting out the storm. See what happens here today. Because I can tell you 100 Thieves are likely going to try to apply some pretty heavy pressure. Spirits flex Snake for a little bit, but instead goes to the Blitz and joins the Monty. Double shield to start for 100 Thieves. Well, it'll be a while till we see them, you know, fully utilized. You want to try to break through that piano position. This is looking like a pretty good lineup.
I have you covered.
Absolutely, and that kind of lineup can often work quite well against something like Shopify Rebellion when they do want to try and hold these more traditional positions. Already we're seeing Yoga gathering a bit of information here as he moves up these main stairs. He does have Rexon to deal with on the fireplace, and there is going to be a player low behind, in and around dining, should I say, just on short. Very unfortunate on that second Toxic Babe canister toss. Some brilliant pinch work here as Atom is able to make good on the information that Yoga can provide on the Monty. It further weakens Rexon's position here, and he's out of there. Had to take an engagement because he knew he was just going to start getting bared down upon.
100 Thieves finding some good gaps to start. Adam was in Mudroom for basically the entire beginning of that round. Catches the defense off guard. Gomez getting aggressive when the player on the landing doesn't expect. Now you have this final kill. Just running up with that blitz. 4v2 for 100 Thieves. Excellent showing after their struggles yesterday. Looking like they'll close this one out with their first victory on the attack. Not done yet, though. Still have Spoit and Canadian. With the former quite close to the attacking team. Can hear the shields rumbling around the corner, and it's Smoke that's spotted by the Deimos. Doesn't fire a single shot, but Pambazoo with the Overwatch is able to catch that defender playing aggressive, and with everybody pouncing on Canadian, he's got no room to move. 100 Thieves take the first round on Chalet and basically have it in hand the entire time.
I'm really surprised to see both shields let through. I know that you're in a position where you've got to remove something, and you know you're trying to choose the lesser of two evils, something that you can play up against a little bit better. But both shields being allowed through, particularly in that first round, absolutely devastating. It assisted this opening pick onto Surf. Surf was attempting a little bit of a flank, a little bit of a cutoff. It also assisted the second kill over onto Rexon. And at that point, when you've already gotten 2 opening picks, you can credit almost every single one of those kills to the fact that you've got a shield in play and no real way of dealing with it brought by Shopify Rebellion. They were just hoping to be able to set up shop, get a little bit of a flank off, and play their lives for a little bit longer, but they just got overwhelmed almost instantly. As soon as 100 Thieves decided that that was the space they wanted to take, boom, they were moved right in.
10 seconds to insertion.
Wall secured.
I gotta say, just a little quick aside outside of this game, the attacks today have been really good from like everybody involved. Like, really not a single team so far where there hasn't been at least 2 to 3 really good, just well thought out and well played rounds on the attacking side. No matter the experience level, no matter the team, it's just been like, and obviously, you know, it's only 1 round for 100 Thieves, but you know, just, you know, this, you and I, this being our first day in the NA League, starting off with just some really good attacks, it makes you feel good.
We've flipped. Oh. Surf's not having a great time, is he?
No, he's not.
2 on opening deaths there. I mean, that you can't do anything about that, really. C4 tanked there. Pambazoo only taking a mere lick of damage. Spirits is getting the plant down, Lynx. What's going on here?
I've got no idea, but we've moved into the post, and nobody from Shopify Rebellion has managed an effective counterattack. Ambi, the moment the clock moves into the post, we'll find one, make that 2 and 3 overall for the Rebellion. So 100 Thieves, fortunately in the deficit. But look at this player on the window. B1D as well. Playing these passive angles, burning that time. Mira pops up. Gomez with the headshot, swings around the corner, but can't find the angle. Finally, they line them up. And from behind, 100 Thieves take 2.
They are bringing a lot of pace into round number 2 there, aren't they? They saw a big opportunity. The trigger, it's Pambazoo getting the kill onto Surf. As soon as Surf dies in closet, you can hop into double window, and if you can hop into double window and you've got shields, it means you can get the plant down. It doesn't matter anything else that's happening in that round. You need to try and flood as a defender to fill the shoes that Surf has left behind. It was this hopping right here. Flicks in and out of the air jab, and boom, it immediately gets the kill. And you can see the plants going down at around like the 2-minute 25 mark. It really is at the start of the round. It was a good attempt from Shopify Rebellion to try and stabilize there. Ambi's got no option but to try his best to cover Spoit. He'd already picked up a few kills, so why not? I'd feel pretty comfortable if Ambi was covering me as I'm trying to disable the diffuser, but that DMR just ripped right through the both of them. 100 Thieves, really good opportunity spot in there. The ability to just work so quickly off the back of that trigger, off the back of that opening pick. We were likely going to see a very similar attempt from them. It would have just come over a longer period of time. They would have cleared top floor a little bit more. They would have then looked to try and walk in and jump through double window, but being given that opportunity so early and taking it with both hands, it's a really easy way of them tying a bow on round number 2.
Looking to snatch 3 in a row after these early successes. And Shopify Rebellion looking, still trying to find a bit better of, I guess, better of anything for their very close game yesterday against 1 of 30. I mean, 8-7 on Clubhouse. Sure, they won, and that was the expected result, but I think nobody expected 1 of 30 to put up such a good resistance against Shopify Rebellion. And so with 100 Thieves having a good time out the gate, Rebellion need to start thinking of good ways to counter, at least the narrative we're seeing written and the play we're seeing, especially from 100 Thieves. Kitchen and dining, big second floor defense out from the Rebellion. Understandable, what we normally see. And since the attack doesn't seem to be keen on taking things as quickly as they could last time, also don't think they really can on this site compared to, say, a Barna Games. It's a lot more characteristic of the beginning of round 1. Focusing on clearing out this library position, taking that control, and then pushing in deeper, spotting one player down below. It's Ambi moving around the garage stairs, and nobody finds him. We'll force him back down to the basement.
Wall has now been opened. Pambazoo can start to work that long angle. Do you need to try and look at what's going on upstairs here? I don't think it can entirely be ignored. Gomez gonna find himself down there. May not be finished off. There might be a little bit of a recovery attempt here from Pambazoo to go and get him. You can get Gomez up, that at least gives another gun in the fight, but it is going to burn quite a bit of time. As mentioned, that upstairs hold still in full effect from Shopify. Really can't afford to just totally ignore it. Ambi, just down at the bottom of these fireplace stairs. That ROU projector, that's just going to clear his way, allow him to rotate and be a bit more flexible. Now looks like 100 Thieves are kind of chasing a little bit of a shadow here as Ambi has managed to slip his way through.
And talk about unintended consequences, but mitigated effectively. The moment Adam sees that somebody slipped by, calls for the Deathmark tracker, but 2 kills for the Rebellion. Unfortunately, mitigate all those efforts as well. Flores pushing deep, so Spoit's got to back up. Dodges the flashbang entirely. He's just playing it safe, especially now the Rebellion have an advantage. 3-2, just push it a little bit more, and you'll get your first. Nothing much to do for Yaga at this point. 10 seconds to go. Defenders playing passive, diffuser not in hand, and spotted on the default. Impact grenades will detonate at his feet and shot out of the round. Shopify Rebellion with a little bit, just a little bit of a passive play inside a piano, able to get their first defense on Chalet.
Yeah, they just needed to hold the angles, didn't they? They didn't need to overcomplicate things too much. definitely one of those situations where you kind of feel the lack of the shields and maybe more of a direct plan. Given the way that the round played out, you kind of think to yourself, would it have maybe been a bit better to bring some of that utility that has worked so well for you in the first couple of rounds? Yeah, certainly a little bit strange. Timeout as well being called by Super here. Successful in round 3, but I don't think that it, you know, papers over the cracks well enough for how rounds 1 and 2 went down.
True. That's a fair point. And especially that we saw 100 Thieves able to get an advantage early on that Shopify Rebellion had to fight back from. To your point as well, now that you've won Kitchen and Dining, you're going to have to go back to Master Bedroom and Office. You have to go back to Bar and Games, or if you want to bring that fourth site, it'll have to be a new try on Basement, one that you haven't fully done yet. And so I think it's about appreciating, I think even though they just won it, I think appreciating the strategy we saw from 100 Thieves in rounds 1 and 3, the bit of a slower take, the focus on library side control, and securing that half of the map before putting the pressure on Piano and Master Bedroom and Office. Barely any solar presence from the attacking side whatsoever. It has been very library focused, and that's not a criticism, just a statement of fact. So I think the Rebellion thinking what they can do to maybe counteract that, what maybe they could do to anticipate a rotation to solar should it appear. That's definitely been their strategy so far, and as they go back to Master Bedroom and Office, something that they will have to consider.
Cade and the Blitz removed there as the end of round 3, start of round 4 bans. The Blitz, a little bit of a no-brainer, really, at this point. Still will leave options open. A Monty or a Blackbeard if chosen. Neither of which will be locked in, though, for round 4. We're going to be sticking with Sense and Grim. Ambi. Looking for something, just doesn't get the chance. Was very close there to being given the top of Atom's head as a target, but it wasn't meant to be, at least in the early portion of that round. Instead, Pamba going to be getting himself onto the rappel and looking to try and get this wall open. Last time when we saw this attack, there was a really good push up those main stairs, and it really assisted in the library take as well. This time they're looking to try and get a similar result, but without actually playing those main stairs. Instead, just looking to take advantage of the ROU, looking to use that DMR to try and stop anybody from being able to move through. Some great nade placement here as well. Rexon's got nowhere to go.
Again, talk about the trend of good attacks. A lot of great utility play today as well with those nades. I mean, coming in through both sides, he's completely triangulated in that position behind the mirror window. Now Spoit's got to take that position, hold that line. 100 Thieves with the advantage within the first minute. More information gathered on the Denari. Playing on blue stairs. 3 players, actually. 3 of the 4 remaining. All stationed on the library and bar side. Don't know if 100 Thieves know that yet. It indicates a heavy investment on this part of the map. Ambi taking the swing. Oh, just snaps on Adam's head. Jaws locked down, but still another fight to make it all the way back to Piano. A long angle by Ambi, make it no. Decides to swing. Spoit now thinking he might have a shot at it. But neither side coming away with an advantage as we reach the halfway point.
Yeah, even 3-3. Another Toxic Babe canister goes out. That's going to be the last one in Canadian's pocket, with still 1 minute and 10 to try and hold on to.
Death mark on the way.
Really relying on those C4s quite heavily. Fortunately, there are 2. Both Spoit and Surf still rocking him. Gomez trying to push in. He's got a track on the mirror, knows that they're in and around Library Hall. Needs to try and win this engagement. Surf just locked in right now. Got the SMG out. The shotgun could be good as well, but it's going to do the business. Takes Gomez down. If there's a 1v1 that needed to be won, it was that engagement right there. That now puts the attack in a real tricky position. You know that someone's tucked into Library. You also know that there are a couple of players in sight. You don't have the advantage to try and press this.
Now, thankfully, Yaga has the diffuser at least. Maybe can try, and I was about to say speed up the pace, take the 1v1 inside of the site, but with still little information and everybody finding these angles. There's only so much 100 Thieves can do. The Rebellion with a good counterattack and tie the game in Master Bedroom and Office.
Really good play there from Shopify. Just going to show sometimes less is more. You know, they pick their positions, they play inside in that 3 versus 3. They don't need to overexpose, they don't need to try too hard. Surf really redeeming himself there for some of the earlier hiccups in rounds 1 and 2. Getting a really important kill onto Gomez. This one right here. It's the only 1v1 that was really attempted, and a bit of a 50-50 to be honest with you. You never really know how those are going to go down. Actually spotted to grab the last couple as well in that final round. On 5 then. Drop a Fire Rebellion's timeout, good for something. And we can level up the game 2-2.
Just consistently bleeding 100 Thieves on that entry on the library side. Got a good understanding of what their play is so far. Moving to a position, we might need to see a little bit of an adjustment from 100 Thieves. Especially when you look at the operators being brought by the Rebellion. We got the Pulse moving in. Spoid also flexing onto the Vigil. So some different options to deny or, you know, gather some of this information. Of course, Pulse also brought previously. But could easily find themselves looking and gathering information if 100 Thieves decide to switch. And where Canadian is, could get a bit of an early information on that and maybe preempt any kind of adjustment or surprise that 100 Thieves might otherwise try to take. Giving Spoit also that leeway to get aggressive will also be nice. The Boss G as well, the gun that can hit like a truck when you least expect it. So as Canadian will scan on the library side, or I guess more on the library stairs side at the moment, they'll likely be remarking to the Rebellion actively that it is a little bit empty where 100 Thieves normally go.
A little bit of dancing there on the window from Yoga. We're seeing our first snake play of this game as well. So powerful. You know what's weird, Lynx? Seeing a minimap for Siege.
I know.
But you start playing this game, you're like, oh, no minimap? Like, not even like in a menu screen? Oh, okay. Like, I'll learn the map then, I suppose. And you just get so used to it. So much so that if I watch or play a game that has a minimap, I'm a bit distracted by it. It's a bit too much for me nowadays, you know? But it's weird seeing it in a little handheld like that. I do like it though.
Oh,
go on, Lumpy.
Liking that as well. I'm fine with that. 1-for-1 trade. I don't know what Pamazu's exact status was, but you know, 2 operators who very well could have already used the majority of their utility. Not a bad trade for either side. But for the Rebellion, who are still trying to keep 100 Thieves at bay. Continue the success of round 4. Just draw blood, win a war of attrition as the attack looks to progress through the whole building. It worked last time, and even if it's only 1 kill here, it represents 20 seconds. An angle that they can't hold. Just a little bit more difficult than it otherwise would have been. So with 45 seconds to go, as the defense takes their positions around the site, the last lines that they'll hold till the end, players on blue stairs, players inside. What intel do 100 Thieves have, and what further information can they gain? Deathmark tracker out to spot that Mira, but Gomez limping at the moment. Debuffed on the movement on that top floor, but it reaches the end right at the exact time. Adam finds Rexon, and now they need to move. 18 seconds as Adam begins creeping down Fireplace. Canadian might be able to relay that information, but with no C4s remaining, it's just to influence any gunfights the defense might take. A lead maintained by 100 Thieves as Adam finds his mark. Spirits 2 decides to join, and with Canadian retaking top floor, can he find the right angle? No, he's spotted by Adam. Recover from the loss in round 4, and the lead once again swings their way.
It's nice to see from 100 Thieves that they're not entirely reliant on a big trigger in the early portion of the round that's then sort of leading them the way. It's like a guiding light. And that round didn't really have one. There was no clear way into the site. They just had to go through the motions. They had to play the round out, which, of course, they were able to do. Again, we saw the power of Snake's radar there, just giving some really valuable information over towards Spirit so that he was able to further move through and know where the player was, rough vicinities, how that drop can then be influenced. Really good play and a lot of work really for Canadian to do. Kind of look at the lineup and you think, yeah, the Vigil's great, the Pulse is great, you've got a bit of information, you've got the Vigil, but did we see the true sort of value of that? Maybe out of the heartbeat scanner? but you would have maybe liked maybe a touch more denial in that moment, or a bit more of an ability to retake upstairs.
10 seconds to go.
Canadian did find himself up there, but of course at that point it was a little bit too little too late.
5 seconds to
Round number
insertion.
6 then, and a chance for the Rebellion to level things up here. Equally the
Attackers are
chance
heading
for
out to
100
defuse
Thieves
the bomb.
to streak a little bit of a lead here at the side swap. Of course, attack tonight, Lynx, has not really been too much of a bad side, and it's kind of a position in the game that I think is going to become a little bit more popular and more common as we move through into 2026.
You'd hope so. It makes the game a bit more exciting. You never want the attack to have too much of a lead, because then it's just not very fun to watch. Just
Activating
people
shock
running
zone.
in, getting all the kills, and the round ending before you even get your bearings. But if we got a little bit more kind of attacking prowess, or at least a little more just favorability towards the attack, I certainly wouldn't be complaining. 100 Thieves have it right now. 3-2 as they look to kitchen and dining. This side of the map, the one bit of area that they've struggled with, both in kitchen and dining and master bedroom and office, in which you kind of defend a lot of the same real estate for both of those sites. So it's been moving into this area that has proven a little difficult, not majorly. 100 Thieves still have a win on bedroom, but for kitchen dining, only one that's eluded them so far. Spotted in the corner, nice pre-fire on Ambi, just clinical from Tamazu to start. Get the information, E1D to freeze him, pre-fire through the barricade. Exactly what they needed to do in that situation. It'll be their 5th opening pick this half.
Another situation where the game sort of shows them a way. They're able to gather some good early information, and they're able to take advantage of that. A very clean and very risk-free opening pick there. Nambi not having the desired impact so far. 5 and 6 from a player that has often been touted as, if they don't step up, then where do we look to on the side of the Rebellion for a consistent amount of kills? They'll start to open that question up a little bit. Canadian does have quite a nice angle here through the hatch. Just managing to navigate that deathmark tracker at the moment. The mute jammer becoming such an important piece of utility. Far more than just blocking drones and stopping walls getting opened. Surf, Spoit, they're both in the action here, but Deimos in the heart of the site, instantly dealt with. Looks like Surf could grab himself another no. Yoga with 3 more to find.
And unfortunately, nothing will go his way. Seems at the moment it's just entirely SR holding their prior angles, looking up through or down through the verticality, and then 100 Thieves walk right into their midst. It is a tie half as we move into the timeout, 3-3, and the desk has something to say.
One thing that it seems like is a consistent theme, guys, over the course of the last couple of days, these new teams are finding their stride early. Fox, what have you liked about 100 Thieves so far?
Well, I mean, there's a lot to like. They were looking way better against SR right now than they did yesterday. I really like the usage of different operators, the double shield in the first 2 rounds, the snake, you know, using the sense. The way that they're getting their opening kills, very good. I love what I'm seeing. Now, those first 2 rounds, they got the opening kills. The next 2 rounds after that, they got the opening kills, but they're losing 3v5 scenarios. I think they understood it towards the end, that once you get the advantage, let's play slower, and they're adapting to it. Now, as for SR, I feel like a broken record here. I feel like at a certain point of how, I don't know how many times I've said it, but again, 2 of the rounds that they won are because of individual big plays. That last round that they won was because they're playing in sight. They're losing opening kills constantly and relying on big individual plays. At this point, they must know that that's the main issue. I really want to see more team play from SR. I think that's the biggest thing to look forward to for them.
Yeah, I mean, just to piggyback up what you're saying with SR and just being able to play with one another. I mean, we did see it towards the latter half of their game yesterday, but even in today's match, I mean, like you said, hero plays, winning them the round, Spoit with a big 3K. We got to get back to where we saw this team when they first entered the league as SR, as that banner where they dominated the entire league. And that's because they were always reactive. They always had an answer. They were always ready to play trades. They always had a solution. And I'm just not seeing that. And it's almost reminds me of the match that we saw with 100 Thieves versus 5 Fears. The rounds that they're winning really are more so given to them just because 100 Thieves is trying something different or trying to speed something up rather than just sticking to what's working. So for me, I really need to see SR start to rally and start playing far more better together to play these trades, let alone get the early advantage of getting that opening pick going into their favor.
well, that rally, seeing if we can see that happen on the second half of Chalet, starting right now. Lynx, Sexar, Troika, back to you.
Let's see what they can pick it up. See if, well, I suppose either team can pick it up, as it's 3-3. Neither one with a lead as the sides swap. But then again, with how good the attacks have been today, maybe this is SR's game now. We had 5 in a row from SSG, some good performances between DZ and C9 on the attack earlier. Maybe that is the more favorable side. Who knows, of course. Chalet can always be a bit difficult and maybe a little bit harder to attack than you think. For SR, though, it was a very tough game against 1-30 yesterday, 8-7. Of course, for 100 Thieves, going without a victory inside of the NA League so far. So both of them looking to bounce back from day one.
Both teams here with a lot of work to do, and it's not exactly the longest of stages, isn't Kickoff? Do need to perform kind of right out of the gate, which is a big ask, especially with some of the significant roster moves that we've had so far. You really don't want to be letting yourself lag behind all too much. Of course, the prize Kickoff is a spot at the Salt Lake City Major. It's going to be where you lay down some competition for the first time inside of this calendar year of Siege. Of course, inside of 26 as a whole, we've already had 6 Invitational. The 6 Invitational rounds out our year, and we starting off this time with the Kickoff, hence the name, to decide who's going to be going to Major 1 of the year. Side swapped then. Bans kind of as we would expect. If you're going to be playing up against SR, you're likely going to be removing one of a couple of things, and one of those is a Monty. Don't give that tool away to Canadian, because they are devastating when given the chance with it. 100 Thieves, I would argue though, Lynx, maybe you've already done the majority of the harder work in this side so far.
I mean, at least for the moment, it's possible just by taking that shield off the board. They've done a lot of the work. It's also possible that just by kind of shielding themselves from a lot of these exterior angles, one of the big strengths of that Chalet attack will not be nearly so. Either way, it's been probably the slowest round I feel like we've had this entire game so far. Potentially even of the night so far. There were some pretty slow rounds on Lair earlier. Rexon will trigger that Banshee for the briefest of moments. But the only engagement is the one we're tempted with in our minds. Players won't give us anything for the moment. So over half the round now gone, it's only then we see something occur. Yaga swinging around, gets Canadian. ROU projectors not a factor anymore. The Canadian's gone down, and I don't think the Rebellion have really acquired anything for it.
Looks a little bit confused at the moment, doesn't it? It's like we're kind of trying to bait out Pambazoo a little bit. That eventually is going to happen. Ambi able to work with Rexon there. Rexon was kind of tempted to push in on the Deimos, but he knew it was a losing gunfight. Needed a bit of support from elsewhere. That levels things up at 4 rounds of performing a piece, but Spirit's there with a brilliant swing onto Ambi and some damage into Spoit. No one's going to be allowed to hop through that double window. The kills feel like they continue to fly. One will be grabbed back. Surf is able to take and trade Atom out. But Rexon and Surf both split up here. Diffuser cold, 30 seconds. Yeah, you've got some death marks. But really, 100 Thieves just need to consolidate now. Play close.
Now with that Vulcan pack firing off that doorway, Rexon can't move in. Can't rely on Surf for support either. Yaga making good on that flank. 100 Thieves out the gate. Another strong start for them. Getting good on the attack, and now the defenses go the exact same.
It's been a little bit of a trend from SR recently. They've really slowed down on their attacks. I feel like stage 1 last year, they were one of like the premier attacking teams inside of the NAL. And one of the reasons for that was that they were a very effective and time-conscious team on that attack. They didn't really waste too much time. Oh, what a kill. I mean, you die into angles like that, like, what can you do, you know? But they've definitely slowed down as time has gone on. And Shopify Rebellion showing us that there inside of round 7. Not that they didn't really have a plan. You could see the vision. You could see that top floor clear sort of happening, and you could see, you know, a bit of pressure in through Mudroom. Like, these are all great spots, and they're all spots that 100 Thieves were playing themselves when they were on the attack. But it's the pace at which that's getting played.
10 seconds
Do you feel like Rebellion just lacking a little bit of that pace inside of round 7? It's early days, though.
5 seconds left.
It'd be unfair to call them a slowpoke team just yet, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on. 100 Thieves now regaining a very brief lead.
Also, something to keep an eye on is again those opening duels. 100 Thieves have only dropped 1 throughout this half so far, but of course, Rebellion able to recover once in a 5v4, but also once in a 5v3. So 100 Thieves still sometimes have shown an ability throughout this map. Giving away some of those advantages would be a much more dominant scoreline if they had converted them. Yet they still have that ability to just get it, to put the Rebellion in a disadvantage. Never a good position to be in, especially for a team that is still looking to find their exact footing inside of this map so far. Ooh, and again. It's number 7, I believe, for 100 Thieves in this series. Yeah, that's correct. With a C4 this go around, Gomez detonates Surf. There's not a single thing the Rebellion can do to trade that back.
Again, another opening pick that goes unanswered. A devastating stat line for SR, and a devastating stat line for 100 Thieves so far this game. They've been very consistent in it. Canadian, he's going to know that there's a player tucked in there. Again, situation of redrawing it again. Like, what are you going to do to get rid of Spirits here? Can try and get themselves out of bad position. Has Canadians seen the player inside of Trophy as well, or are they just assuming that they've gone? Because we've got a bit of a ping going on inside of the kitchen player. I'd worry if they just sort of blindly balled on through. Yoga going to be the next player to find success. Canadian will trade back onto Gomez. But again, where's the pace links? It's painfully slow.
Very slow at the moment, and not a whole lot of utility, I think, to clear out a lot of these positions. Sure, the Ying is gone, but no Grim, it's been more difficult to clear out Solar. Yaga with a nice angle, catching the rotation up onto the balcony. But that's our timeout gone. If this starts, you know, slipping against them, they're slipping away from them. We'll have to figure this out in round. They have the capabilities to do it, but just more pressure mounting on SR's shoulders as these rounds go on, as the kills fly in. Great refire by Rexen. Nothing to scoff at there, but it seems to be 2 in a row for 100 Thieves, 5-3. And likely after this, a must-win round for Shopify Rebellion if they want to close out Chalet, and certainly if they want to close it out in regulation. 1v3, 1 flashbang, and 13 bullets in that mag. Send it out, and Adam just swings ahead. Clinical and classic move from Adam as 100 Thieves continue their march towards regulation.
Yoko got 2 kills from the same angle there, by the way. He was just holding that pixel through the door onto Snow Balcony. Honestly, when Rexen challenged him, I was like, if they get 3 from there, like, it's just wraps. Just give him the game right now. Give him the full 3 points, the whole kit and caboodle. Rexen did hit a nice shot, but a nice shot isn't going to win you the round. It isn't going to get you points. It isn't going to get you closer to that major. 100 Thieves in a brilliant spot right now. 5-3. Still got the timeout if they want it. SR, they've only got themselves to look to now. The call has to be a little bit more confidence, a little bit more pace. I know that they're not a fast team. I know that they're not the type of team that is going to pull out a full 5-man rush and, you know, really play that sort of aggressive play style. But at least try and get a handle on that opening pick, because it's just been hurting every single round, with someone on the Rebellion having to go above and beyond to really net them any sort of positive out of that first engagement.
It's never a good way to start. Always trying to fight out of a deficit. Never the position you really want to be in. You might be comfortable there, you might be okay with it, but nobody ever wants to start there. And so 100 Thieves have consistently had that going their way. Have been able to convert them now at this point the vast majority of the times. Those rounds in the attack looking more and more like an outlier. That conclusion will be underlined if 100 Thieves are able to get those same stats this one. An opening kill and a victory. Gomez prepping for a similar C4 to last time. That's how the first blood was drawn in round 8. A C4 from Gomez, tossed outside, finding, in that case, Surf. This go around doesn't appear that there's anybody over on the solar side to actually fall victim to it. Shopify Rebellion instead going over to Library and looking a bit more like 100 Thieves. Looking to go for a full clear, secure control of the opposite side, and then pressure the site directly.
Spoit this time. Finds that opening pick onto Pambazoo. It's the second time the Rebellion have been able to pick up that opening kill. And it seems like it's a bit of a trigger. Ambi starting to move through a little bit quicker now. Surf grabs one for himself. Now would be the time to try and press that advantage and really flex that number. 4 versus 3 over your opponent. Don't give 100 Thieves time to stabilize here. Ambi and Spoit, Surf, all in a similar vicinity right now. And some good information being gathered on the drone. Surf almost certainly will get a good chance at this engagement against Spirits. Should really be the round, especially with the Deathmark tracker coming in onto Yoga. Spirits likely going to get caught looking the wrong way there, and there it is. Surf eventually nets that kill that he was working so hard for.
And just picking them apart at that point. Every single kill Shopify Rebellion get, it's just a 1v1, a 1v1, a 1v1 with nobody in a good position to trade. Not seeming like it's necessarily part of a coordinated plan. It might just be caught off guard, of course. But the Rebellion looked easy for them in round 9. Just moving on through the opposite side. And barely having to exert much effort or presence or even control to gain a lot for, well, very little in attacking Master Bedroom office. Next bans will come through. 100 Thieves will have another chance at defending Bar in games which they won at the beginning of this half. And our final bans for regulation will be Deimos and Cade, which Rebellion has been using a little bit, seen it a couple times so far in a couple different players' hands. Something you won't want to deal with anymore. I don't think an operator is the cause for their woes in that last round, though. A lot more positioning and just SR completely catching them by surprise.
Yeah, I really like the Deimos ban. I think that that's going to slow the Rebellion down a little bit. They've been bringing it pretty religiously. Of course, just force them onto Snake, which is, you know, kind of... Is it a budget Deimos? I don't know if it's budget. I think it's just an alternate. I think it's just like a Deimos light, almost. So you're still going to get that same level of information or a similar level of information, but it's going to be a lot less targeted. You can't pick who you want to get information on. Instead, you just give them with, well, I can at least know what's in the rough area around me. It's going to be something the Rebellion need to try and utilize, because information is the name of the game when you are on that attacking side. Good to see them get that opening pick as well, and be able to convert it. Not all the opening picks have been converted in this game. 100 Thieves, if it had, this game would have been over a long time ago, because 100 Thieves have been great on the opening pick, but not so great on that conversion statistic. Just tell you that Shopify Rebellion are, on occasion, happy fighting from behind, but it doesn't always give you the best fighting chance.
Loading new mag.
A little bit of a default camera action there. I was wondering if he was just going to get the bang through the floor as well at that moment in time. Bit of value being found from Brava's drone there. Or Cludge drone picking up the Banshee. Maybe a default camera along the way. It was nice to see a bit more pace in that previous round, and I'd like that again here from the Rebellion. Really try and pinpoint down onto one of these lurkers. But equally, 100 Thieves, they ought to recognize that, and they could go, you know what, we're just going to tighten things up a little bit. We're not going to give that opening advantage, or we're not going to put ourselves in a position where we're giving away a 50-50 gunfight.
Really great utility gathering from Canadian this moment. Basically every single trap around the fireplace door hacked. That'll be a good spot if maybe they can keep the upstairs players distracted, the players inside distracted. Could be creep in and exploit that gap that's just been created with some great primary utility usage. Ambi spotting some players on the Soliton radar, but not able to capitalize off of it. Just getting good information though. Well, I suppose you are, but you know somebody might be around the mezzanine. You know somebody might be around the stairs. It's good confirmation. I don't know if you'll be gaining anything completely new aside from just a little bit of surety. Dokubi call going out, Yaga all the way on the opposite side. And while Adam's low, nobody's fallen just yet. Instead, it's Ambi, the first down and taken out. as Pamazoo from the opposite side through a hole in the wall takes the first blood. Rebellion still looking to push on in. Spoit caught at the mudroom doorway, and nobody taking Pamazoo's position in the upstairs, or excuse me, Ambi's position in the upstairs library. Off the back of that smoke, Spoit pushing deep, but Spirit's ready for it. Such good counter swings in this series so far. Playing off the utility, anticipating the attackers pushing in, timing it just right. Good skills by the defense as well. The site is empty. They have it surrounded. One player on the stairs, two in dining. And Rexon with a lot of angles to cover. Aiden's got the time, continues putting it down. Oh, sees him for just a little bit, but cannot confirm the kill. So now 1v3 for the IGL, the mastermind behind the Rebellion. Knows that at least one is down below. Here's the other drop and wraps around. Good positioning by Canadian, keeping them guessing, but Spirits checks the corner. Match point now for 100 Thieves with the counter defuse. Only one away from redemption.
Really great call there to play retake. You've got two players off site. You're not going to be able to get them in position in time. You need to not peek that angle at the same time, not just both come flying around the corner and line up for Rexon. Instead, let him get the plant down. You've still got an advantage. I know oftentimes we'll stress that if there are two attackers alive and you know the plant's going down, there is a time to push, but it's very nuanced. And in those occasions, you know, sometimes you can get away with playing that retake and letting them get the plant down and then saying, yep, you know what, now we're ready, now we're going to go for it. As soon as Atom fell, really. But again, a lack of an overreaction from 100 Thieves. They didn't need to panic. They didn't need to all start running toward the bomb site, because all they would have done was just line themselves up for Rexon. Nope, instead, let him get the plant down and then play the retake off the back of it. Yogg hit a really nice shot, by the way. I thought he would have been dead to rights. He just hits the crouch at the right time as he peeks around the corner. Just a little, you know, a tiny little thing, but it's what kept him alive, and it's what credited him with the kill in the gunfight in the end. 100 Thieves now on a match point.
And not necessarily in prime position to close it out, but still have enough of a lead that got to give them some kind of benefit. Moving to kitchen dining as well. This is a site that 100 Thieves have won so far. Only success the Rebellion have had was on that master bedroom and office site. It's just based off the precedent. If you're a 100 Thieves fan feeling a little bit more comfortable, what exactly can the Rebellion do to bring this back? Bringing the Snake more actively into play. Second round in a row we've seen it. Didn't really see it at all before the final ban phase. So it's clear this is part of their plan. Abuse that Soliton radar, try to get Ambi activated, but he was stuck around library last time and ended up going down first. So we have it, you go for a little bit more of a lurk maybe, through the bottom floor, clearing things out. Maybe that might be a good idea. You could get Surf activated there as well. Just some thoughts, but with that powerful utility, you want it to go to good use, and at the moment, only thing Surf has done is lose almost all of his HP.
100 Thieves have been pretty keen on these big nitros thrown out the windows. There was an attempt in the previous round and it nearly netted them a couple, but this time Surf has been softened up. Spend a little bit of drone utility as well here. Gomez, of course, on the Mozzie. Ooh, there's a good chance here for Spirits. He's playing Oryx. He's got the speed to try and do this. This would be one of those opportunistic plays that we do see 100 Thieves try to make, but I think the Dokkaebi call just comes in at the right time.
Comes in at the right time, but Vulcan Pack pops. Surf dodges it, catches Gomez blind. Somehow gets ahead of that utility, and while he might be isolated from the rest of the attack, he's got some good forward control. Spirits can't really trade with a player on the window and his own fire, and so the timing and the utility work out just right for the Rebellion. Spirits will hop out, try to take the initiative. Spoit around the corner. Good pre-fire with the T5. The Rebellion still hold the lead, have the round in their hands. It's not done just yet.
Spirit's desperately trying to Ramadash himself into safety there, or at least just away from the scene of the crime. Not sure quite how he's been able to get away with that, but he's done it and taken a kill back. Still leaves SR with an advantage. When you're left with a glass trying to open up the floor, never going to be a great position. Spirits, oh, underneath the bomb, underneath the sight hatch, Pamazoo just gets caught in pure no man's land.
Ambi catching another one around the corner too. Just quickly realized at a moment that he might have the perfect gap into the site. Long angle for Adam. Threads that one perfectly. Ambi nailed to a post inside of a site. Now what is he to find next? And one player slipped back in the library and the other on the vertical. It's been 2 nice shots, but this crossfire should still be too much for Adam to work through. Not sure what intel the Rebellion have. He'll push on in, destroy the BP, now hacked, but it is a tight angle. Could try to activate this, but with the hatch open behind, he's got to try and bait them. Got to try and get them to make some kind of misstep as he goes forward. They see him behind the chassis, and Canadian finishes him off. Beautiful play by Adam to get 50%. As it's a whole half the job still left to do. Same can be said for the Rebellion. They've got one, and now just need one more to bring us to OT.
You could hear the attackers there frantically trying to make Vert, using Glaz's DMR and whatever it was that they had just to get a bit of Vert onto that plant spot. They, of course, had the hatch that it wasn't, you know, critical. But there was a world there where you were able to just sneak away with it. 100 Thieves choosing to use their tactical timeout now. See if that's going to be enough to push them over the line here. A little bit of a closer round in terms of it didn't swing drastically one way or the other. Particularly some of the early 100 Thieves rounds, they were really dominant in the way that they were taking them. But SR just being let in ever so slightly here. But you can see the style that this 100 Thieves teams wants to play with, and it is that aggressive style. You know, it's bring the Oryx, it's be looking for a run out, using, you know, playing a Mozzie, grabbing a drone, using that to try and gain a bit of information. Is it viable? Can we just jump out on this guy? Can we make something happen? Another player making it happen in and around that area of the map was certainly Surf. Got himself in and was really able to establish himself quite quickly inside of Master. Bit of a question for Pamba, honestly, as well, like how he gets caught in that position. They know that upstairs has been taken, and he's just plainly wandering underneath the hatch, caught in the current.
Such nice shots for Adam there, but
Attackers have located a bomb.
with those 2 kills that you were just talking about from Ambi, it require a little bit more than that for the Rebellion to squander it. And so they win Kitchen Dining, site they had lost previously, and now everything at least feels like it's a bit different. 4-1 that Adam was forced to fight out of. Going to a site that
5 seconds to go.
before round 11 was the only one you had won, and it was another one where they had 4 people left alive. Overtime is a very real possibility at this point. It's a question, of course, whether the Rebellion can get us there, whether 100 Thieves might fight back. But it's a ball game in round 12. It could be anybody that runs away with it. Likely going to be a slower start, of course, especially since it's over in Master Edmund office. Gonna want to take control of library, secure that part of the map, even if it's just the knowledge that nobody's playing over there. Don't want to let anything in round 12 slip you up, whether it's Pambazoo or Spirits, anybody going for a kind of realm. Want to check all your bases. You're fighting for OT, not the victory. You need to make sure that you get there.
Ambi just trying to gather a bit of information there on the drone. He's also got the radar to fall back on if he wants to try and keep that drone alive for a little bit later on. Rexon, concerned about the presence of somebody up inside a library and the Valkyrie camera, but it's Spirits to take Spoit down. Spirits having a trademark Spirits game where the frags that he gets just seem to be so impactful. Whether they've been opening picks or crucial 1 versus 1s, it once again gives his team the advantage. Pamba takes a ton of damage there and maybe thinks better of a double dip on the engagement, gets himself up library stairs. You've already got 1 kill. You don't need to overcommit and lose the round by fighting a player inside of bar. You can maybe afford to give that up, especially at the halfway point.
Ooh, but Spirits might find himself dead in short order. 2 players surrounding him. Surf gets 1, wrapping around with the pistol. Spirits gotta be careful. Finds it through the wall, looking to get the next. But not enough ammo, and those ARX shots pack a much meaner punch. 3-3, moving into the final. Minute 10. So the Rebellion have time to pause. What do they have? Got the Soliton radar, a powerful tool to get some late round information. Air jabs as well to lock down movement. And even a full minute just to get this information. Great opportunity for SR to convert this.
Provided they've got some drones to play with, and they should do because they're playing Twitch, they should be able to make something happen here. You also see Ambi in the drone as well. Setting that up for a little bit later on now. No real surprise there's somebody playing inside a piano. The glaring hole here in the plan is the lack of any hard breach. That wall isn't going to get opened Yoga with the DMR can really play this quite deep. Zoto canisters go out. That's just going to slow the roll a little bit. It looks like the wall's soft, so there is going to be a bit of an angle there, but whether you can transition through it is going to be another question entirely. C4 out. Unsuccessful. But a backstab here from Ambi. Picks himself too. A lot of pressure on Gomez.
A lot of pressure on Gomez, especially with that C4 gone. With 7 seconds remaining, to be the perfect tool to win this. But without it, looks like we're moving towards OT. It'll be a nail biter, but given the distance, the Nomad gets it over the line. Just a few more seconds, maybe find a bit of an opening, can peer through that flash, but can't find the shot. Rebellion's second overtime of the league so far. It worked out well yesterday. We'll see how it works out now.
Well, they've managed to get themselves to this point. It was feeling inevitable. The only way that SR were going to be able to walk away with some points here was by securing that overtime. And as they've done so many times before, when it matters, they bring out the round that takes them there. Still super close. And without Ambi getting a couple of kills on a backstab and just finding himself in the right position, would have been a very different story. Spirits did a really good job downstairs, but you maybe could have asked for just a little bit more. I was surprised that 2 players got caught looking entirely the wrong way on the side of 100 Thieves there, and Ambi just is able to waltz through and pick up 2 kills. That really wasn't the finest hour right then. You've got to keep those gaps pretty tight, especially when you've got somebody like Ambi who is going to slip through at a moment's notice.
I've been the big player these past couple rounds. I know you mentioned at the beginning wanting to see a bit more from him, how when he gets active, he can take over games. And given the double kill he found towards the end of round 11 and the double he found there, it's been a high impact set of rounds at the end of regulation for Ambi. Not only putting him positive, but putting Shopify Rebellion back in a position to close this one out. Moving to the defense, but of course, neither of the sides have had a clear lead so far. And at least for the defense. Took a little bit for the Rebellion to get their feet under them on that half at the beginning. 2 rounds, 100 Thieves are able to win. It was actually almost the exact same record in terms of 100 Thieves starting off the house with a couple wins, Rebellion fighting back. But here, breaking with the trend, that's only their 4th opening kill in the series so far, but it could not come at a better time.
Surf taking Spirits down. I commented on how impactful some of Spirits' kills have been. Surf's equally so. An opening pick that goes untraded. Just gives so much flexibility now to the Rebellion. They've got an extra set of eyes where they might need him. Mirror window can be popped. Gomez has got plenty of options for tracking with the death mark as well. They do lack Spirits and the bees that he was going to try and bring. A key piece of information, key piece of utility to provide information to force players out of position. And without it, it's going to be far easier for players like Rexon to play in and around his mirror window. He's taken a little bit of damage, but so far he's soaked up a hell of a lot.
Now Canadian cutting down Adam. 100 Thieves, who seem like at the starts of these halves, seemed like they might have the game in hand. It's been the Rebellion settling into the bout every single time. And overtime might end up proving the same. It was good enough yesterday to get that 8-7 against 1 in 30. Might be good enough here, but will 100 Thieves be able to answer back? Pamazu, oh no! Catches Spoid, but what a quick reaction that puts Yaga in an unwinnable position. Stuck outside, Canadian picked back up. Flawless, very much possible for the Rebellion at this point, and it will be so. Their first shot at map point, looking for their 2nd victory in the NA League.
You watch the last 2 rounds of the way that SR play and you're like, why can't they just play like that all the time? You know, I think stylistically this matchup is really difficult for SR because you're going up against 100 Thieves who are probably one of the more polar opposite teams in terms of playstyle. Capability, both teams very capable. But when you talk about playstyle and you start thinking about how aggressive and the calculated risks that 100 Thieves take, it's not really something that we often see from the side of SR. They're far more risk averse. That was the moment. Spoiled with a brilliant kill onto Pamba. Certainly not been Pamba's finest hour here tonight. 6-11. Missing out on a lot of those critical gunfights. Especially when he kind of let the Ella, he let Spoik sort of go past a little bit and watched him for a time before making that shot. Just wanting to time it to perfection, just wanting to give himself the biggest window of opportunity. It really came back to bite. The Rebellion lead now for the first time at this game, and it couldn't come at a better time. Overtime match point is theirs.
And just one more indeed. Now on the attacking side, building off that momentum, and I think Gomez trying to channel what has so far been the main sticking point, or not sticking point, the main selling point for 100 Thieves so far. It's been the ability to get that opening pick, to put themselves on the right note. They didn't even have it last time, but at least it's been an overall trend so far this game. Starting to think a little bit more to that time you weren't able to close out the 5v3. The game might be over if you had managed that on the attacking side, and it feels so long ago. As the Rebellion have got comfortable now in the defense, how are 100 Thieves going to maneuver? ROU Projector might go in. The broader defensive setup is still intact. People up top on the mezzanine, people in library, but of course some roamers who can move around, Pambazoo spirits. Players who need to find themselves in the blind spots of Shopify Rebellion and cut them down when they're least expecting. A lot of players stationed around this bar window, though. Getting curious if something might be different as Rexon hops in, lands a nice pre-fire on Adam. The one thing for 100 Thieves, that opening pick, they can't even rely on that anymore.
Some big information being found there from Ambi. Surf going to take spirits down. We've said before that if you kill the player inside a stock and you've got a shield, you can usually get a plan down. This time there's no shield, but there's an ROU projector, and Gomez can't look through it. Can just frantically throw razor blooms through, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough for the problem at hand.
Maybe not. It might deny the default plant. Keeping it close, Pambazoo and Gomez looking to put in some work. It's all on their shoulders. This next kill might be the most important. Finding that player as they hop in the double window. Rebellion have a bit of an advantage on time right now. Nixon covering a little bit of the sound. And they have time to do that. Play those mini games. Throw up those smoke. Just try and get whatever information you can and force out reactions. You have the advantage to do it. Pambazoo around the corner, spots it, but Rexon gets the better of him. Gomez behind the bar with it all to do. This was their game, starting off each half with so much momentum. And now it's 7-6. The Rebellion with 45 seconds to figure things out. They outlast the opposition. 2 wins in a row.
SR getting the job done. It wasn't pretty by any stretch of the imagination, but points are points. 100 Thieves showing a really good account of themselves over on Chalet. And honestly, for a time, it really looked like they were going to walk away with that, but the experience once again shines through on this SR side. We're going to hit a short break. After that, we'll be back with our desk.
And what felt like a mirror image of yesterday's win, Shopify Rebellion eke out an 8-6 win over 100 Thieves on day 2 of the kickoff. Spoit, welcome. Congrats on back-to-back victories now. Yesterday when we spoke with Ambi, he shared the sentiment that a win is a win. Doesn't matter how you got there. Do you share that same thought process?
I mean, a win is a win. I mean, he's right. However, it's not the cleanest wins. We know that. You know, it's something we're trying to work on. The issues that were shown in these 2 games. I think the attacks were a big issue for us. Got a little slow for us. So we're just figuring that out. But, you know, I'm happy with the 2-0 for the week. So just going to keep going.
Yep, can't be upset about a 2-0. I just wanted to dive deeper into the rounds that you guys are losing. From the spectator POV, it looks like you guys are losing individual gunfights around the map. I wanted to know if that's something that you feel is the reason you're losing those rounds. And if so, is it because not everyone's on the same page, or each individual player thinks that sometimes they can just win that one and make things easier? What's going wrong in the rounds that you're losing?
I mean, I can't remember exactly yesterday, but today, I mean, this, like, we're playing Chalet, right? It's a very cheese-heavy map. People like to put their heads in windows and stuff. And, you know, we did get C4'd a few times. I know Surf got C4'd on the Repel on Solar. I got killed when we had live info on a gun West Main. You know, Ambi died a few times. I mean, that's an issue we've been having, like just dying, dropping bodies for no reason, and it kind of screws the attack because it's so hard to attack these days. There's so many traps, all this. So, yeah, no, that was the issue for today.
Well, either way, I want to congratulate you on your guys' 2-0 so far. I kind of want to go more in depth with that question that Fox has. It's just from yesterday and today. Why are these games so close? Why are they so tight? I mean, obviously you already recognize, you know, they aren't as clean as they can be, but what really is keeping you guys from having those clean games that we've seen from you numerous times throughout the league? What's really holding you guys back?
I mean, I think it's just, you know, us getting back into it again. I mean, it's been a bit of a downtime since SI, right? So just getting back into it, you know, first game nerves type of stuff. So as soon as that's over, you know, week 1 went great, so can't complain. But yeah, it's just getting, you know, in the groove again, getting comfortable together, getting the call outs on point, you know, the 3-2-1s, all of the necessary stuff.
I have one more question. Obviously, we heard from Super online talking about you guys aren't making any changes. You guys are bringing on Thesis to help out with the coaching staff. What was the big conversation that you guys had after the result at SI?
I mean, at SI, like, I don't know if you guys watched the documentary, but we had some issues with, like, maps, for example. We had to stop playing Chalet during SI, so that kind of screwed up the map bans a little bit. You know, bringing in Thesis as well is a very strategic coach. So hopefully it's just going to help us, you know, broaden our map pool and working on the small details. And so far, been nothing but pleasure working with Thesis. So going to keep going.
Awesome.
Spoit, like, I know we're focusing a little bit on the negative here and why this win wasn't better than it was, but now for 2 days in a row, on the positive side, you guys have been down, facing multiple match points, and have found a way to make the comeback. For those out there that are looking up to you and looking up to this team going, wow, that's 2 days now where they've been able to, back against the wall, come out and get the win. What is that moment like? Like, what do you guys do to get your heads in the game and to make those comebacks happen?
Just deep breaths, trusting each other, and, you know, just be calm in general. Like, it's just like a league game. Like, it's fine. It's like, if we lose this game, what really changes? Like, we wake up tomorrow, it's the same thing. It's fine. So just focusing on ourselves, having everyone in check, you know, not, you know, being mad at each other. We're just here to play a video game. And for a viewer point of view, I mean, it's more interesting to watch these type of games than just a blowout.
You love giving you guys fans heart attacks, that's for sure. That's notoriously been a Troy's thing.
Yeah.
The heart attacks, it's the content, right? It's what we're all watching for.
Of course.
Exactly. Spoit, thank you so much for your time. As always, congratulations, a 2-0 start for you guys. Look forward to talking to you more down the line.
Thank you.
Well, Shopify Rebellion, as we say, take the win yet again. An overtime finish, Fox. Not necessarily how they wanted to do it, but as Spoit said today, as Ambi said yesterday, a win is a win. A 2-0 start is exactly how they wanted to begin either way.
If there's a team that's going to have the resilience to consistently go the distance, it's any team Canadian's been on since the start of time. Him being on DZ, SSG, DZ again, now SR. Something is always given is that they're going to be going to overtime, but it's good resilience, way to bounce back. I do think there's still a little bit of an issue of, you know, like Spoit said, dying in situations that you shouldn't be dying in, but it's something that they've highlighted, they noticed, and they're going to try and fix going forward. As for 100 Thieves, it was really good. It was looking really, really solid at the start. The way that they were isolating these picks and finding the kills, there was a couple rounds where, yes, they'd get that man advantage and then lose it by over-aggression. But as soon as they got to the match point, I really wish we could have also had an interview with them to understand what is going on. They get to match point and all of a sudden, all knowledge is out the window. Individual fights left, right, and center, questionable gunfights, and you give SR those gunfights, hey, they're gonna take it. And look at the stats from everybody from SR, always at the top. Ambi, we talk about how he can't consistently keep doing it. Relax, he does.
Yeah, no, he absolutely is. And that round in particular, I think both me and you let out an audible gasp. I believe it was round 12. It was up top, and it was a 2v3, and Ambi on the Solid Snake uses that radar, finds both those players, and immediately pushes through into Master, grabs those 2 kills. I mean, it was a beautiful display of one, Solid Snake being entered in the game, and just using that gadget and gaining that information. And again, Ambi, the highlight reel king of this team, really keeping them alive. But I think that also what sets them apart from this 100 Thieves roster is when push comes to shove, backs are against the wall, every single player on SR has the playmaking ability and the resilience to get it done no matter what. And that's really what pushed them over the edge here and made them get this win over 100 Thieves.
I mean, Ambi had a phenomenal game. He really showed the new operator very well. He was so versatile in getting those opening kills. But look at every single one of those kills that we just saw on his highlight. What is 100 Thieves doing? They're always alone. There's always one member. The trades are not there. They're not together. They're not playing off of each other. A player like Ambi is going to eat that up every single time. He's going to win those ones. And that's what we say is SR has some of the best players individually in the game. They're slowly figuring out their issues, but push comes to shove. They're consistently winning their ones, specifically Ambi on top of it. And I think this is a loss that 100 Thieves is going to look back at and say, man, we could have got a win on SR. What a way to lose it, to just throw it away when you're on match point at 6-4, to lose 4 rounds in a row. It really hurts to watch that.
Well, SR, one of the North American powerhouse teams, they get their 2-0 start that they were looking for. Maybe not the way they wanted to get it done, but they get it done nonetheless. We get our first look at another North American powerhouse. M80 take the stage next against 5 Fears. Don't go anywhere.
Necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
For those of you paying attention, it's not 5 fears taken on M80. It's 1 of 30 getting their opportunity to show us exactly why they belong here in the NAL. But first, we got to talk about the team making their 2026 debut as well. M80. A notable roster change coming into this one, Fox, because it's not Kino on this team anymore. He's moved on to Dark Zero. Ashen is coming in to see how he can improve this already stacked lineup.
It's a very big change, an unexpected one. We weren't really expecting that M80 to make a change since they just recently won the last Mutant Major. Going into Invite, it wasn't necessarily the performance that they wanted, but it wasn't a cause for concern as we thought. But M80 decided to make a change, bringing on Ashen, who was a free agent, leaving SSG. And now, yes, we know Ashen is a phenomenal player. We know what he brings to the table. We know he's going to get kills. But now it just begs the question, what are we going to see today? I mean, we already know that M80 had struggles previously 2 years ago with the roster lineup on who was going to play what role. In that time, in picking up Fabian, they slowly diversified their portfolio when it comes to operators. We were seeing Diffuser on Nomad, we were seeing Gunner on Grim, and they won a major doing that. Now, they're in a situation where they're bringing on Ashen, they're losing their shield player, and now who is going to play support or shield if Hot and Cold has to pick one or the other? It's a situation that causes a couple of red flags. Clearly, M80 knows what they're doing, and we're all excited and anticipating to see what's going to happen, because I couldn't imagine Ashen not being on the entry, but that means that one of the other stars is not going to be shining as bright when they are shafted to be stuck on a shield or on support.
And that's something for me as well as Fox that you're talking about, is losing Kino. He was their support. He was that pillar that they highlighted themselves, that they praised in that stage where they ended up winning all of Munich. And I'm sure there is going to be ramifications now that there is going to be that question mark, is who's going to pick up that support event? Who's going to play those shields? Because it is going to limit them to some degree. But obviously, if you're going to make a big change like that and remove your support system, and you're going to pick up one of the best entry fraggers, if not the best in the NA coming out of Ashen, clearly something really has to be a spark for their attacks, where Ashen can pick and prod around the sites on these attacking halves, opening up rounds, getting these multi-frags to allow an easier take, site take, whatever execute that's going to look like from Hot and Cold. So I am really excited to see what this new iteration is going to look like. But again, I am a little still worried about their supportive staff, that they don't have, you know, an extra supportive player like Kino was being their staple.
Well, as we see these M80 guys getting each other hype and getting ready for the match, including Hot and Cold's cat in the background on the bed, very important, we got to talk about 1 of 30 Lax, who are coming in off the heels of a very good pro debut. Obviously, Packer and Bino, they've been here before in some capacity, but we did not expect this team to come out of the gate swinging, to take Shopify Rebellion to overtime in their opening day here in Kickoff.
No, I absolutely didn't. And I got to be completely honest with you. Both Mike W, Silo, and Volsper, I was extremely impressed that they were able to go toe-to-toe with a team like SR and not give up, show resilience, show tenacity in a lot of these rounds. I mean, we saw a lot of those post plants, whether it was Packer in them with Mike W or whether it was in Volsper in that situation. I mean, these players are really showcasing something that, again, I am really proud to see, because it's not often you see younger talent come into it, let alone go against the upper echelon of teams and really put up numbers. And it's just something that I really want to continue to follow and see them grow. But the question is, we got to see if they can replicate that exact same thing going into today.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk maps. Fox, we're diving quick on into this one because our players are rearing to go. Where do you think we are going here? Cafe, what do you make of this?
I mean, Cafe is clearly going to be a great pick for M80. It's one of their bread and butter picks. They always bring a lot of unique operators. This is where we're going to see how Ashen settles into it, because we know that it's not necessarily a conventional entry map. You got to be using the Nomad, the Grim, these different operators, but it is a map that you can get a little crafty when it comes to the shield play. I'm just waiting to see how Hot and Cold is going to bounce between both supportive roles of shield and support, hard support. Who's going to be droning alongside him? For 1 at 30, I mean, sky's the limit. You had a great performance yesterday. Nobody knows really what you're doing. You're always going to be keeping the other opponent on their toes.
Well, 1 of 30, looking to replicate the success they had yesterday, but taking it over the line. And M80, well, we'll see what this new team looks like, at least this iteration of it, here on day 2 of the kickoff. Lynx, XR Troika, take it away.
I am happy to, Jonah, because frankly, I have been looking forward to seeing this M80 squad not only all day, but all day yesterday as well. Kino is gone. It doesn't even feel like the same team, Ollie. I mean, am I excited to see Ashen? Of course, but even with just that one change, it's like, it feels like a whole different animal to me. A whole different set of people.
I feel what you're saying. I've tried to always live by like the 3 out of 5 rule. Like if 3 players remain, the team's kind of the same. But when you lose somebody like Kino and the sort of play style and the system that enabled M80 to play under, you've really got to sort of bring into question how the Ashen pickup is going to change this team fundamentally. And I think the desk have spoken about it at decent length there, and I agree. I think it is going to change the dynamic of the side. I had a quick chat with Fabian before kickoff started last week, and he was saying that with the introduction of Ashen, it's given the team more flexibility so that they can really start to swap the power operators around as and where they're required or best needed or best suited for any sort of given situation. So I imagine, yes, we are still going to see some support style play, but these players are going to be far more encompassed in more of a flexible role where it's just what the team requires at that moment in time and not necessarily pigeonholing themselves all too much. For 1 out of 30, I mean, yesterday, fantastic game for them against SR. They weren't able to get themselves over the line, and I guess that's kind of the SR meme at the moment, isn't it? They go to an overtime, really drag these games out where you kind of just think they could get them done a little bit quicker, but they certainly left the door a slight ajar yesterday for 1 of 30. But I don't know if that's going to be the same case here today. Cafe can be a very, very punishing map, and I think the M80 have done a good job of navigating this map ban.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse
it. Really can, especially when you have operators like Gridlock in play, the way she can lock down so many of those flanks. When the operator's taken off the board, I mean, Monty cap it out, it's never great. You like having those shields. Hot and cold as an IGL. Became famous a couple years ago for how he could maneuver at the time East Coast around that Monty. But I think there's still a lot of potent tools left on the table. It's just kind of the nature of Siege. There's so many good operators that the bands can only tackle so much. But in terms of positioning, big threat will be these windows. How can M80 position themselves on these long rappels to shut down a lot of the aggression and control a lot of these positions from the exterior? A couple obstacles that not only 1 of 30, but every defending team on Cathay will have to wrestle with. With this second core defense, at least, they don't have to focus on them a whole heck of a lot. Play a bit more towards white stairs, typically what we'll see.
Ooh, nice little open kick there from Mike W. Way downtown, all the way onto reading room door. Takes hot and cold out. Now, the Rams may be a little bit of a strange one. Like, obviously, you're going to want to have the Rams try and rip open this floor. Some of that work has been done. And there will more than likely be a secondary shotgun somewhere kicking around that can get a little bit of that job done as well. But it really relies on Diffuser getting himself in there. Losing the player that was looking to just try and poke the head in through that reading door. Big problem. I mean, maybe there's a question as to why that was the Ram in the first place if you need the Ram to rip open this vert, but it seems like the defenders have at least got some flexibility to rotate off and move, and recognizing, hey, you know what? We've wasted over half the round. We've taken a body. I'm kind of happy to drop off there and just let them start to move through this top floor because we know it's going to take them some time.
I think it's a prudent decision from 1 of 30 for all the reasons you just said. 5v4, back off. They're going to have to progress towards the top. Now, I will say, M80 are an experienced team with an experienced leader. They take that control very quickly. It's not the kind of thing where they're going to drone and re-drone and re-drone. They feel that confidence right now, and you can see why they might have decided to pick up Ashen. Throwing out that Candela, taking an aggressive line just to see if anybody moves. Anybody gets a little too antsy, he's there with the shotgun to punish them right around the corner, and also preventing anybody from moving up that staircase to go for a retake. It'll force out some utility from the defense as well. So it's a bit of a trade back and forth. Now he moves a bit more aggressively. Prone on the floor, just walks right past him. Makes it into the laundry office. He's a bit isolated from the rest of the team. And so he might flick around and shoot him in the back before he can react in time. M80 with the briefest of leads that evaporates at a moment's notice. Thank God the AK's got 41 bullets, but Gavini still won't land those shots. moving in for the post plant, or I suppose the plant itself to move into the post. Silo will stop it from happening as a quick spray transfer with the DMR leaves Diffuser with no time. 1 of 30 take their first and reaffirmed they are not to be trifled with.
That round was sliding this way and that, and 1 of 30 have just made a huge play toward the end there. Default plant position, DMR. How many times are we going to see a DMR ripping through and picking up multiple kills there? The vert just wasn't there yet, and it's in part because you've lost the ram early doors. Get to see that as a replay there. Another great angle of the kill. At the point where a couple of kills came in on that top floor, I really thought that the job was done. But Gaveni, just a little bit further back, he wasn't actively holding the door as the plant was going down. But that's what happens when time starts to become a factor. You can't always wait for the opportune moment. Had there been a bit more vert upstairs, that's maybe something that can be taken out as a refrag. You did still have Diffuser up there, but when he's only got the shorty to make the vert with, if it isn't there already, it's kind of too late. A super close first round, but one that 1 of 30 will happily walk away with.
10 seconds to insertion.
And starting things off right, M80 0-1 for the first round they've played in the NAL so far. Will be a second try, not on the exact second floor site, but of another second floor site. No shields in play, so unlikely we'll see the quick rush through mining window. I hope to see from M80 honestly be some similar things to what we saw last round, but now they understand that 1 of 30 have a good game plan on that top floor. They're not going to swing you all that much. They're going to play their positions and hold fast. Now maybe you can account for that and react accordingly. Going up to the top, get some of those opening positions, open up some of these windows. Nobody playing directly around stage at the moment. I'm curious to see how many of the defenders are over on the white side, because given that it is mining, you can't play directly over the site, but typically want to station around these staircases. And what do you know? Holly, look at this. Packer might just be sneaking out of the bakery double door.
Everyone quite fragmented at the moment. Air jobs there, just getting baited out. Packer, think about replacing that barricade, but instead just going for a further bait on that sound cue. Gunner takes Silo down. Opening pick this time going in favor of M80. It's a clear indicator as to the winner of that previous round. And M80 are going to want to try and capitalize on that themselves. It's far slower though, Lynx. Diffuser not looking to overcommit at the moment. I don't know if it's the lack of information or if they're just generally trying to burn out this time and make 1 of 30 really sweat it. There's a chance, of course, to drop that hatch. You can still play those toxic babe canisters from there as well. With the Valkyrie, Packer's still got his C4 in hand. Vulsper, Bino, everyone's got C4s. Could very easily just play a retake on this, let the attackers come into the site, especially with how little time is remaining. The difficult position that M80 find themselves in here. They don't want to find themselves out of time in the site with C4s just booming at their feet.
Now, the game plan from 1 of 30 so far on this defense has been well thought out. A lot of layers, both in the last round and, as you just mentioned, in this one as well. Bakery control still in their possession. They can use certainly at least 2 of those C4s, if not all 3. Even still on the top floor, you could see maybe just one person throwing one up just to keep the attack off guard, burn a few more seconds. Only 30 seconds to go, and we're still opening up floors using the sledgehammer, a much slower method to acquire these angles. The utility goes out, but with a smoke canister right below, they'll drop, time it perfectly. Can't get the kill as Bino reacts, might find one. But M80 building off that advantage earlier. Not have a lot of information, but if they can just stay sharp in those gunfights, their advantage perseveres. 2v2 with Ashen placing that diffuser down. Good vertical control. Out goes that C4. It lands. There goes the diffuser. And any time to pick it back up. Gavini, no! Right as he picks it up. The clock strikes midnight. And 1 of 30 with their second in a row.
Ashen comes off the plant. He's going to die to the C4 anyway. He maybe gets that down. I think it was tight. I don't think he does. But where was the cover? That was a 3 versus 2. We said that they're going to play retake. We said that we were going to play for C4s. Now, okay, we've got X-ray vision. We know exactly what everyone's holding in their hand. I get that. But M80 have also got a pretty good idea. This drop was super messy. The fact that Bino was able to come away with a kill, I don't know, I probably don't think he gets it. Yeah, I think he dies to the C4 regardless there. I don't think that if he sticks it, the plant goes down. Maybe the play is to come off it and see if you can just ping a headshot out of nowhere. M80, they need to be careful with this clock. That's the second round in a row that we've ran the clock dry of time. And 1 of 30 have held on.
10 seconds left.
You can clearly tell it's something that 1 of 30 are accounting for too. It's why all those C4s are present. The whole game has felt like it's gone according to plan for 1 of 30, even when they've lost so many kills in the last round. That was effectively a 2v4 that they had to win, and yet you still had that part of the plan lasting until the end with that secondary utility. It's been very well thought out from the defense so far. Going to kitchen, you would hope of all the sites in which there's a strong plan, this would be the one. Typically the one defenders prefer. Have a Scopos roaming up top to start, but, well, fortunately one goes down early. Not sure how Ashen found Mike W, but the Aruni appears to be caught either opening up the single door or peeking the garage door. Not entirely sure. But matters get worse as Packer doesn't have a clean way to rotate back either, at least rotate down White Stairs.
That's why it's so crucial to get White Stairs open as soon as possible. You can really start to cut those players off. Then the options become having to go down Brown Stairs, which again can be held, and Diffuser is going to be holding that from outside of Snow. A really tough position for Packer. 1 kill gained, but with another player really cut off from the rest of the team, especially a player that's holding the C4 as well. It's going to be a big loss potentially if that isn't realized. He is able to rotate up and try and play something in the mid floor, but fortunately the hatch has been left soft, so we'll be able to rotate his way back down to site. That's kind of job done at this moment in time for M80. They can move through and start to take advantage of that, and they really need to do that quite quickly. Gunner, fortunately on the ram, can make a lot of vert very quickly with the boogie drones, and that's exactly what he's going to move through and try and do.
Much more efficient way of getting these vertical angles than the sledge we saw last time. Just place those 3 in the standard positions on kitchen at this point. Create the 2 lines on either side of the wheel. And one of the long haul beneath that window, and you should be all good. Now you look to find the other ones. Take down the Scopos on site. That does make me curious. Is Silo still upstairs? No, Silo now down inside of VIP. Can't teleport out. And losing a lot of support. M80's taken a second player, and Bino, he can watch the double window. And I was going to say, with Kochek right nearby, the Scopos is quite isolated and has lost her main ability to rotate back into the site with the destruction of that other shell. And M80 realize it. Spot inside of VIP. Oh no, this is going to be a tricky one. Honestly, Silo just needs to play the time. Can call that the players drop down the hatch. More info, or at least more info denied as one player tucks behind that ROU, and Hot and Cold gets in position to plant. The one body they've lost doesn't really matter. It's an extraneous detail, all things considered. What a flick by Gavini. Oh, this is unnecessary, frankly. Hot and Cold was safe to get that plant down. Well called attack by M80, and it's only their first on the board.
M80, I mean, we could be sat here with them having 3 rounds on the board. They finally get one over the line, and it looks like they were in much more control than they have been previously. Not leaving too much to chance there. Instead, focusing on those fundamentals. Doing a really good job of cutting off defenders. 1 of 30. Kind of pigeonholed from very early on into the round. And just further constricted from there. Mozzie ban. I mean, go for it. Like, I'm all here for it, Lynx. We got a Mozzie ban and a Dokubi ban. I can't remember the last time I saw a Mozzie ban, but I like it. M80 obviously wanting those drones in tip-top condition, not wanting to be leaving another C4 defender kicking around that can steal away your drone and make things very difficult. Now becomes the, not the hard part, but now becomes the part where M80 have to revisit a site they've defended previously, or they've attacked previously, and let's be honest, do a better job of it, because time was running short and they weren't putting themselves in a position that was going to be consistent to pull it off. Yeah, sure, they could have won the first 2 rounds, but they need a little bit more surety. This round didn't go well from the off. Round 1, when we saw this very bomb site. They lost hot and cold at reading room door very early on. That was their soft breach, and mainly the RAM that was taken out. That removes the ability to quickly open up the floor, so you're always going to be on the back foot there from a time perspective. Interestingly, seeing a shield be brought this time, Lynx, and it is in fact Ashen. It's going to be playing on the Blitz.
It's like the shield is more, it's like it's coded in the spot on the team rather than the player who's actually like in it. Just if you are in that fifth spot on that you have to play shield. They're just, we don't make the rules.
It's just, I don't know. That's just how it goes.
I was gonna make a property joke, but it'd be funny only to me, and even then it wouldn't be that funny. So, but
I mean,
you know what?
I can only imagine how bad that joke would have been.
It's just like, it's, you know, Covenant's real property. I hate it so much. It's the most boring thing on the planet. Anyway. What's hopefully not boring will be whatever Ashen does with that blitz. Don't know where it's going to go, but since it is a reading room defense, and I imagine 1 of 30 will not be complicating things too much. I was going to say, we have this mirror window, which is new to their lineup. So it is a bit more aggressive than it was before. Still, even then, it's not like you have a zombie running about inside a stage. It's still a bit more passive. They have the opportunity or the option to fall back into freezer. And that's what the blitz is going to do. Try and push through this top floor, but wow. Packer just spraying through that smoke. Not only gets 1, but gets 2. Insane work just from 1 clip of the Vector. Now M80 are in a very similar spot to where they've been in the rounds that they've lost, unfortunately. Back behind on the pace, behind on the time. Excellent flick by Diffuser, though. And in a matter of seconds, they're back into it and might even take the lead. Silo just crouch walking into New Balcony, where Diffuser just shot his teammate. Unfortunately, it's a situation that gives M80 the lead and feels quite easy for the Gridlock.
Diffuser's just picked up 2 worldy kills there. Fortunately, this time for M80, they're not left in a position where they're relying on that super shorty either. We can hear the Boogie drone going out. That vert is now being made. Mike W and Bino, they're going to have to vacate the site, otherwise they're just going to be a sitting duck. The Diffuser is still cold. It's not going to be the worst thing to recover, just at the top of those white stairs, and Hot and Cold is going to grab that. They still have to try and work out a plant here, and this is where we've seen them fail previously. Time does start to become a factor. The plant now starting to go down. The vert better be there this time.
Well, you know what's not there? The smoke canisters both seem to, or the one that's tossed seems to miss Hot and Cold entirely. Not a single bit of damage done. I don't think, no, the second one finally will. Mike W, as he tries to walk in, it ends up occluding his vision more than it actually ends up aiding the defense. And so as Bino has lost all of his utility, a nice angle to pepper Hot and Cold a little bit more. But it's information gathered, and the rest of the attack can play passive. They have these vertical angles to play off of. The armoire is also completely open as well, so they just pop the Vulcan packs, and there's not much for the defender to do. Tie game, 4 rounds in. Similar to the one we just saw. Neither side gaining momentum as we are getting closer and closer to round 6.
It's a small thing, but M80 did a very good job there of not really putting the cart above the horse. They weren't as pressed for time because they'd been a bit more successful in the early to mid portion of the round, and as such, Hot and Cold wasn't under the same amount of pressure to get that diffuser down. Instead, they could take a little bit more time, ensure that they had the vertical angles opened up, and then really look to try and work that plant down. And they were able to do that and do it well to a good standard. So M80 righting some wrongs that we've seen previously, but the round wouldn't have been a round if it hadn't have been for Diffuser. Those 2 were beautiful kills. I was even so convinced that the player had already made their way back around the corner for the first one. Sorry, the second one was kind of a bit of a layup, but he was in the right place for it. Even when Bino gets that 1 kill, oh, the Vulcan pack was still there as well. It's just beautiful there from Gunner, just biding his time.
5 seconds
Doesn't need the pressure or the stress of hitting the headshot or getting the body shots in there. Can just pop the Vulcan pack and play off that time denial. All square at 2 rounds apiece.
But I still think it's important to kind of couch it a little bit with, you know, M80 did need to fight back in that mid round. Diffuser needed to get those 2 1v1s in order to win, so it's not been easy. One of 30 still have those 2 victories earlier on, of course, but I still think Kitchen is probably the strongest victory team from M80 so far. One of which they not only started things off right, but felt like all the control, all the gunfights were firmly in hand. And so here's we go to mining, as M80 look to take the only other site that 1 of 30 have won so far. We're getting in that position where everybody's looking at each other on the top floor, and you can tell that the comms are flowing and that there is a plan. The boogie drone goes in, the nade does as well. I was gonna say, is it gonna cover a drop? Yes, indeed it will. Sound to flood and barrel through this person on pallets. But Ash and Gavini still around the corner. Haven't pushed through just yet. They take that control, but Silo still gets the kill. Mike W, good for one as well, as Gunnar tried to push it, I think, or look through white window. Gets swung from the staircase, and M80, who tried to take the initiative are ending up probably sitting in the back seat. Never mind. Gavini fires a few shots, but as the reinforcement is activated a little too soon, M80 will be stuck in the disadvantage, at least for the next 45.
I'm really surprised that no one was on white window there when they were trying to go for that cocktail push. If you don't play on white window, you should be able to catch them as they try and rotate down. It was a great push from M80, but again, was the full joined up thinking really there? Keeper, Excaris, excuse me, can be used now to open up that wall. A little bit of a flank attempt here as well. Obviously the gridlock requiring a lot more noise to try and get the job done. There is a drone being watched on red stairs as well, so that flank will be known, but we might not even get to that point. Gaveni eventually takes down Vulsper.
Hostile tag.
But still leaves a deficit here for M80 to try and contend with. They know that Valkyrie, they know that Packer is going to be on those red stairs. Honkold does have the diffuser in his hand.
Spotted the Valk cam as well. So the C4s and the information that they might have gathered won't be able to land effectively. Hot and cold. Does he just get this down? Yeah, he does. Gavini watching over white stairs, good for 3, and now it's him that drops down. He's got 2 deathmark trackers. He can find the remaining people. Packer also down to 1 HP. Gavini's got a lot to do. He's got some good vertical destruction, and instead, he'll try to chance it off the very angle he just took down a player from. But barbed wire reveals his position. 1 player tucked up top. He'll get the angle on the Deimos, and 1 of 30 in the post. Take it back.
Really difficult there. Hot and cold, as soon as Gaveni drops, he leaves Hot and cold in a 1 versus 2. And you wonder, is it kind of better to try and play it on site and just to take an even gunfight, take the 50-50? As soon as you leave your teammate on their own, and you've maybe not got the vert, or you don't know, you've not got the vendetta or the accuracy to know where the plan went down. I mean, I'm sure he did know where the plan went down. I don't know why he didn't play the vendetta from below. There was obviously a reason and a rationale for trying to rotate up those white stairs. As soon as this kill comes through, you think, oh, it's kind of GG's, right? It's kind of wrapped.
Seems like that, and just once you see them creeping up the stairs with Packer just holding that vertical angle like that, there's no way anybody walking up those stairs is able to see it, or will even be ready for it. Exactly.
Attackers have discovered the location
Not
of
even
a bomb.
not even on Gavini. It's just like, oh, Packer made the perfect move that basically nobody's gonna anticipate. And also, even if you did, you're exposing yourself to like literally the angle you just killed the guy from. Human nature is gonna be like, I should probably watch that angle. I myself know how good it is. So it was just a good move by Packer, and just good moves for 1 of 30 so far. Again, the newer teams are just really impressing so far today. Like, I'm not saying they're going to win it, but how close it was in a game against SR yesterday, putting up a good showing on the Cathay defense so far. It's been an overall very good day for North American Rainbow Six, and we've still got quite a few rounds to play in our final best of 1 of the night. And while, of course, dining did not go their way just now, because M81 reading 1 of 30 get another bite at the apple, and it will be their last attempt on this defense to secure the half with a lead, which I think anybody would be happy with, but for 1 of 30 in particular, keeping as many rounds between you and one of the better teams or more well-reputed teams in North America is absolutely a victory.
There's a big opening pick in this round previously from M80. We need to see if they can try and replicate that here and now. 1 of 30, of course. The longer that they can hold on to this top floor, the better. It's all about not overcommitting. M80 have been really plant focused so far tonight, and that's partly due to how long they've spent clearing things out. Speaking of clearing, Full white flash upstairs inside of the bathroom. Mike W is going to be allowed to make that rotation. Just caught with an alternate angle to challenge onto the window. The mirror window will be popped as well. Should free things up a little bit. But already 1 of 30 have started to drop off ever so slightly. C4's ripped and ready from below, but it's going to be Packer to fall first.
It's been a pretty even bout for these opening engagements throughout this half. It's not like 100 Thieves, Shopify Rebellion situation. It's been good blood dealt back and forth. Wow, and what a trade! Gavidi mitigating his own loss, and with Mike W going down. That is just an unfortunate go for 1 of 30. It seemed like they might still put up a decent fight in this round. 4v2 with a minute to go gives M80 quite a bit of a buffer to reset, use any drones that are remaining, find spots for these flashbangs or that nade. At C4. It's going to be an important tool to even the odds for 1 of 30, especially as Diffuser is walking around the cocktail balcony, getting eerily close to the position we saw it tossed. Is it still in play? I think it's been destroyed, unfortunately, by the boogie drone or the shorty. So not much for 1 of 30 to do.
No, that C4 was, I think, the ticket back into this round, really, for 1 of 30. The next thing that they're going to be looking toward is that time and how much of it can they waste. Bino isn't going to waste much more. Ashen takes him down from above. Silo. Not got very much HP to speak of, and Hot and Cold's going to start to get that plan down.
Yeah, still going down, and there we go. Diffuser with the next 3-3, but all things considered, could still be a win for 1 of 30. You've kept M80 at bay. You forced them to fight back basically this entire half so far. M80 only at best tying the game after all of the rounds that they've won. 2-2 and now 3-3. Really good showing for 1 of 30. A lot of layers, but also some good plays by M80 as well. I think the big thing for me so far, it's got to be some of those gunfights. Gavini in particular is shooting very well. Diffuser too. That's at least my perspective though, and I'm sure the desk has a bit more of a nuanced take to the matter.
Well, at the halfway point, it's clear that we are liking what we're seeing on the M80 side, maybe at least on the early steps. M80 still a long way to go. 1 of 30, on the other hand, Laxing, it is very clear that this team is legit.
No, they are definitely legit. Legit is an understatement. They are here to compete and try to be at the top, and they are making a damn good effort and showing towards it. But I really want to go back to round 1 because I want to give Silo the appreciation that he deserves for that 1v3 clutch in particular. And I really want to highlight this because I know what it's like to be a player first and foremost, and I also know what it's like to be in clutch situations. And sure, this isn't the most flashiest of 1v3 clutches, but it's the fact that this is only his second match at the T1 level, to have all odds stacked against you, to be able to keep your composure, read that situation, and be able to turn that round that was never meant to be made back into your favor, and then to immediately pivot and play safe. I'm telling you, I don't care what anyone has to say, thinking it's basic. Fact of the matter is, when you're at this level, everything is heightened, whether it's emotions, whether it's the pressure. For him to, like I said, just stay so composed in that scenario, it was a beautiful display of how you should handle that 1v3, and I really want to showcase that because it was a phenomenal transition and a great split-second decision.
Awareness is one of the best factors to have as a new player coming into the scene, to be able to clutch up rounds like that. And I think 1 of 30 has been playing exceptionally well. I'm excited to see more of them. They've steadily impressed us. As for M80, I haven't really formed a full opinion on the way that they've been playing. There's some rounds that I like the way that they have Ashen being utilized. There's some rounds I don't. I think it's just first round jitters, to say the least, that we have to see M80 be able to get past. I do like the versatility and how everybody's playing different operators. You know, we're seeing Ying, we're seeing, what's her name? Gridlock, there it is. We're seeing Blitz on a map like Cafe, so there's a lot of diversity in play, and I do like that fact from M80. On the other hand, I would like to see them speed up their attacks a little bit, but now we have to see their defenses.
Well, a brief tech pause as we get back into the second half of Cafe, so we're going to step aside for a moment. When we come back, the final potentially 6 rounds of day 2 of NAL Kickoff continues.
I didn't expect to be here. A little bit of a techie, a little bit of a tech.
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kit goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, there's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber. Wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off Tim. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Another one for Solotov. Information from the Bees. It goes in. Shotgun.
this 7 ends, they cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant. That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
He gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He only has a few seconds. Stick it, Ness, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. Spots the head and takes them down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC, Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major. elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Well, unfortunately, everybody, I would love to say that we're back in the game, but I cannot, because it's one of those, what do you say it? I guess, I don't know. I was going to say comedy of errors, because it's not really even errors that were made. It's just one of those things where somebody it's not funny either. It's a very serious situation. You all need to sit down, because this is a serious talk we're about to have. Basically, somebody crashed. They needed to wait for their internet to get back online. And right as they got back online, it ended up being one of those cases where it's like, oh, he's back online. Oh, and the timer ran out, so we have to remake the lobby. So it was just quite unlucky timing for basically everybody involved. So we have to remake the lobby, but we should be back at some point. And when I say at some point, I would hopefully say, I can't say right now or in the next minute, but I'm gonna tentatively say soon TM.
I love a tentative soon TM.
Soon asterisk, take everything I say with a grain of salt.
Yeah, like a spoonful of salt. Yeah, unfortunately, but we are at the midpoint in the game, and M80 not really got too much of a lead at the moment over 1 of 30. The game isn't really playing out the way that we expected to, and I think we can say the same for quite a few of our games so far today, Lynx, is that some of the more underdog teams and the lesser known players inside of NAL Kickoff at the moment, they've proved themselves against seasoned veterans, tough opponents, and we've not really seen a game that's been very clear cut so far. You could maybe attribute the first game of the day as a fairly clear cut game from Dark Zero versus Cloud9, but even then, Cloud9 were good for 4 rounds. We've not seen anything that's been, you know, a blowout or a washout or really seriously one-sided. And so far, this game's living up as well. 3 rounds for M80, 3 rounds for 1 out of 30.
Yeah, and yeah, just to revive. Oh, wow, I'm literally same wavelength I was about to say. If you don't know the full scores, we had a competitive set of rounds from Cloud9 DZ, but I agree, most clear cut. But SSG, big upset over Wildcard. 100 Thieves not able to get a win, but pushing SR to another OT and looking like they had some very clear chances to close it out, though the scoreline would have still been slim if it went their way. And 1 of 30 have kept M80 fighting from behind basically the entire game. Up 2, M80 ties. 1 of 30 get another, M80 tie the game again. So no clear lead in this current matchup at the half and at the side swap. And can't really say momentum is with either sides, but at least based on just the round by round pace that 1 of 30 is setting, they're keeping M80 fighting for everything and always only tying the game rather than taking the lead. We'll see if that continues. Not right now, because we're not getting back into the game just yet. So sorry, I'm baited and faked you out there, but that is kind of, I would say, a broad recap of how the day's been so far. If you missed it, if you're capping off your night with a little bit of Rainbow Six Siege, hopefully tomorrow you are able to watch all the games, because we do have games tomorrow. Got a whole nother 4.
We do. The games don't stop.
Well, we don't. Ollie and I won't be there, but
no, we stop. Yeah.
We, as in the broader NA community, have 4 games tomorrow.
There's going to be some good games tomorrow as well, if you think about it. I think there's some real chances for teams to, sort of prove themselves. You've got SSG versus Cloud9. So SSG, who beat Wildcard today. Cloud9, who were good for 4 rounds against Dark Zero. There's a game in that. Believe me. 1 of 30 and 100 Thieves. Again, based off what we've seen tonight so far, they're going to hang together quite nicely. I don't know. I feel like there could be some really good games tomorrow.
I think they could as well. You got M80 versus 5 Fears tomorrow. That could be pretty good. That could be big. Could be huge for the program, that one. I mean,
5 Fears is always a good one to watch as well.
We've got JJ Blast versus Ashen. Like, I don't know if the world can handle it. Well, I mean, the world clearly can't handle that. They played together, or they played against each other in the NAL before. But maybe they can't. Maybe tomorrow's a new day. Maybe Ashen and JJ Blast do, they start emoting on the cameras in a way that just shakes the foundations of what we call, I don't know, humor or
reality.
I don't know. Reality. It's like the scene in Doctor Strange. It's just like all the fabric of reality starts cracking around us because JJ Blast did like the default dance on the webcam.
The default dance. Oh, I really hope that JJ gets himself to a major because I think the content would just be absolutely fire.
It would make our jobs a lot easier. Well, it wouldn't make my job, but it'd make the content team's job a lot easier. You could just generally in any given room he's in, just like reprogram one of the venue security cameras just to track him at all times, just to get like every bit of content. Because he's got to be doing something. He's kind of like Gunner in that way. It's just like he's always doing something. The likes would
be flowing. The likes would be flowing.
They would be flowing.
I believe we are back in the game, and I believe we are just going through some final checks, so it really shouldn't be too long until we get ourselves back underway with this one. Once again, I do apologize for the inconvenience and the tech issue. It's just unfortunate that we had a player drop out at that point in the game. Of course, that point being the halfway point where we have the sort of the mandated timeout, which is quite a nice feature, to be honest, Lynx. We were sort of chatting about it a little bit in the break, saying that, you know, it's nice to hear from the desk at the halfway point in the game and get a little bit of perspective, and especially for the teams to have that time to, you know, discuss not only, I mean, I suppose you wouldn't really discuss how the half went, you'd maybe be looking a little bit more forward to what the next half is going to be. But there's certainly been enough time to get all that out of the way for this matchup, as we are finally getting ourselves back into round number 7. Exactly where we left off here. We have our bands through as well, and Azami and a Mirror and a Monty and a Grim. Plenty of synergy going on here as well, with both teams rocking backgrounds, all matching, everything as it should be, as we once again rejoin the action.
Just to be clear, Ollie is not referring to a 1 of 30 team background because that does not exist. So if you are thinking about buying it, unfortunately, you will have to wait.
Don't look for that.
A little bit longer for when they win the Salt Lake City Major in a week and a half. A week and a half. If it's a week and a half, I'm in trouble. in a month, month and a half? No, month and a half. Yeah, because month and a half.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Which, you know, I don't know if they'll win, but given how the new teams have been playing in NA, I mean, it's only the first couple days. Don't want to make predictions, but it's been quite a competitive.
You just insinuated that one of the new teams in NA is going to win the entire major based off nearly 2 play days worth of material.
I'm not insinuated that. I'm actively fighting against that insinuation as we speak. I am literally walking it back right now. Speaking of walking it back, we're walking it right back to the face cams because we got another rehost coming right at you at lightning speed. Nobody needs that much water. Nobody needs that much water.
How many times do you think that gets refilled? Like that's not a daily. That's not a daily jug, is it?
He's going down to the well once a week to fill that up. Like
it's like an IRL chug jug. I couldn't even be bothered lifting that thing up. Like I genuinely wouldn't drink because I'd be like, it's just too heavy.
I always see people, and listen, this is actually more credit to Ashen and like credit against me. I always see people. I was gonna say I always see people at the gym, but that's not true. I'm not at the gym. But when I have, but when I have been there, you know, like looking in the window from outside, I'll see those people.
Sounds even worse.
Just looming, staring. I'll see people like with like the whole milk cartons of water, and I'm like, do they really drink that much? It's like genuine question, because like honestly, if they do, like that's pretty impressive as someone who like drinks a woefully inadequate amount of water. It's like genuinely impressive that like people are on their hydration that much. And given Ashen's, I don't know what his fitness regimen is, but he's in pretty good shape, and he teamed with Call Out for a long time. I imagine he's good about his hydration.
Yeah. I can see that. I always like the idea of getting one of those really big, obnoxious bottles, but not that big. Just like, you know, the ones with the handle, where like part of the bottle is like it's disappeared, and you've just got the handle in the bottle. See, that's the sort of thing that I could get around.
I do not know what you're talking about. Like, what do you mean disappeared into the bottle?
Like, imagine like a barbell, seeing as we're on the gym theme. But it's a water bottle, so the handle is just the bottle, you know? Surely like, you're picking up what I'm putting down.
Like, where there's hand indentations, like, on the sides?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not a handle.
Well, it is.
just
You put your
like-
hand on it.
Okay. Well, I don't like how you're handling this conversation. That's all I'm gonna say. But I see what you're talking about. I have one where it's unfortunately the handle is externalized. You know, it's just like a normal one.
Externalized.
Because I'm an American, I have an obnoxiously large like actual water bottle that I spent too much money on because I feel like it's a requirement at this point. I actually did learn that that's one of the new
make of. It's not a make that rhymes with like petty, is it?
What?
There's that like style of what? No, it's not that one. It's the other one, isn't it? The same. Yeah, I know which one you mean.
Well, I mean, there's a couple that I could be talking about.
You've not got clips on it and stuff, have you?
No, clips is a wrap.
You don't have like a phone holder on it and stuff like that.
A phone holder on your water bottle?
No, like there's people that do it. Honestly.
I do not believe you. What?
No, they do. They have like chapstick holders and phone holders and like there's somewhere to put some tape and like they really like trick out this water bottle.
Do you have like a toolkit water bottle? I don't I'm confused.
Like people do.
Really?
Yeah.
You keep saying you keep saying people. Who are these people? You can't just be like the streets are saying that they have this water bottle. What are you talking about?
I've seen it on TikTok. I don't know what to tell you.
That's not real. Nothing on that app is real. They're trying to keep you scrolling. They're trying to show you things that make you mad. They're trying to rage bait you like you're doing to me right now and keep you scrolling.
It's working though, isn't it?
It is, and it angers me every time. It's so easy to rage bait me. Hey, we're back in the game. Woo.
Cross your fingers and your toes. We are back in the game for the second time and hopefully for the last. We can get underway with our final match here. M80, 3, 1 of 30, 3. An even game moving into the side swap. Big question for me right now is, okay, 1 of 30, you've done a decent job on the defense. Attacking Cafe is an entirely different beast. And I know that I've been a little bit sort of critical of attack so far tonight in that I genuinely don't think it is as hard as it has been previously to attack in this game right now, in this current meta. But still, with Cafe, there is that small problem of getting yourself up to the building. Getting yourself on the roof, the entry points. It's not pretty, you know. You can go in through Baker, you can go in through the bottom of White. Failing that, you're going in through windows and doors. You're going through main, but typically the roof is going to be the main access point for this building. And it's one of the places we see teams falling quite short. M80 themselves, very slow on the attack so far tonight here on Cafe. And I'm expecting to see similar out of 1 of 30.
I was about to say 1 of 30, creeping up the white staircase. Mike W with the first kill after the rehost, but first kill of this half. Taking control of the white stairs and now basically can keep hold of it with that shotgun. Ashen cannot take a secondary position on lower white like defending teams normally do once the top floor gets cleared. Really strong position to deal with early on, and not a whole lot M80 can do to counter that at the moment. Abino spent all of his Candelas, and, well, it's not really gained much of anything. 1 of 30 have that slim little bit of control, but when they've actually tried to move into the site, M80 have repelled them entirely. Every single gunfight beyond that first, it's gone their way. While Silo finds one next up, it's M80 in the driver's seat and in control of round 7. Diffuser in the middle of red hallway. So Packer will take that time. Find one player sitting outside of laundry. The yellow's fine right now. Gavini's not being immediately pressured, and that bit of information, while it's not great, he's got the player on white to cover who was outside of Snake's POV, and instead he turns, gets both! Huge play by Packer, and Silo, while he might go down, it's given Packer a fighting chance. Just barely. Another bit of activation. But Gunner just outside of the range, and an angle on him too! Clean in the 1v1. M80 for the first time this match take the lead away.
Gunner with 4 kills in that round as well. I've no idea how he stayed alive for so long on the Solace. He got caught in like a... He got a kill, then like mag dumped the wall in an attempt to get another. Ran out of ammo, turned the corner, there was someone right there like pushed up in his face. He just gets a chance to dip behind the corner on 90. Pulls out the sidearm, picks up the kill. All that from an opening pick that went in the other way. It went toward 1 of 30. decent teamwork there from Packer and Silo as well, just able to pinch out those final 2 players, but a very deep angle being held, and well, Packer really can't be expected to cover everything there. And that's, again, you know, playing to the kit that you know is available. If you know that that last player alive is Snake and you know that they've got the radar, you're going to need to give yourself that little bit of buffer room. You don't want to just give the game away and give your position away for free.
5 seconds
Play a
left
little
before
bit deeper.
insertion.
Make it a bit more unpredictable. M80, as you say, Lynx, with the lead here at the half, going to go down into the kitchen now and see if they can extend it by 2. A little bit of external yokai play as well, just to see if they can get a good read as to where this push is coming from in the first instance.
Packer taking a lot of damage from one of those windows. An unfortunate classic on Cafe that everybody must succumb to at some point in time. But he at least survives. Can use that Soliton scanner, spot some of the enemies. Don't know if that nade actually destroyed anything. Genuine question, I actually don't know if it destroyed anything. Certainly didn't get the Renegade. That's the last nade that Packer had, barring him not picking anything up later on in the round.
Drone activated.
So, no action beyond that to begin with. This 1 of 30. We'll examine this middle floor area and see about when they can start putting this verticality down. Ashen will shoot some drones and, what I'll say, probably fall back. That's exactly what will happen. No need to overcomplicate things. If you're going to be on the 2nd floor, it should probably be rotating up later. We'll hold their positions on site. So Gunner, with a shotgun aimed up through the floor. Oh, gets pre-fired by Mike W. The opening pick goes the other way.
So kind of a strange lineup that 1 of 30 are bringing here. It's pretty old school. They've got the sledge to try and open up this vert. Now, if you're going to be the vert player, it's kind of personal preference as to what you want to play, but there's definitely a defined tier list and a recognized top dog, and that top dog is going to be Ram, just for the speed and the safety. Buck comes in a close second. Again, it's from range, so you have a lot more surety. You start swinging that sledgehammer around, your pathing can be predictable. Sometimes you can get caught out by a rogue C4. There is one in Gaveni's hand right now. I'm not sure that he's in a position to really do too much about it. He's tucked into VIP at the moment. He's got the important job of watching in towards Freezer. They'll have White Stairs to contend with, Freezer hatch, and of course the breach as well. Diffuser just rotating around to get another long line available to him. 2 DMRs here for the lineup of M80, so they've got some hard-hitting power from range. And Gaveni is going to see that as a bit of a trigger, but doesn't get baited in. No drop immediately off the back of the smoke, which comes in now.
It uses that cover, glides on into the site, into the default plant position. 1 of 30, keeping M80 struggling for this lead, but there we go. Vulcan Pack and DMR, another diffuser, double to bring M80 back, this time on the opposite side. Oh, Yokai just above the blitz. Gone completely unspotted, and I don't know if they'll be able to find the next one. Hops up onto the ceiling, waits just long enough. Oh, and falling off. It's only Bino left alive. M80 wide in their lead by 1, and it's the utility that does the talking.
The nade that you commented on at the start of the round, I do wonder if it was destined for either the Aruna Gate, that would be the most obvious one, but I also wonder if it was destined maybe for a Yokai drone, because there was a Yokai drone kicking around at the bakery door for the early portion of the round. Maybe it was just an attempt to try and get that PC utility gone, because still at the end of the round there, Hot and Cold had both Yokai drones available. They knew that that was going to be the win con there. Yep, blitz. Okay, we don't want to fight it. Let's let them plant. Why not? We can deny the plant from range. They have both Yokais ready and waiting. It was only a short rotation to get the second one into a good position. Big kills coming in from Diffuser as well, keeping control of that bakery. And you think about that push in its entirety, it's not strange, but there was a big split there, wasn't there? Obviously, Gaveni gets the kill with the C4 through VIP, through into Freezer, and I think he catches the player that was either dropping behind the blitz or maybe somebody on White Stairs. I didn't exactly get to see where that C4 went. But then you think about where the other pressure was coming in from. It was coming in from bakery. Usually you go bakery or White Stairs. You don't tend to try and do both. And if you do, there's a reason for it. It's because you've seen a gap. It's because you think that you can really start to put the pressure on things. But nowhere in that plan was dealing with hot and cold on the Echo. And they'll have known that there was a yokai in play.
They definitely would have known. They would have had an idea at least. Not entirely sure how much they could have done to counter it at the same time, because a lot of those yokais were hid in pretty good positions, and as you were just alluding to at the beginning of what you said as well. Fortunately, another tech pause as well. I do believe this is just a PC restart, so not the, you know, not the calamity that occurred, unfortunately, last time. So hopefully should be pretty quick, unless they've got, like, a PC
brick.
that's... well, yeah, that's pretty much, yeah.
Do you think a pro player has got a brick? Because I don't.
No.
This should be a very quick job.
I don't know, though. I mean, listen, you don't know that. They run their settings very low for visibility.
True.
To see things. So it surely doesn't require a lot. I don't know how much they game otherwise, how much they use their computer for other things. So, I mean, like, what I'm trying to say is I don't know if they have, like, a crazy good computer, but I feel like even if you had a, like, mid to low end PC, for what you're doing for pro play, you'd probably still have a pretty quick restart.
Oh, for sure. Whenever I've, like, optimized, it's always been about the startup programs. Like, you're laughing, but it's so, you know it's true.
Is it actually true?
Yeah.
I thought that was a joke. That just
No. The startup programs are really important. Because it basically is, your PC just bloats, like, straight away as soon as you turn it on.
Can you actually explain more? I'm genuinely curious. This is not a bit.
Well, you just go into settings and find out what programs are, like, starting on startup, and you just go for, like, the bare essentials.
So like when I start up and I get like 5 game launchers like automatically flying at me at Mach 5, I don't have to do that.
Yeah, you've lost. Like, you're losing frames.
That's crazy. I don't like. That's just, I can change that.
Yeah, because how many times do you actually go through and close all that stuff?
Every single time.
Yeah, okay, so you're just gonna save yourself a lot of time.
Every single time. I have a ritual every time I turn. I did it today before the broadcast. I got like EA, Epic Games, like all this stuff flying at me, and I have to manually close it every time. And then every now and then, one of the game's launchers will take like 3 minutes to start instead of immediately launching. So I'll be doing something like trying to join the Discord, and it's like, did you want to log into Battle.net? I'm like, no, I don't. I didn't actually.
That's how they get you.
That is how they get me.
I feel like it's like the TikTok. It keeps you scrolling. Because all of a sudden you've just checked in to do a day of work. You're tabbing up, and then boom, launcher comes in, and you're like,
you must free your mind. Your attention is not your own. They have engaged in alienation of the attention. This is stuff economists and philosophers weren't even thinking about, and they've done it to you.
I wonder who the culprit is. Is it the same person that had the PC, that had the internet crash?
Well, technically, the culprit is social media. We don't need to get into that.
No, for the person that's crashed the PC. Oh, we're into attack.
Yeah, he's got to close all the apps that opened up.
So we're into attack where only the coach is talking. I can only imagine, because we can't see any players like sort of actively involved in the conversation.
And I feel that's true, because I feel like if they weren't, I feel like Pack would be talking a lot. And I'm not saying that as like I'm not saying that as an insult. Packer's just a very vocal player. So I agree with that. That's probably true. Head coach, I believe, is Royce. I believe is the name. If my information has not failed me.
Have I imagined this, or are we listening at some point?
I mean, you know, I learned not to make promises.
I'm not asking for you to promise it. I just want to know if I've imagined it or not.
That'd be cool. I would love to hear. You know, whenever I think to myself, what would I love more in my day? I'm like, I want to hear more of Fabian. Absolutely.
Oh, for sure.
Like, Fabian, please tell me about your new CK3 run. I'm so invested.
I don't know what that is.
That's a game. That's a game. It's a game he actually introduced to me and has
5 seconds remaining.
cost me literally hundreds of hours of my life because of that.
Attackers are moving
Because
out
of
to locate a
those
bomb
people.
and defuse it.
I watched him running around like Eastern Europe, like just sinking hours into it. I was like, this looks fun, and now I've lost so much time. It's every 3 months I fall down a rabbit hole. Speaking of, Gunner will unfortunately not catch anybody stumbling out of boat docks, and so no opening kill for M80 within the first 20 seconds, but still an opportunity to get an early lead. Got the castle in play. That's important because given that this is a top floor defense, it will allow the defense to maybe play a little bit more aggressive in stage, which is something I've kind of hinted at and talked about before up until this point. Sometimes we see it happen with an Azami when she's in play. Usually it's with a castle and an Aruni, but they're not bringing the ladder this go around. Gunner now outside the building and back inside with that opening pick, 45 seconds in, right on the dot. And it's the Hibana as well, the one ranged hard breach being brought by one of 30. Bad way to start coming out of that tactical.
It's going to force a lot of utility to be used as well to open up these castle barricades now. I've already heard a Gon 6 go out. You've seen a nade go out there. Castle barricades, great to be dealt with by Hibana and those Excaros pellets. But realistically, with that being gone, you are going to be forced into other avenues.
Speaking of other avenues, it'd be Whitehall and out of the round, unfortunately, for Packer. Falling to Gavini the moment he walks in. Seen a lot of players go for that that quick play with a shotgun. Sometimes it's a Deimos. In this case, it's a Sledge. Did not work for one of 30 in this case. It's now in a 2v5. The castle barricades are still up. The shield is still up, facing red as well. Difficult to see how... Oh, that's just a rough spot to be in. Difficult to see how one of 30 will find a way out of this one. I was going to say, yep, Hot and Cold will just peek up with the M870. Match point looks like it is careening towards one of 30 as the players on Nubalk and inside a Cigar. Not much he can do. We should probably stop calling it Nubalk. Or I should probably. It's not. It's actually, that balcony has been there longer than original Cafe was in the game.
It's got a ring to it though, hasn't it? Because what are you going to call it? Balcony? That's
true. Humidor balcony?
Ooh. That's a mouthful of a com.
What? I've literally called it Nubalk so long. What are there any other comms for it? I'm sure there are.
I would just go Nubalk. Or underneath New Hatch. Which is longer, so...
How long has Cafe been in the game at this point? Like the new...
While you find that, I'm going to credit M80 for something.
You should do that.
Because we have had a disjointed game, it's fair to say. We've had a lengthy tech pause, followed by a round, and then another, albeit shorter, pause, but still a pause in play nonetheless. And M80 have kept the same momentum, if anything, have looked better in and around the rounds where we've had these issues. And I think that's something that you will find from a team that is more experienced, that's got more game day reps in. They're kind of used to this disruption a little bit more, and they kind of deal with it in their stride a little bit better. I really feel as though it's just knocked one of 30 right off the boil, because they were looking fantastic in the early portion of the game. Now granted, you've got to temper that by saying, look, they've switched over onto the attacking side. It is going to be more difficult for them here from here on out, but they're still doing a good job of keeping pace with M80 in gunfights and in trading during the first 6 rounds of the game. So that doesn't all fall away just because they go onto the attack. I think it's the break in play that has really cost them here, and it's that almost lack of mental fortitude, lack of experience. M80 have got that in spades, and it's showing here and now. They've come through the second half of the game, and let's be honest, they're running away with it.
3 things. 1, agreed. 2, Cafe got reworked in March of 2019, so it is 7 years and 1 month old. So it is not new anymore. But the third thing, to the point that you were getting at, it does feel that M80 are starting to run away with it in a very material way. Obviously, they're up 6-3. Obviously, there was that lengthy rehost and tech pause that is always probably going to favor the team that can kind of start and stop the momentum a little bit easier, which typically tends to be the more veteran squads. But also with the defense, that we've seen so far, they've been able to sort of kind of set the pace from the beginning of the round, which I feel like we've said a lot today, and I think it's been a consistent theme. It usually is when the teams playing are pretty good. But as we saw in the defenses, just creating a fortress on the top floor, 1 of 30 struggled to get in this go-around. They've got the shield inside of Pixel, as you can see, but they're playing a bit more passive, playing these long angles, and it's going pretty well. Sure, Gavini goes down on the trade, but there's protocols, more layers set up for it. 1 of 30 did something similar on their defenses, but it's M80 who have the benefit of being up 6-3 right now, and if they play better, there's just a much greater chance that they actually close it out.
Absolutely, they've got that man count advantage now, haven't they? Packet does have a Dokkaebi call, and they do have some hard breach kicking around, so there is potential right now. C4 will be sent out, but it isn't destined for anybody this round. Dokkaebi call is going to force a drop, and the timing of that for Mike W is really unfortunate. As flank watch, it is your job to watch those angles. He was just caught slacking a little bit there. Hatch will be opened. Packet is going to be below, but not for long.
Oh, it's looking like M80 have the lead on this one. Oh, a quick swing by Ashen with the super shorty. And Bino with slim options. He'll drone at least. He'll give it a good solid try, but especially dropping down a hatch. Not a whole lot favoring him. Ooh, a tight angle. That just seems to favor the defense, and there it goes. 7-3 for M80 in their NAL debut. And honestly, probably the only game that I think has fully gone according to plan.
It really has. We've seen a great showing from some of our more rookie and newer teams inside of the NAL kickoff tonight, but M80 have rounded our evening out with something a lot more predictable. A great win to start off their campaign here in kickoff. We're going to send it over to our desk one last time.
Well, what a night and way to wrap things up. M80 in their debut performance in the NAL kickoff, they take that clean win in the end. We talk a lot about these new teams, these new players, these new forces in the NAL lax. I think it's safe to say that they are defying expectations, that they're playing very well, but 1 of 30 just could not get it across the line here tonight.
Yeah, they certainly are. And honestly, to start out the first 2 rounds, I mean, it was really good plays, individual plays from these newer players. Always great to see. But similar to what we saw with Dark Zero versus Cloud9 is these upper echelon of teams, of course, you're going to get a few of these rounds on them because they don't know the idiosyncrasies of what you're going to be trying to do, what the play style looks like. But once they start to dial in, once they figure out what you're trying to go for, they immediately turn the table on you. And as you saw after those first 2 rounds, it immediately fell into M80's favor. Then they did end up getting another round, and then it went back to M80. But then once it switched to that defense, the pressure was immediately met at the second they would try to enter the building, and it just was flawless through and through for the side of M80 on that defensive half.
Yeah, I haven't really formulated an opinion on this M80 roster. I want to see them play against a harder opponent, but of course, when it comes to today, there was a lot of good takeaways. I mean, good flexibility in the lineup. Ashen seemed comfortable. Everyone else seemed comfortable as well in their role. For them, it was just another day in the office practicing what they've been trying to get Ashen set up to do. As for 1 of 30, good individual play. They can't let these losses dwell on them going forward in the rest of kickoff because there's a lot of good things to take away. It is a faster kickoff than a normal stage. So that being said, you need to make sure every single game counts, every single point counts. And with how they played individually, especially the rookies, there's a lot of potential on this roster. And I hope we get to see more and it doesn't hold them down or add pressure after another loss.
It feels a little cliche, but potential feels like the word that kind of sums up the day here, right? And a lot of these new rosters that we're seeing, a lot of existing rosters that have made some changes. Looking back on a successful day 2 of kickoff, we see that potential everywhere, right? From our very first game to now. I mean, we started with Dark Zero, right? Showing us that very potential with NJR and Kino, starting things off, taking down Cloud9, who are also bringing 3 new rookies to the NA League. We then saw Wildcard dethroned by SSG, the young team with Dream and Giddy at the helm lax. I mean, we're seeing so much of future prospects. I'm trying to avoid saying potential again. We're seeing so much potential in these new rosters, and really the future here for these teams is looking very promising.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very competitive. Fox said it at the beginning. This is probably one of the most competitive we've seen it. And even what Ollie was saying on the desk, you know, he was talking about there hasn't been a match today where it just looks completely one-sided. Sure, maybe in that last defensive half from Amadi, it was pretty dominant. But I mean, they still had to fight tooth and nail for some of those rounds. But overall, it's been very competitive, and I've been happy to see that, especially, like I said, with these newer guys showcasing and what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, and every point matters, as we just saw Group A. Now we're looking at Group B. This is slowly shaping up as teams are slowly getting more and more points. I mean, Outlast and One of 30 are the two teams that currently don't have any points. I mean, there's Cloud9 as well. But that being said, it's a race to essentially get as many points as you can before the final day. Some teams haven't gotten a chance to have their day off yet. Some teams have, like M80. Today was their first play day, and they already have a big 3 points under their belt. So at the end of the day, all points matter. You just don't want to be finding yourself in the last spot, especially if you're one of these newer teams. A few points can go a long way, and that's the biggest takeaway. You get to live another day as long as you're not in that last spot. You get to continue out into the kickoff, and who knows, maybe we'll see an upset. Since we've been seeing so many, one of these upset teams, these underdog teams, make it to Salt Lake City.
Well, looking ahead to tomorrow, that will be day 3 out of 5 in the group stage, meaning about halfway through tomorrow, somehow we'll be halfway through the group stage. Laxing, that it's almost bizarre to say. Kickoff is just so quick, such a rapid fire punch to the face here, but it has been so good to see these teams compete. Tomorrow, we start with Dark Zero. Outlast will get a second chance to show us if they can bounce back from that first game. One of 30 next against 100 Thieves, Cloud9, SSG, 5 Fears, and M80. What are you looking forward to as we dive into day 3?
To be completely honest with you, I'm looking forward to that first game. We didn't really get to see a whole lot out of Outlast in comparison to the rest of the newer teams, so I really want to see something different from them, because we already said it's a learning experience, so I want to see something more tangible that we can get behind them and say, yes, they are learning from their mistakes against Wildcard, and see something brand new and far more implemented than what we were seeing during that match.
I have to agree, but I'm really excited to see the 1 of 30 100 Thieves game, just because there's a lot of implications. Both of these teams are on 2 losses. 100 Thieves got an overtime loss today, so they have 1 point. But this really could shape up who's going to be at the bottom, depending on who wins one of these teams in the 1 of 30 100 Thieves game.
Well, a successful second day here in the NA League kickoff as that final chase for the Salt Lake City Major continues to develop. Thank you so much for watching this successful day. We continue with day 3 of groups tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern. For Foxy, for Laxing, and our entire crew, I'm Jonas Rillinger saying thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow as the NAL kickoff continues. Have a good night.